Pokemon Ninjutsu Master Chapter 451-500. Chapter 451. Senior, calm down. This junior doesn't want to cause trouble, it's just that this is too sad. Maybe, Senior has lived for thousands of years, or maybe 100 million years, and I'm afraid I haven't experienced anything emotional. Luo Chen's remarks happened to hit this guy's pain point. He couldn't help but make the big man furious, and immediately began to roar. I don't want a little baby to talk about things. The giant sculpture is huge, and it is extremely inconvenient to move, but now that it moves, it is as terrifying as a mountain. Senior, don't you want to go out and have a look? Luo Chen was anxious. This old guy moved so fast that he couldn't catch it between his fingers, and he didn't know what this guy's purpose was. Destiny is a long river. This is a cursed place. Spirit, fate, luck. The three are unified, and there is a certain number in the dark. It's like Luo Chen's entry at the moment means breaking the rules. If someone's fate fragment is detonated, then the other party's fate will also change. Go out and have a look. Hee, okay, I don't mind, but, do you have the strength to take me out? The sculpture laughed instead of anger. His mouth was like a river, and a slight movement caused the fate to flow for a while. Boiling. Luokan was silent. If he really wanted to take him out, it shouldn't be difficult. The only trouble is the size of this guardian. He came here, the most important purpose is Readaloud's fate. This guy must know, but he won't explain it for a while. What? Can't I take it out? Okay, if I can't take it out, then I'll take it out. Apply yourself. The Celestial Clan has said that as long as he stays here for 100 million years, he will be set free. Now, he has suppressed it for at least 50 million years. Moreover, killing an intruder can save 1,000,000 years. If it is illegal, he will directly use the Great Falling technique to guide the human beings down, and finally let him kill. As long as he kills 50 more people, he will be able to go out. But here is the long river of fate. Who the hell has nothing to do when they are full? Run here. Just like Luo Chen, if he didn't have Jiu Yushi, he wouldn't even know the existence of this thing. The fate of people is actually arranged in advance. Each light ball here represents an identity, and at a specific time and a specific place, they will meet, and a story will emerge. This is the long river of fate. If I kill you, I can go out quickly. Suddenly, such a voice sounded in Luo Chen's ear, and he couldn't help turning pale. The power of this guy is so powerful. The strength is getting stronger and stronger, and he doesn't even have the courage to resist. Died like this. He couldn't help feeling sad. The figure in front of him gradually enlarged, and his scalp began to tingle. Boom. At the critical moment, a pure power surged, and Luo Chen suddenly discovered that the mountain has turned, and here, it is already the bottom of the long river of fate. Beside him, there is a split empty seat like a dead dog. XXX. Korakuza, are you alright? He couldn't help being stunned. Just now, it was the splitting seat that appeared, blocking the fatal blow for him. Even if he inherited the law left by Lord Tianlong, he still looks very weak in front of the sculpture giant. To his surprise, above him, Celebi was waving his little finger, and bursts of light flickered, completely covering it. That is a healing power. Luokan couldn't help but be shocked. When did he have the healing power? Isn't that something only grass-type elves can learn? Could it be that if the strength reaches the realm of respect, another attribute will be developed in the body? When he was in doubt, he released Mewtwo and checked, but found no clues. In other words, such an idea does not exist at all. It seems that Jiu Yushi had long expected this kind of thing, so he deliberately let Celebi practice first, and he also forcibly added the grass attribute to his attributes. This made him sigh. Thinking of the attack just now, he couldn't help shuddering. That guy, it's too terrifying. Not to mention the huge body, the attack power is amazing. If the cracked empty seat hadn't come forward, at this moment, he might have turned into a powder. Thinking of this, he frowned. What about Elalud? Did you have the same problem as yourself? Killed by this guy with one punch. She is an elf herself, how could she resist such a terrifying blow? Celebi glanced at Luochen, and then said, "Put him away and follow me." Luo Chen was stunned for a moment, then he was about to retract the empty seat and followed Celebi's pace. Celebi's strength now completely surpasses all his trump cards. Perhaps, he is the biggest outstanding contributor to this operation. Destiny is a long river, not a river. This is a ditch composed of the deepest hope in my heart. It is precisely because of the huge number that it looks like a river. Looking up from the bottom, the crystals swayed one by one, and there was a gentle wind blowing, swaying them. Every moment, there will be a crystallized encounter of fate, this is the acquaintance of the two. And when the two crystals fuse, it is a symbol of a union. Diaresis, come on, the big guy is coming back soon. Celebi suddenly sensed something, said it directly, and couldn't help speeding up his pace. Hearing this, Luo Chen didn't dare to continue to sigh, and quickened his pace. The scenery along the way is too lazy to appreciate. There is a mess in front of me, at first glance, there is actually a formation. In the middle of the formation, there is a delicate little beauty. This woman is Elalud. Luo Chen couldn't help coughing. Nima, what is this plane doing? The giant is so huge, can Elalud really bear it? Are you Elalud? Luo Chen shouted at the formation. As long as he proves his identity, Luo Chen will rush in without hesitation and force the formation directly. But after all, this was left by a giant, the strength of the formation must be very high, and with Celebi in charge, he was relieved a lot. In any case, Celebi is now a veritable respected realm. If Lise can't break through with his strength, then this operation can be said to be a failure. Who would have thought that such a terrifying guy would sit here? But fortunately, Elalud is still alive. 30,000 years, whether it is long or short, not necessarily. The body of the woman in the formation trembled, and when she saw Luo Chen, she couldn't help feeling excited. Because she felt a familiar aura from Luochen. That was what Gu Yushi left before. Elalud, do you want to go back? Or continue in this dark place? Actually, the question of Luochen is very embarrassing. Hunima wants to be with a monster. I don't want to go back. Elalud hesitated for a long time, and finally spit out such words, which made Luochen stunned. Don't want to go back. What logic? Let's go, this formation is very strong, didn't saying it's you, even, he can't break it. He looked at Luo Chen meaningfully. Chapter 452. As Elalud said of him, he naturally looked at Yushi, but, is this formation really that strong? Who is Gu Yushi? That is the pinnacle of this world. It was born from the sky, and its strength was simply beyond what their minds could imagine. But after thinking about it, Luo Chen understood a lot. Here, there is a long river of fate, and it is also created by the way of heaven. Why didn't Gu Yushi come in and snatch people out? The reason must be that the long river of fate is stronger, even he is afraid. At this time, the situation is in crisis and one cannot wait. Luochen knows that if he waits a little longer, the guardian giant of the long river of destiny will return, and he will be hard to hide at that time. Besides, this guy is too strong. He is no match at all. In addition, Gu Yushi is not feeling well right now, with the sky above his head, who will fight with him? Senior, hold on for a while. He gritted his teeth and stepped into the formation. Seeing this scene, Elalud couldn't help shaking his head. Hey, why are you doing this? Elalud has stayed here for so many years, and he has reached the ultimate level of control against Feifeng. As a human being in the dust-falling area, it would be good to be alive here. Sure enough, as soon as Luo Chen entered the formation, he felt a surge of righteousness strike. This power is extremely pure. The laws in his body began to run at extreme speed, as if he wanted to resist this situation. But it was of no use at all. the power of heaven and earth was too strong, and he couldn't stop it. He couldn't help but turn pale and slump to the ground. Elalud smiled bitterly, got up slowly, and came to Luokan. A green light flashed in his hand, blooming on Luokan's body. At this moment, Luokan only felt that the world was spinning, and the whole world seemed to be turned upside down. This. The corners of his mouth murmured, desperately trying to open his eyes. Don't try. This heavenly Tao space is extremely powerful. I sealed your eyes just now. For some reason, there seems to be a force in your eyes that is swallowing this heaven and earth law. As Alaldo said, he helped Luo Chen up and slowly moved to the hiding place behind. You were the one who took the big man away just now, didn't you? Elalud asked with a smile. Now, she has accepted her fate. She is an elf, but unlike the current mainland, she came from a migration, and the laws of her body are different from those of the earth. But it's all a piece of the sky, no matter how big the difference is, how big can it be? Fortunately, Elalud has a healing talent that has allowed her to survive until now. By the way, why did that big guy grab you? According to Luo Chen's idea, the big guy should just kill him directly. It is impossible to say that he caught you like this. In fact, Elalud knows the reason. But the reason is bloody. That huge sculpture is the patron saint who has been guarding here all the time. He cannot leave until the time limit is reached. And back then, Elalado broke in. Didn't that just find him a playmate? That's why the big guy didn't kill him. Thoughtful and fearful. A generation of patron saints, who was so tragic that he caught Elalado, just because he wanted to find someone to chat with him. In fact, the big man has no intelligence and belongs to the puppet created by heaven and earth. But later, with the passage of time, thoughts developed in his mind. Tiandao learned that he didn't want to care about him, so he explained something to him. And told him that as long as the time is up, let him leave. Ellipsis. Luokan was stunned. What about himself? He has a playmate now, and he will come back later, isn't it his death? You were sent by Ji Yu Yushi, right? Elalud asked with a smile. Luo Chen nodded quickly. Who knows? Hearing this news, Elalud actually lowered his head and sighed. He hasn't given up yet. There is no way for him and I to have a result. Their race was destroyed because Ji Yu Yushi, relying on his powerful strength, did whatever he wanted. Have you put it down? Luokan asked softly again. From the moment I met, I treated him as a guest, but later I did fall in love with him. The time period is not long, but separation is the real life and death. At that time, the patriarch of the Gyula family called me to the conference room. Among them, the elders of the Gyula family were basically all there, and they were all waiting for me. I already had a bad premonition in my heart, and I knew that they were probably going to talk about Ji Yu Yushi. Speaking of which, Elalud suddenly stopped talking, and instead stared ahead with a frown. You hide, the big man is back. Luo Chen was stunned, and hurriedly ran towards the few bushes behind him. Sure enough, this big man finally returned, but as he got closer, his body actually became smaller and smaller, and not far away, there was also an incomparably huge sculpture. Where is that human? When he returned, he glared angrily and locked onto Elalud, as if he wanted to find the answer in Elalud's eyes. Alaldo looked at him in surprise, and then asked, What did you say? Did a human break in? There was shock on her face, quite surprised. It's weird. He shook his head and left. Humans breaking in, this is definitely a big deal. If the Long River of Destiny is destroyed by human beings, he will become the target of public criticism. Without waiting for him for 300,000 years, the heaven will kill him directly at that time. Eladordan, when he breathed a sigh of relief, looking at his smaller and smaller back, he was finally relieved. Okay, this guy is finally gone. Elalud said in a low voice that she was actually a little worried. If the giant was deceiving her, it would be troublesome. Who knew that Luokan had not come out for a long time? Just now, he directly tore the seal that Elalado gave him, and locked it with the writing wheel outside. At this moment, the giant was not far away, staring at Readaloud. However, the distance is relatively far, he can't hear the sound, he can only see the person. Seeing that Luokan didn't come out, Readaloud was very surprised, but then he took a deep breath. The longer people live, the wiser they must be. Luokan is indeed young, but he is very powerful. How can someone with such strength be ordinary at this age? I don't know how long it took before Luo Chen slowly walked out of the hiding place. XXX. That guy, finally left. Readaloud glanced at Luokan strangely, she just glanced at his eyes in a trance, and was shocked by the power contained in them. That kind of power is too strong. PFF'd. At this moment, Luokan vomited blood and his face turned pale. The laws here are too strong, and he can't bear it at all. Readaloud's backhand is a shield that tightly wraps Luo Chen. His expression softened a little. That kind of feeling is like being unable to breathe, and the whole person becomes decadent. Now there's a little time, I'll just pick the key points and tell you. Chapter 453. Readaloud was stunned for a moment. Could it be that Luo Chen felt that he had the confidence to rush out? Senior Gu Yushi is resisting the robbery outside at the moment. We must speed up, otherwise the heaven will soon swallow him up, and we don't need to break this formation. As Luokan said, he took out a stone in his hand. This is the space node that he had made Korakuza before, and he can jump back directly. Because this is the law of heaven, so the general law may not work, so Luokan also let Shinado take action and force suppress the law. Walk. With that said, Luokan grabbed Readaloud's hand. It was icy and slippery. At this moment, a majestic force came in, and Luo Chen's complexion changed greatly. It was actually the return of the guardian giant. Because the jump of space nodes requires a lot of energy, and this place itself is a fixed space, with a little fluctuation, the guardian can clearly understand it. Leave me alone. As he roared, Luo Chen only felt that the cracks in the space ahead were rapidly shrinking, and he couldn't help clenching his teeth. If we die, Senior will come down to accompany us soon. Wangquan has a long way to go, and we will accompany us all the way. After the words fell, the people were gone, and the cracks in the space had also healed. The guardian couldn't help but be furious, and roared directly on the spot. His power is extremely terrifying, and he only feels that the entire river of fate is shaking. Located in the crack of space, Luokan has not landed for a long time. There is no other reason. The surrounding barriers are extremely fragile. It is not that they do not want to fall, but they do not dare. I come. Readaloud took a deep breath, and the dark green light radiated, directly healing the crack that was about to collapse, radiating a new power. At the critical moment, the two fell to the ground. Go, leave the river of fate. He gritted his teeth and threw Readaloud upwards, chanting a spell, which was the secret technique of resurrection. Traveling between the two worlds must be done without control. If he can be immune to control, he even took Readaloud away before the formation. Boom. As soon as he finished chanting the spell, Luokan felt a burst of fire behind him, but the old dog actually found it, and because the distance was still a little far, he threw a blow from a distance. Even so, Luo Chen felt as if his body had been blown apart. If he hadn't had an excellent physique, he might have become a pile of dust when he entered. Damn, when I have the strength, I will definitely hang you. If you don't take this revenge, you are not a gentleman. He couldn't help but feel indignant, and then he saw a familiar place. His secret room. Readaloud was also brought in by him, but after she came in, her body became transparent. If it wasn't for the blessing of the wheel eye, he wouldn't even be able to see it at this moment. Readaloud, I have to tell you one thing. Luokan has a serious face, even if the other party is a senior, he is not afraid. She is already dead, she can speak in the long river of fate, but here, she has no ability to speak at all, she can only express her meaning with body movements. She knew that Luo Chen could see her, so she nodded. Senior Gu Yushi, in order to resurrect you, did not hesitate to fight against the sky. Of course, you must be wondering why he didn't resurrect you earlier. If you think so, you blame him. Tiansuo spied on me, and my arrival happened to blur the heavens, and the heavens couldn't lock me. Moreover, I couldn't know my whereabouts, and I had to go to the long river of destiny to find your destiny, and when he entered it. Shards of soul. Do you know what he paid for besides these? If it were me, I would definitely not do it. Resurrection of a person is a taboo, especially deprivation from heavenly Tao. If I can be locked up, after resurrecting you, I must die. Senior Gu Yushi is different, because he is a heavenly clan and has certain immunity. But, even so, the price he paid is unimaginable for me. He have been told before that if you revive you, the identity of his celestial clan will be deprived, his strength will be directly emptied, and his life essence has also changed from infinity to a short period of 50 years. Quote. Alaldo on the side covered her mouth. She couldn't believe it. This man gave up so much for her. Hee, do you know what the saddest thing in life is? Before resurrecting you, he told me to let me clear your memory, that is, you guys are like passers-by. The tone was low and extremely heavy. Alaldo lowered his head, as if he was thinking, and at the same time, he seemed to be denying this matter. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Make her completely forget about this man. It's not realistic at all. Forcibly erase her memory. She believes that with Luokan's strength, she can definitely do it. Do you know why? Fallen Chen is so sad, so great, hurt by love, depressed for tens of thousands of years. What a painful realization. Elalud shook his head again. He said that even though he does not have the identity of the Celestial clan, he doesn't want to let you have a relationship with the Celestial because of his own reasons. Because after you are resurrected, your lifespan will become long, called 10,000 years, even it's all gone. I know, you must be very entangled in your heart now. After your resurrection, once you collide with Gu Yushi's fate, you will be noticed by the sky, and you are very sure that you will not live for 50 years. And the second is that I will take the memory will be erased, and you will return to this world, and from now on, the sky will let the birds fly. 0, 0. Which one do you choose? Luokan didn't want to give her a choice, so he didn't erase his memory, but it's a bit disrespectful to her. Fortunately, Elalud was not as shameless as she thought, because she couldn't speak, so she directly compared one-to-one with her fingers. I hope you don't regret it. After he finished speaking, he took a deep breath and slowly opened the box on the side. The amazing heart was still beating, and Elalud, who was standing on the side, had already held his breath. She can feel that this heart has a faint connection with herself. Gulatin, the blood of El's god, sacrifice his god's filth. The Pokeball was thrown into the air, and Gulatin appeared brightly. Looking at the illusory Alaldo, he couldn't help kneeling on the ground and dipped his head deeply. Then, he came to the side of the heart, spit out a gentle force from his mouth, dragged it up, and put it in the air. Divine blood, the first is to attract spirits, and the second is to condense the flesh. Gu Yushi prepared a lot of materials, but the main material here is Gulatin. Gulatin had let go of blood once before, and that time greatly injured his vitality. Now that the blood has not recovered, he has to release it again. Take a drop of life essence and blood and put it in your heart. After Luokan finished speaking, he quickly began to spit out a mantra, and from time to time, he was dripping with sweat. Miracles bloom directly at this moment. 100 million. Chapter 454. The four corners of the heart suddenly bloomed and floated in all directions. Here, a vague outline was formed. That was Elalud's body. 36,000 kinds of precious materials are not afraid of losing their capital, and it took less than half an hour for the physical body to condense the initial stage. Luo Chen felt it for a while, and was shocked by the power contained within. The power here is very strong. It is even said that the strength is outrageous. The material itself is precious, and with the divine blood of Gulatin, it would be a strange thing if it couldn't become stronger. Poured with divine blood, it forms a 24-week sky, and it stays at 108 key acupuncture points. The heart has been nourished for thousands of years, so the heart does not need much pouring. Besides, there is a drop of life essence and blood. Do you still need divine blood? Readaloud watched this scene quietly, feeling very emotional in his heart. He would see his beloved 050 in a while, in the end. How should he speak? I haven't been able to meet each other for 10,000 years, and I don't know how happy life is. Or something else. After a long time, Gulatin collapsed weakly. Luo Chen frowned, put his hand on his head, and was immediately stunned. There are only two kinds of blood in his body now. One is the blood that transports energy, and the other is a drop of life essence blood left. There are only 3 drops in his body, and it may take 100 years, or 1,000 years to recover. As for the divine blood, he actually didn't leave a drop, he took it all for purification. Hey, go back first, and then find a way. Luochen shook his head and said nothing more. He focused his attention on the body again. At this moment, the body was basically condensed. The carcass was perfect and the skin was tender and white, like a new life. He blushed when he thought of how naked she was when she recovered. The rest is the last step. Put her soul back. This is a serious process that requires 100% cooperation from the other party, otherwise it will fail. Alaldo, I will lead you into this body next. You must pay attention. Without 100% cooperation, this process will fail. Seeing that Luo Chen was so serious, Alalado didn't move, so he stared straight at Luo Chen. For fear of missing a bit of action. 2 rays of light appeared in his hand, one was red and the other was gray. Gulatin's blood is already boiling, and this temperature cannot be lowered. Instead of this, it is better to use the power of the flame attribute directly. Every step seems to be careful, not a little careless. Luochen was worried, afraid of wasting materials, and the bamboo basket would be empty. The body has been bordered by the soul, to the person was inexplicably familiar, and without even needing his traction, Alaldo went in directly. You can feel it. If there is no problem, just wear a set of clothes and come out by yourself. Now I will go outside to see Senior Ji Yushi. He coughed dryly. After all, she was a senior's woman. Although he didn't care much, he couldn't help himself. Escaped the scene and went straight to the outside of the secret room. Outside, it was already covered with dark clouds. Looking up, Luo Chen's whole body was messed up. A middle-aged man, he is half naked, and there are endless arcs running around him. Above his head, the scene was even more frightening. That thunder, as thick as an arm, locked him tightly. Senior, you've already succeeded, just wait a little longer and she'll come out. Since Lei Ting is here, it won't be so easy to disappear, and I don't know what Ji Yushi plans to do. Hearing these words, Ji Yushi's body seemed to be petrified. His momentary absence caused him to be bruised and bruised all over his body. Afterwards, I don't know where he poured out a force and slammed into the Tianling cover. Hee, Tiandao, do you think Lao Su is afraid of you? Now that Readaloud has been rescued, he has nothing to care about, but is very relaxed. Ji Yushi, you are going too far. Since you have done such a thing, you should be punished. Do you know the crime? Ji Yushi snickered in his heart, he had already guessed the result. After all, he is also the favored son of the sky, and he is very familiar with the power of the sky. For a while, the way of heaven can't hurt him at all. Ji Yushi is convicted of the crime and is willing to accept all the punishments of heaven. He respectfully took out a chenkin bag from his arms and placed it in the air respectfully. Hey, why are you suffering? XXX. I don't know if I heard it wrong. Luochen seemed to hear someone talking in the sky. At this moment, Luo Chen witnessed this terrifying scene with his own eyes. The light of the 1,500 laws fell, impartially, closed in midair, and landed on Ji Yushi's head the next moment. He couldn't help gnashing his teeth. It was an extremely uncomfortable process. Every one of his bones had to be taken back. What was given to him was a simple bone. The so-called rebirth is similar to this one, but Ji Yushi is hollowing out his own strength. PFF'd. A mouthful of old blood spit out. Ji Yushi's face was pale, the weakest in history. In the blink of an eye, Luokan saw another ray of light falling, also falling on Ji Yushi's heavenly spirit cover. The choice you made yourself, don't blame me for being ruthless. Whether it's strength, longevity, or identity, all are gone. Ji Yushi is now an ordinary person at most. Lei dispersed, Luo Chen hurriedly stepped forward and supported him with one step. Senior, are you okay? Luo Chen asked with concern. Ji Yushi had a smile on his face. This smile seemed to come from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, Luo Chen discovered a change. Ji Yushi's current appearance looks like he was in his teens or 20s. There is nothing wrong with the River of Destiny, right? He was actually more concerned about these things. The place in the River of Destiny is very dangerous, he knows it. The River of Fate, that giant is going to kill me. Luokan was a little speechless, so he said this. Hehe, that guy, before, was my little brother. Tiandao Management, these guys are formed by Tiandao, and their existence is to ensure the fairness of the world. But how can there be absolute fairness in this world? Just like Ji Yushi, he possessed the power of Shirla, so he killed the Gyula clan by himself. Fallen dust. In other words, you can't even beat his younger brother. Nima, is there anyone who hits people like this? By the way, have you cleared her memory? Ji Yushi suddenly became serious. This question is very important and will determine what identity he uses to communicate with the other party. I didn't delete it. Luo Chen was a little cowardly. Nima, will this senior slap him to death? Oh, by the way, he is an ordinary person now, and he can blow him with a single breath. Hey, you. Ji Yushi shook his head helplessly, with a hint of loneliness in his eyes. Does he really not want to be with his beloved? The answer is no. There are many unsatisfactory loves in this world. They give up everything for love, ignore everything and come together. Can Ji Yushi really let go? Chapter 455. Readaloud had been resurrected. She stood at the back, looking at the man in the sky, with mixed feelings in her heart. After Luokan, he sighed silently, took his things, and slowly left Duanheng Mountain. In this relationship, they are destined to continue their relationship. Does it mean that if you let it go, you can let it go? Ji Yushi won't blame him. He will only despise himself for being too cowardly. I don't have the courage to face the woman I love. I've done enough, and the rest really depends on you. While walking slowly, he was still muttering. Broken Hengshan might disappear with their departure. From time to time, he has reached the foot of the mountain. Looking up at the top of the mountain, he is not so blurred, but clearly visible. 10,000 years have passed, and Ji Yushi should wake up. Looking around, the ancient Dragon Mountain range has already been drawn into the eyes. Based on his thinking, he has spent 2 full months outside. Protoss, there is no trace of him. The biggest purpose of his trip has been completed, and he should go back. At the beginning, when he came, Ganshi asked him to help him. Like Gu 22 Shishi, he was also hurt by love, but what kind of love was this love? The Gulong Mountains are quiet and eerie, without a trace of vitality. Luokan felt sleepy, so he walked slowly. Logically speaking, the Protoss has declined, the world has fallen into peace, there is no war, and some are just trivial matters. At this moment, it is located in the human race hall. The 2 middle-aged people are sitting opposite each other, isn't it Ji Yushi and Lord Tianlong? Brother Ganshi, the situation in the world is now settled, what do you think about the future plan? The Protoss was defeated, and the 2 of them were naturally at the top of the world. Why not talk about the world? Ganshi was silent, and a silhouette couldn't help but emerge in his mind. Because of the passage of time, or because of the decline of the law, he could not even remember the appearance of Luo Chen. Little friend Luokan hasn't returned for the time being, should you and I go find him? Ganshi was an upright and straightforward person. Because Luokan went to Duanungshan, he was always worried. After so many months, he didn't know how he came here. Ganshi, do you know where that place is? Do you know the god burial domain? After the fall of the gods, the circle of death formed, and broken Hengshan is even more terrifying than the burial god domain. I heard Lord Arceus say, the strong people there don't provoke. Ganshi was slightly moved. Who is Arceus? Of course he knew, although he did not know the realm of Arceus, but he was sure that it was definitely not ordinary. Even if that's not enough, we can't just abandon him. Without him, what do you think our current situation would be like? This remark pierced the heart, and Lord Tianlong also sighed. His elf clan is by no means a perfidious one. Now, he is the leader of the entire elf clan. If he did such things, wouldn't he set a plaque for future generations? Okay, let's set off immediately and head to Duanheng Mountain. If there is something wrong with little friend Luokan, hey, Tianlong, are by no means an ordinary person. Ganshi was overjoyed. What he wanted was this rhetoric. But before we set off, we still have to make arrangements. Otherwise, if something happens to us, won't the humans and elves mess up? Although Ganshi values friendship, he is not an impulsive person. He must do things carefully after careful consideration. He is not afraid of death, he is afraid of the death of the people around him. Now that he is in a high position, he values his own life even more. The Protoss is defeated, and he is invincible. Who can compete with him? Lord Tianlong smiled and disappeared. The two did not say an appointment time, and the tacit understanding over the years is not needed at all. Little friend Luokan, what's the matter with you? If I had known this would happen earlier, I shouldn't have told you about broken Hengshan. Ganshi sighed and said helplessly. Luokan didn't know about these, but at this moment, he was already attracted by a mysterious power in the Gulong Mountains. In that power, there is a looming law. If you don't pay attention, I'm afraid you really don't know it. The source is a cave, and the entrance of the cave is only as high as an adult. Luo Chen was surprised in his heart. Could it be that some strong man is retreating? With his strength, there is no problem in the ancient times. But is he really the kind of person who is so powerful that he can do whatever he wants? Undecided for a while, he began to look around the cave. The environment is pretty good, but he always feels that something is missing. For this, he scratched his head. On both sides of the entrance of the cave, there is a transparent energy that ordinary people can't see, but who is he? With a writing wheel eye, you can penetrate the truth at a glance. Boom! There was a sudden loud noise in the cave, and Luo Chen was stunned for a moment. Could it be that he went crazy? Just when he thought so, a hot breath rushed towards his face. What exactly is it? Thinking that the Gulong Mountains were all dead, his complexion changed drastically. Someone was cultivating evil arts under the eyes of the human race. One step into the cave, his complexion changed drastically. As expected, here is actually cultivating evil methods. Bangira, go and get rid of that guy outside. The thick voice resounded, and Luo Chen was immediately stunned. Is there such a suffocating operation? A blatant arrangement. However, this guy's elf is indeed very strong, and Bangira is the overlord of the ground system, but this Bangira is a little different from his impression. Bangira has a nickname, that is, the supreme being of the ground. If he reaches the level of a supernatural beast, he can even easily destroy a continent. As for Bangira in front of him, his body is covered with a layer of golden scales, and his pupils have a faint green color. If such characters appear in front of Luokan, he will definitely define them as villains. Hey, old man, don't you look down on me too much. A mere Bangira wants to beat me too. Luo Chen raised his head and looked at the old man above. The person above was sitting cross-legged. Hearing this, he couldn't help but look sideways. He murmured, "This kid has a steady pace. Even if he confronts Bagheera, he doesn't lose his aura. Could it be that he is really a strong man?" Because he had heard before that the Protoss was defeated because of a young talent. That battle was almost related to the legendary realm. He didn't know how it was. Back then, when the Protoss was in power, because of what I did wrong, I was released by the Protoss. The wanted order. Now that the Protoss has been defeated, he dares to show his head again. He is not afraid of Ganshi and Tianlong, because in his hands, there are only 3 super beasts. Moreover, one of them is still the pinnacle of existence. He was afraid, because he was afraid of this broken young man who would stir up the rivers and lakes. Hee, I'm young, and my tone is not small. If you can defeat Bagheera, this old man will admit defeat. How? Although Bagheera is not the pinnacle of existence, but at least it is the supreme one who guards one side of the land, how can it be comparable to the stubborn generation? Chapter 456. A smile appeared on the corner of Luoken's mouth. This old man had a worried expression on his face. It seemed that he was afraid. It's just that he doesn't know his true identity. It seems that everything has to wait for him to clean up Bagheera. At the same time, a Pokeball appeared in his hand. Kurama, come out and get some air, and deal with this scum by the way. Kurama is now the pinnacle of the super divine beast, and the distance from the legendary realm is only a threshold gap, but it is not easy to stabilize the godhead and step up. In an instant, the Kurama jumped out, glanced around, and suddenly found Bagheera not far away. He couldn't help but wait for it. His strength is not the strongest in the master's hands. He knows this. Therefore, only by using actual combat to impress the master can he gain more resources. The terrifying aura was instantly released, and the cave was immediately enveloped by a law. The old man's eyes changed slightly, and something suddenly appeared in his heart. He is now 80% sure that this young man is that terrifying guy. In this age group, how many people can control such a strong elf? By the way, Kurama, take it lightly, don't kill him. Slap in the face. This Nima doesn't give face at all. The old man wanted to cry but had no tears. He knew that he wouldn't be here to force it. Now it's all right, the Lord is really here. He has been planning ahead for many years and has been hiding his head and showing his tail. This level of battle does not require the wisdom of falling dust. His 9 lamas respected the manipulation of time, and he saw a grey aura from his body, blessing on Bagheera's body. This force, like a curse, slowed down Bagheera's movement speed by hundreds of times. At the same time, he added a time acceleration law for himself, and the distance between the two has been widened. Bagheera, start the battle mode. XXX. The old man was horrified, and quickly took out a jade stone from his arms and threw it up instantly. On Bagheera, the same jade stone flashed. The two were not affected by the law and were directly fused. Luo Chen was stunned. This guy has a fighting form. Although the battle is only temporarily started, it should not be underestimated. Kurama, you are not an opponent in the opponent's fighting form, so just use your full strength for a while, you don't need to keep your hands tilde. The old man thought that Luo Chen was going to change to another elf, but Nima, is there such an operation? Bagheera, destroy the death light. Bagheera made the move first, and Luoken saw a ray of light appear in the sky. The energy was alternated between several expressions, and he instantly came into contact with the Kurama. Is the Kurama weak? When this energy came, he didn't even hesitate to take the place and resist all the damage. Kurama, time and space are confused. The 9 lamas raised their voices in anger, and the rocks in the cave fell one after another. Just at this moment, the cave reinforced by the law collapsed suddenly, and the air rising from the sky permeated everywhere. This place itself is not far from the human race base camp. If it continues like this, it will definitely attract the attention of the other party. Above the human race hall, A middle-aged man couldn't help frowning when he watched this scene. These two fighting guys are so strong. No matter who it is, he can't fight. This made him a little annoyed, and immediately began to contact Lord Tianlong. Hearing the news, Tianlong was also confused. Who are these two guys? Are they so strong? Go and see. Lord Tianlong grunted. Without him saying that, Ganshi had this plan. In the world, there is such a strong person. Whether it is a good thing or a bad thing, of course we have to understand. After all, in today's world, the real masters are them. When the two approached silently, a smile appeared on the corner of Luokan's mouth. You two, since you're here, why don't you come out and see? Luokan laughed and looked at the void ahead. The old man was stunned. This young man, and his accomplices, couldn't help but follow his gaze. Immediately, he was dumbfounded. Nima, Lord Tianlong and Ganshi are actually here. Little friend Luokan, you're back, huh? Ganshi let out a long sigh and turned his eyes to the old man. For some reason, he always thought this guy was very familiar. This, Protoss traitor, Gu Jia. Lord Tianlong was stunned for a moment, then he reacted immediately, looking at the old man with a shocked expression. It has been pointed out, Gu Jia has no need to hide anymore, because he knows that in the current battle, he will definitely lose. Coming from the Protoss, he has a deep understanding of how strong Lord Shenzun is, but such a strong existence can't stop these three guys. What kind of virtue and ability can he take advantage of here? Boom. The last time it hit, I saw Bangira fly upside down, foaming from his mouth. One can imagine how strong the attack he received. Give up resistance, little friend Luokan's strength is not something you can resist, and this little elf should be weaker in his hands. Ganshi looked at Gu Jia sympathetically. This guy was wanted back then, so it seems that he is still a bit capable. But the mistake was that he shouldn't have had a hand with Luo Chen. This is a real monster. How did Gus die? It made people laugh when he said it, but he was actually stared to death by Luo Chen. Luokan, what nonsense are you talking about? Gu Jia. Maybe it was really helpless. Gu Jia took Bangira back and went straight to the bottom. Ganshi and Lord Tianlong didn't stop him. In their opinion, even if he was given a chance, he wouldn't be able to die. This guy came back from Broken Hengshan. In that place, Ganshi only stayed for a while, and then he had white hair and continued to stay. Well, he didn't know what would happen. Diaresis Senior. How offended I was before. Gu Jia has a respectful look on his face. In the face of the strong, he must remain in awe. Hee, young man, yes, you have a bright future, why don't you introduce yourself first? Luo of Li's Chen smiled and looked at Gu Jia. Lord Tianlong. Ganshi. Gu Jia coughed dryly, and then said, the junior is called Gu Jia, he is a member of the Protoss, and there is no godhead in his body, so he plans to leave the Protoss to capture the elf and become a trainer. But, I found out by accident that I can actually devour the elf's attribute law. Moreover, it can help me condense my godhead, so you are wanted. After Luo Chen heard this, he couldn't help laughing out loud. There is actually such an operation. The Protoss is really talented. Protoss, it's none of my business. Second seniors, what do you think should be done? Luo Chen smiled slightly. Since this guy is a god race, let's listen to the arrangements of the two seniors. After being silent for a long time, Ganshi was able to speak, and then said, gods, humans, and elves can actually survive well. Chapter 457. Survive well. Of course Luo Chen also had this idea, but is this really possible? The gods are unpredictable, the characters are cunning, and the elves are powerful. With the blessings of these factors, where did they put peace? Kill it. He spat out these words lightly, and behind Luo Chen's hands, he moved towards the distance. Gu Jia was in despair, the Protoss. Really the source of the scourge. Without all of this, wouldn't he be enjoying himself now? Ganshi and Lord Tianlong looked at each other, and both saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Luokan is not such a slaughter, and Ji Yujia is so powerful, so he killed it like this. Isn't it a pity? Remember, the Protoss will disappear forever, the time bomb cannot exist. The voice of Luokan came from afar, and the two silently lowered their heads. This is indeed the case. If the Protoss remains, it will be a ticking time bomb for the humans and the elves. Let me ask, who would like to carry something that could explode at any time? Ji Yujia, I'm sorry. Ganshi looked at Ji Yujia regretfully. Perhaps, this is fate. The Protoss has done so much and should be punished. Hee, I should have thought of this result long ago. Ji Yujia smiled, he had already seen through all of this. If it wasn't for the elf clan's effect, it would inevitably be like the god clan. I saw him take out a few pokeballs from his arms and hold them in his hands. I can die, can my elf leave? Perhaps, this is his last request. With the previous experience, Ganshi did not rush to agree, but looked at Luo Chen in the distance. Let it go, I will take them to Arceus to cleanse their souls. For some reason, Luokan actually had a trace of regret in his heart, and the Protoss just disappeared. Thank you. Ji Yujia smiled bitterly, and all the elves were released. Little fellows, the master made a mistake and should be punished. Go with your lord, and he will take you to where you should go. Good guy, Ji Yujia has 6 elves, 5 of them are super divine beasts, and 1 has not reached it, but looking at the breath, it should be soon. In this scene, Ganshi and Lord Tianlong felt their scalps go numb. Is this their strength? They were still pitying Ji Yujia before, but now. Forget it, Nima, if they keep him, they don't know who will be the master. Killing himself with 1 sword, his heart and liver are torn apart and turned into ashes. Ji Yujia has gone with the wind. Looking at this scene, the 3 of them sighed. He is a hero after all, yet he has fallen like this. Senior Ganshi, there is something I want to tell you. Luo Chen suddenly thought of Ganzai's request, and said it immediately. Ganshi was taken aback for a moment, and looked at Luo Chen in doubt. Maybe you don't know, the future you will be unhappy, the reason is the most affectionate, how deep your heart is, how spiritual is the relationship, don't forget the present, the future, and you can resist it. Leaving those words, Luo Chen's figure disappeared, and behind him, there were 6 ancient spirits. Ganshi was stunned. What is the interpretation of this? Why is the dust like this? He never fires empty cannons. Tianlong, do you understand? Ganshi touched his forehead. It wasn't that he was stupid, but that Luokan's words were too mysterious. He said that you will be unhappy in the future, it must have something to do with love. Ganshi was silent, he really thought of a person. That woman. There is a Yiren by the side of a lake, drunken lying on a lotus platform with a beautiful face, you can be led by the future, in love with a young age. In the old days, Ganshi traveled and saw thousands of landscapes. She was dressed in red, with beautiful eyes, and enjoying the intoxication alone, in a lake. Ganshi passed by, and asked him about it. After his parents died, he felt pity for him, and he became a brother and sister with different surnames. I was invited to Gulong to travel around the mountains and play with water. Because of this, the girl fell in love with her, and she was in love with her late at night, and Ganshi was deeply moved, but after all, she was the supreme human being and had the most restraints behind her. You shouldn't think too much about love. In order to appease his heart, he called him brother and sister and sent him away. She has always been avoiding in her heart, but as time goes by, the love in her heart is almost forgotten. Now that Luokan mentions it, it seems that there is such a thing. Those 100 years of concern came to mind again, and the yearning became more and more intense. Luokan, thank you. Looking at the empty air, Ganshi bowed respectfully. Ganshi, you won't really have sex, will you? Lord Tianlong was shocked. This old guy, has he really been in love? In that case, Luokan is really too powerful, but I don't know what the future Ganshi will look like. Turning to think of his own destiny, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He is very envious of human beings. He can freely choose marriage, freely choose love, and let go. He is the elves, or the leader of the elves, and he has no such qualifications at all. Hundreds of miles away from the ancient dragon, one slowly stopped, looking at a group of elves behind him. A hint of playfulness appeared on the corner of his mouth. Why, you are dissatisfied with me. This person is Luo Chen. When he was on his way, he felt something was wrong. These guys were too quiet. If he dies, his elf will avenge himself even if he dies. It's very quiet here, you can start now. Luo Chen smiled slightly, and his terrifying strength immediately erupted, and Rikongza came on the stage roaring. Cracked seat is cracked seat. As soon as he appeared on the stage, he caused a few guys to be shocked. Come on, let's do it right here. Luokan looked at them with some contempt, and then let Korakuza do it. He didn't want to kill these elves, so he did it now, just to shock him. The cracking seat has a good strength, enough to frighten them. I saw crackling seat looking up at the sky, and the terrifying killing intent suddenly filled the air, and the elves on the opposite side were stunned. In this sharp-edged killing intent, they had already felt suffocated. HMPH, I am too lazy to kill you now, so be honest with me. After saying this, Luo Chen let Kakukongza go back. This time, the shock and deterrence was very effective, and it scared the guys on the opposite side. Arceus, it is said that in Yuanxi Mountain, where the universe originated, he guarded it all year round to protect the peace of the world. He will not favor any one race. In his opinion, there must be a reason for the formation of any race. As for the reason, it remains to be studied. XXX. Today, he suddenly felt unwell and didn't know what happened, but as a Zeon, he slowly closed his eyes and continued to doze off. The origin of the universe. Fallen dust, finally arrived. The smoke filled the air, and there were many strange rocks. Looking around, it was a mess. Is this the place where the universe originated? Are you sure you didn't go wrong? Looking again, you can vaguely see a mountain in front of you. That is the so-called Yuanxi Mountain, where the creator god Arceus is located. Actually, here, Luo Chen has another purpose. He knows that Arceus doesn't care about the loneliness of the race, he just wants to make the world stable, and he controls the overall situation. Chapter 458. The arrival of falling dust was an accident. Arceus never imagined that a human would come to the origin of the universe. Even more unexpected, there are actually several tyrannical beings behind him. Looking at the misty sacred mountain in the distance, Luokan's thoughts were greatly moved, and he immediately stepped forward, rushing forward, and the elves behind him followed. Here, they felt a terrifying depression, and for some reason, they would feel an inexplicable sense of security when they were beside them. It's almost here, you all follow me closely. With his eyes turned forward, the pressure of the mountain was getting stronger and stronger. Junior Hefang, step on my Yuanxi mountain. A thick voice sounded, and in the blink of an eye, the huge Yuanxi mountain disappeared, forming a phantom that reached the sky. Arceus was in the state of a divine sheep, with white hair fluttering in the wind, unable to see the truth. However, Luo Chen can guess a fact from this posture. This guy is very strong. Even with his celebrity, not much different. Presumably the predecessor is the god of creation, Lord Arceus, and I am a mortal below. I came here today to ask for something. Luo Chen said respectfully. Beg me, do you think it's up to you? What qualifications do you have to beg me? Arceus sneered, he was the god of creation, but he was not a bodhisattva, and he would help anyone who asked for it. Oh, Lord Arceus, that's not a good word. It's a good thing to have a friend from afar, but why do I think you are so disdainful? Luokan is also cold. If he keeps doing this, he doesn't mind giving this guy a lesson. With his current strength, he really doesn't need to be afraid of anyone. Girardes. Arceus glanced at Luochen, and then roared at the void. Hearing this, Luo Chen couldn't help but secretly said that it was not good. Girardes was one of the 3 war gods under him, and his strength was estimated to be not bad. Although it was not as good as Celebi, he could deal with the Chaos Dream cracking empty seat. Naturally, there was no problem. I am the god of creation, and I will not kill innocent people indiscriminately. Today, you are so disrespectful to me, so let you go and hit me in the face. I am a warrior, are you still satisfied? As long as you have the ability to fight, the elf that wins him, I won't blame you, on the contrary, I will agree to your 3 demands. Arceus would never have thought about the strength of young people like Luo Chen. At the same time, he said that he could find a step down for himself. Girardes was approaching, and the pressure was permeating. It seemed like a shock from the 9 Netherworld, and it seemed like a call from Wangquan, which made people feel sleepy. Have you ever beaten him? Luo Chen asked after glancing at Gujia's elf. Always give them a chance to perform. However, a group of guys immediately looked at each other and lowered their heads, not daring to look at Luochen. Cowardly. Luo Chen cursed. These guys clearly knew that Luo Chen was scolding them, but they didn't dare to be presumptuous. In case of falling dust, throw them out like crazy. How should that be? The strength of Girardes penetrated deep into their hearts, and they had completely frightened them just after their appearance. Super Dream, come out, these guys are too cowardly. Luo Chen was speechless, so he threw Chao Meng out. As soon as Mewtwo came out, it immediately caught the attention of Girardes. Super Dream. Arceus was stunned for a moment. To be fair, he is the true supreme of the elves. The so-called Lord Tianlong is just a pretense. Master Arceus, there is something I have to tell you. He was serious and unsmiling. With such a rigorous tone, Arceus couldn't help but look solemn. Might as well speak bluntly. It asked. Falling Chen smiled, and then he said, I come from the future. Because the Protoss is too evil, and will soon occupy the human world. I will wait for the people to live, and I will travel through dimensions and return to the past for the sake of justice. Arceus. Girardes. What, don't the 2 seniors have anything to ask? Luo Chen smiled. It was Arceus who was the first to speak. If this is the case, you have violated the rules of survival in this world. Back then, you would not have wiped out the Protoss, but now that the other party has returned with a full load, it is you who should panic and panic. My existence, Arceus, is to protect the justice of this world. You are very powerful, you can travel through dimensions, but have you ever thought about the Protoss? Okay, I won't say much, the conditions have been put down, I can't take it back, the roots of the Protoss on the earth have been annihilated, let's see how this earth will develop. Arceus suddenly became angry, and this sudden scene made Luo Chen's face bewildered. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. This Nima, you are also a creation god after all, the Protoss is an intruder. Is the enemy, what did he do? Not for the whole world. Isn't it for this home that lives on? If the Protoss hadn't gone too far and could stay in the ultimate world with peace of mind, would they have come this far? Protoss, damn it. So, this is also the reason why Gujia didn't live in the first place. The Protoss, like dogs in those days, lingered on and tried to make ends meet. Once you have the strength to breathe, you will recklessly fight back. Is this really interesting? Ha ha. Arceus, you are the god of creation, but what I want to tell you is that if the elves die out in this world and the human race die out, who will you protect? Guard the gods who are stronger than you. The invasion of monsters in the galaxy. You put down your words, and I put them down. I hope you can know your position, instead of blindly pretending to be cold and arrogant. 0. Do you think that you can be regarded as supreme? No, you are wrong. You can only make me look down on you, and the world looks down on you. You are a selfish person, just say that you are expensive for the god of creation, what things in this world did you create? With a slap in the face, Luo Chen was also very angry. This Arceus is a guy who wants face and has to pretend to be forced. If he doesn't scold him comfortably, he will definitely not be happy. Arceus was stunned, and Girardes was stunned, even the group of elves behind Luo Chen, Buddhism. Hee, Girardes, let's do it. When he said these words, Arceus seemed to feel that he was getting old in an instant, and the words that fell into the dust were poignant, after so many years. He didn't seem to have done much. Just like his title, the so-called God of Creation, everything in this world, even the laws, are ready-made. He just changed the trend of the mountains and rivers, and the rest did not move. Just like this, can they be called the God of Creation? He secretly glanced at Luochen and found that he was observing the battle with a serious face. On the field, Girardes and Mewtwo were already fighting. Girardes wriggled his body, and under the advantage of the number of claws, he kept attacking. 100 million. Chapter 459. Girardes was very aggressive, and every tentacle had an unimaginable power. At this moment, Mewtwo's eyes closed, mysterious fluctuations poured out, and in an instant, bursts of storms erupted on the field. Girardes' body trembled slightly, apparently frightened by Mewtwo's sudden attack. Haha, your super dream is pretty good. Arceus chuckled lightly, and then looked at Luochen. In fact, he was also quite surprised. Cheomung has grown very well. The strength is even more than half a point stronger than that of Girardes. If this human hadn't given him a surprise, he would probably have seized and questioned him. Senior's false praises are due to Cheomung's own efforts. Luochen is embarrassed, and with strangers, there is no need to say too much. Details, that way, are not good for oneself. The battle is still going on. Luochen had greeted Xiaomeng before, so don't win too easily. Well, the reason, we all know. Girardes is still the power in Arceus' hands. If he kills it easily, wouldn't he not give him face? Girardes, hurry up and end this battle. Arceus is speechless. You are a god after all, you control the cycle of life and death, but now you are hanged by the superpower system, it's just shameful. Girardes couldn't tell how hard he was. He also wanted to end the battle quickly, but this guy is too strong. There was no chance for him to breathe. Mewtwo, if that's the case, let's end it. There was a smile on the corner of Luochen's mouth, and then he saw layers of laws appearing on the surface of the Super Dream body. At first glance, it actually filled several layers. In this day and age, there is still a fairy dream that combines multiple laws. Arceus was stunned, surprised by Mewtwo's sudden change. As far as he knew, after the arrival of the Protoss, the elves began to lose, and basically no elves could condense multiple laws. I never thought that there are guys who have succeeded now. Do you call this multiple laws? Luo Chen was stunned for a moment, a little confused. Jiu Yushi told him before that this is the trace of the Great Tao. Well, maybe it's because of different origins and different names for them. Super Dream, Spiritual Light. The superpower department is a very basic skill. Of course, Xiaomeng has mastered it. In fact, after playing for so long, Xiaomeng has not released skills. The reason is very simple. Through the previous test of the water, Mewtwo can probably guess the strength of Girardes, but he is not as strong as himself. If a skill passed, he might be seriously injured. Girardes, Jean Ray. Arceus's complexion changed greatly. At this time, he suddenly discovered that Girardes' speed had dropped by more than all levels. When he shouted this password, he panicked. The skill even showed a little bit of fur when he was hit by a sudden flash of white light and fell into a near-death state. The corners of Arceus' mouth twitched. Nima, this. A skill can do it. Girardes hasn't been practicing seriously recently. Is he being lazy? Otherwise, how could it be so weak? Fallen dust. Cheomung, confused. Too weak. This is what Luochen and Cheomung had in mind. As for Arceus, he looked at Cheomung with dread and was shocked. This Cheomung is very strong. even said, too strong. Alright, Arceus has always said that he is willing to admit defeat. If you have any requirements, just say it. As long as time is delayed, Arceus will be sure to figure out why Mewtwo is strong. 1. The elves behind me, they are the subordinates of the god race Gyugia. Now that Gyugia is dead, I want you to help them wash their minds. Secondly, the Protoss has been wiped out, and the humans and elves will fall into peace. However, there are always some guys who are uneasy about the status quo and make small moves. I want to ask you to take care of them. For a while, I couldn't think of anything unnecessary to say, and Luokan ended like this. According to what you mean, if the Protoss is now extinct, the ambitions of humans and elves will be manifested. Arceus smiled and denied this. Whether it was humans or elves, he knew it too well. There's absolutely no way things could go wrong. Don't take chances. I thought about this before I started. If there are only humans left in this world, it will be even more dangerous. If there are only elves left, I'm afraid it will be better. Luokan is also a chuckle. He is deeply touched by the greed of human beings. I am afraid that he has already deeply experienced the so-called, seeing people's hearts over time. Aren't you worried too much? Although human beings are wise against the sky, it is impossible to make waves. As far as I know, the Rift Seat is now guarding, who can turn over in his hands. The elves, with a long lifespan, are far from comparable to humans. Especially the super divine beasts like Kaikongza, whose lifespan is even commensurate with Tianchi. No, this is bad. What I'm worried about is not this. You said before that human wisdom is against the sky, right? What I want to tell you now is that human beings are not only smart, but also very treacherous. Luo Chen said this. At that time, it seemed that he did not consider himself a human being. Arceus was silent. He is an elf and has dealt with many strong human beings. He has never seen a human as straightforward as Luo Chen. Human. Okay, I agree to this condition. Arceus looked solemn and his strength reached their level. Saying such words is definitely not someone who breaks the contract easily. Moreover, the so-called requirement of falling dust is not a requirement at all. In other words, this is equivalent to protecting the elves. Humans are insidious and cunning, he knows, but it is unknown whether they are as powerful as Luo Chen said. XXX. Okay, then please. Luokan smiled and gave a look to the group of guys behind him. Those guys hurriedly ran over. I heard Luo Chen said before that they wanted to cleanse their minds. At the same time, at this time, they realized that Luokan wasn't that bad. Some things were actually for the sake of the elves. Lord. At this moment, the silent Girardes suddenly spoke up, not knowing what he wanted to express. Arceus frowned. Passing his gaze to him, he immediately said, might as well speak bluntly. Girardes just started to speak, and he also deliberately increased the volume, as if he wanted to let Luokan know. Reversing the world, something went wrong. Reverse the world, something went wrong. These short 8 words, like a heavy stone, fell hard on Arceus's heart, and he couldn't help being stunned. How could there be a problem with the inversion of the world? What about the destructive factor? It won't be taken away, right? He clearly remembered that in order to protect the inversion world, he also deliberately placed the destruction factor at the beginning, just for the balance of the two worlds. The sabotage factor. Lost. Ellipsis. Chapter 460. Huh, what did you say? Arceus could hardly believe his ears. How could he lose something so important as a destructive factor? What a joke. I'm not kidding, the destructive factor is really lost. Now there are a large number of humans and elves who have entered the inversion world through the god burial land, and there are many trainers who are clamoring to challenge me. Quote. Girardes was helpless. It wasn't that he wasn't an opponent, but that he didn't have the energy. 1 or 2 trainers were weak, even if there were not many gods. With this kind of strength, I also want to challenge. It would be fine if there were fewer people, but every day nearly tens of thousands of people challenged him, and he vomited blood in anger. Because Arceus once gave him an order, no matter who challenged him, he could not deny it. It was for this reason that he wanted to vomit blood. Nima, is there any humanity left? Lord Arceus, about the destruction factor, I think you can ask the superpower family. In my memory, the destruction factor has always been used to suppress Chao Meng. Luo Chen smiled. This statement is normal. Just after saying this, 822 Arceus fell silent. The reason he created the destructive factor was to ensure the normal reincarnation of the two worlds. His grandmother is so wicked, she actually stole the sabotage factor. Super dream. Arceus glanced at the little guy beside Luoken, and then smiled. This smile made Luoken goosebumps all over the place. Nima, I am not interested in this aspect. Super dream, what do you know? Tell me all about it. Mewtwo next to him seems to be hesitant to say anything, so it's better to let him talk so far. Chao Meng nodded. It seemed that he hadn't spoken for too long, and it was uncomfortable to hold back. Back then, when I was still in the superpower family, I learned that the destruction factor was stolen. That guy, called Guigu, created a force. His purpose was to reverse the world. Or, to ride the law of reversal in the hands of Ladus. Guigu, who is he? Luoken looked confused, and he had a lot of evil forces in his mind. What water fleet, rocket team, etc., piles upon piles. It seems that this Ghost Valley should be the beginning of all disasters. How should this matter be resolved? Lord Luoken. Girardes looked at Luoken with a flattering expression, feeling aggrieved in his heart. He is challenged tens of thousands of times every day, and he still has to fight. If the opponent is strong, it will be fine, but the result is that he is not in the mainstream. Today, Arceus summoned him to relax for a day. Luo Chen, who knows what happened in the ancient times? Perhaps, Super Dream is clear. Don't worry about this, the Chaos Dream of this era will be found, and it will also be merged with the Destruction Factor. The two will be separated, and the Destruction Factor will be put back again. However, there is a big problem here. An important thing in the Destruction Factor was stolen. This thing is very important. Even if Girardes traced it for thousands of years, he still found nothing. Luoken raised his brows and asked in a conditioned reflex, what? Heart of Destruction. This thing is critical. How critical is it? Let's put it this way. After a person dies, after reversing the world's reincarnation, ordinary people just live for that long, and they can return to their childhood and go to reincarnation place. Because of the loss of the Heart of Destruction, the time each person has to stay is basically double to triple. Fallen dust. Arceus sighed. He created this thing, and he has the greatest right to speak. Indeed, the root of the Heart of Destruction is to control the flow rate of time. Without the Heart of Destruction, the flow rate of the reversed world will be 3 times slower than the main world as a whole. The key, this is not something that the law can make up for. He knows that Luoken is good at creating miracles, and there must be many divine beasts with laws on him, but this is not a hole that can be filled with laws. Okay, Mewtwo said it, just let it go, and it will recover soon. Luoken coughed dryly. He didn't know the purpose of these two guys. 80% of the time, he wanted him to help. Girardeston was stunned. Nima, eldest brother, you are my brother, I beg you, help me. Then, he gave Arceus his aggrieved gaze. Arceus, don't look for me, damn it, you have to plead for this matter. Luoken sighed. It seems that he can't take care of this matter. After all, it involves Mewtwo. Besides, Arceus is like this. If he doesn't help, he won't be able to make it through. Okay, I'll help with this matter, but I'll go ahead and get the destructive factor back. As for grabbing the destructive heart, you all have to do your best. With his strength, he can even hang the so-called Ghost Valley, but it is meaningless. Real. If you want to play, you naturally have to play with excitement. If you don't work hard, what else can you say? Okay, then thank you in advance. Girardes turned excited, and immediately turned around, got into the space crack, and return to the reverse world. Fallen dust. This Nima, are you afraid that you will regret it? Is he that kind of person? Since you have promised, you will definitely do it, otherwise, you will be slapped in the face. It's not too late, little friend, can we go? Arceus smiled slightly, condensed a force in his hand, and instantly blew the dust away. After flying out of Yuanxi Mountain, it stopped. Luokan murmured in his heart, what are these two guys? He is obviously here to ask for help, now it's fine, he's helping others. Forget it, since you've already agreed, let's do it well, or you'll be embarrassed. Luokan smiled bitterly, taking over this shit as a mistake. Super Dream, after so many years, do you still know where you found that thing? He turned to ask. Cheomung scratched his head, and then said, the destruction factor was discovered by the superpower family, and it is estimated that only they know it. Luokan was silent for a moment, then immediately changed direction and headed towards the superpower family. To be honest, he didn't want to go to the superpower family. The reason was very simple. The predecessor of Chao Meng was here. He didn't know what would happen when the two met. Super Dream, have you met your predecessor? Luo Chen coughed dryly, and then asked. Chao Meng was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Don't worry, I have a good relationship with him. After all, my IQ and EQ are quite high. When I was a child, I was definitely not far behind. This wave of Super Dream is simply powerful. Fallen dust. I have seen a shameless person, I have never seen such a shameless person. Forget it, you can keep a low profile for a while, if you don't let you shoot, you are not allowed to shoot. Chapter 461. Chapter 452. Being tricked into going to a brothel. Cheomung said that, Luokan was actually relieved a lot, but, for some reason, he was always a little worried. In a blink of an eye, he came to the land of the elf tribe. Looking around, there were many buildings with different styles, which looked extremely strange. The elves here also own a city. The last time they came, it was Lord Tianlong who led the way directly, but now it's different, he came by himself. Looking at the scenes inside, Cheomung's eyes lit up, I really miss this feeling. Because of the changing times, the elves had to change in order to survive. The rise of human beings is inevitable. After the Lord Tianlong suppressed the Protoss, he fell asleep in the land of Meteor. The human race Ganshi, the situation is not very good. In short, if the normal process is followed, Ganshi and Tianlong will not ask about world affairs. The contradictory interests of the elves and the human race are increasingly conflicting, and many battles have broken out. This matter started because of the Protoss, and ended because of the Protoss. Pokeball. This miraculous invention is the perfect thing to suppress the elves. But all this has changed. Because of Luokan's participation, this drama was defeated by Luokan. Looking at the huge plaque above his head, Luo Chen fell into contemplation. Elf City. The three characters, dragon flying and phoenix dancing, are completely natural, I don't know which god of heaven carved it. These three words are not simple. After a long time, he spit out these words and entered the elf city with Mewtwo. During the Hepping period, there were only 2 guards at the gate, and they were still used to register to enter the city. By the way, do you have a restaurant here? Luo Chen coughed dryly. He wasn't hungry, he just wanted to see what the elves were eating. Chao Meng glanced at Luo Chen, then walked ahead. Because Mewtwo exudes a powerful aura, many elves around have avoided it. This is still a world where the weak eat the strong. Luokan looked around curiously and found a lot of humans. This is the main city of the elves. Human culture and elves culture blend together. Of course, there are many people who come to worship and study. Hey, brother, you look like a foreigner at first sight. Why don't you come here and have a look, it will definitely surprise you Tilda. At this moment, a voice appeared, and I couldn't help but be stunned. Looking up, it was a young man. He was dressed in formal clothes, and his words and deeds were gentle and elegant. At first glance, he looked like a son of a big family. He nodded, then patted Mewtwo on the back. Let's go together. After all, this young man is a human being, so he still needs to give his basic face. Okay, let's go together. Mewtwo is very happy. It has not been a long time since I played like this. Luokan saw what he was thinking, and sighed secretly. He must make good compensation for Cheomung. Mewtwo was misunderstood before, and was also caught by God Clan Gus. Everything came to him because of him. He has a pair of eyes that distinguish right from wrong, but what about himself? Just confuse black and white. Brother, what's the fun? It's so mysterious. Falling Chen smiled. He suddenly thought of a word. Robbery. XXX. This guy doesn't want to take him to a dark corner, and then commit atrocities. The young man was stunned for a moment. He couldn't help laughing in his heart. This kid understands feelings and pretends he doesn't understand. Let's put it this way, as long as you go there once, you will be in a daze, and you won't want to leave. The young man laughed. That smile was too wretched. Fluttering. What the hell? Wouldn't it be a robbery? Also, could it be that you still want to rob? If the young man were to learn of Luo Chen's thoughts, he would probably want to kill him with a brick. Hurry up then, I can't wait. As for the rest, Luo Chen didn't think about that at all. I always thought this guy was going to rob. The alley went deeper and deeper, and the hustle and bustle of the main city was gradually annihilated, and Luo Chen didn't know where he was now, only that he turned and turned around along the way. To tell the truth, he looked down on this robber. Damn, there is no one here. What are you afraid of? Just grab it right. Do you have any accomplices? This was the thought in his heart, and it was for this reason that he held on to his determination to make a move. Brother, it's just ahead. Go, let's go in. Pointing to an ordinary small yard, he pushed open the door, and then made a respectful invitation. Luo Chen. This year, isn't it just robbery? And this breaking the rules, you have to go to the house to grab it. Yo, uncle, you are finally here. Our little sisters can't wait. A scantily clad woman came gracefully and blew a sip of fragrance in front of Luokan. Suddenly, Luo Chen was stunned. Nima, this is a brothel. This little turtle grandson, who dared to pull customers, glanced around the house, where there was still the figure of that kid. Damn, disgusting. Luo Chen waved out a force, and suddenly flew the woman in front of him, and then planned to leave. The woman was blown away, a trace of anger appeared on her face, and then she clapped her hands. Diaresis, someone is looking for something. Luokan coughed dryly. What are these guys trying to do? Do you have to let him consume it? Boy, you go in obediently now. Hee, that's all for this matter. If not, you will be beaten half paralyzed, and you won't lift it for life. The tone should be as serious as it should be, and the cadence is full, which fully reflects that this is not the first time that this has been done. But, Auntie, I have no money. Luo Chen suppressed the smile in his heart and spit out a few words with difficulty. What do you call me? Auntie. Hee, hit. Judging from her face, this woman should be in her early 20s, not too old, but for Luokan's age. Being called auntie, although it's a bit embarrassing, it's not disrespectful. You really want to do it? By the way, I'm very good. He laughed mockingly, and then he gathered his strength and detonated it in an instant. The closest person was immediately ejected, and the remaining people looked at each other in dismay. They were all about the same strength. Cheomung, they don't seem to know you. What should Li Hao do? Fallen Chen Jia, tap the ground easily, fall behind, and the battlefield is handed over to Chao Meng. This is Super Dream. Mewtwo has completed the mutation and looks similar to before, but there are still basic changes. In this era, Mewtwo has not grown up, so is it normal for them to ignore it? Although it has not yet developed, it can be considered a small achievement, and it is famous in the Elf City. Mental shock. Luo Chen shouted, Since these guys don't know what's good or bad, why should he keep his hands? Chow Meng's body suddenly began to flicker, and bursts of inexplicable fluctuations appeared, filling the entire room. Stretch Bear, stop him! A guard gritted his teeth and threw a pokeball. Luo Chen suddenly became interested, but when he saw the level of this elf, he was speechless. No god realm. Well, gods are not that common either. Chapter 462. Chapter 453. The Food K in Heaven and Earth. As soon as the snake-tailed bear appeared on the stage, he was immediately cowardly. He hurriedly crawled towards Cheomung for a while, and it looked so ridiculous that even the owner of the snake-tailed bear was stunned. Nima, what are you playing here? Humans are not strong in combat, and the snake-tailed bear in his hand is basically his biggest support. Forget it, it's not easy for you. Doing business, we'll do business well in the future. I'll go first. Luokan coughed dryly, always feeling that something was wrong. But in this era, there shouldn't be a ban on brothels, right? Why are you still driving in such a corner? Humph. Cheomung snorted coldly, and followed Luokan's pace, and everyone was stunned. Too strong. Chow Meng's strength completely crushed them, and there was no resistance at all. After walking out, Luo Chen sighed and looked at Chow Meng. I said, Cheomung, let's be gentle next time. Look at what the snake-tailed bear is scared of. Hey, you will delay others. Mewtwo. Skills are obviously what you asked for, okay. Don't bullshit about anything. There are many alleys and forks around. Luokan rubbed his temples, as if he didn't know the way. Point your toes on the ground and stand directly in the air. Cheomung immediately followed, adding a rule to Luokan before pushing the two towards the most prosperous area. According to Mewtwo's memory fragments, in a prosperous area, there is a gourmet restaurant in heaven and earth. This food K, whether it is elves or humans, can satisfy. And the price is impressive. Speaking of high quality and low price, there is nothing wrong with that. Flying is prohibited in Elf City. A majestic voice suddenly sounded. Luo Chen was stunned for a moment, and actually stopped in place. Originally, the law of blessing was not strong, but now it has been blocked. It's convenient, I'm lost. Falling dust and coughing, Facing said before, and then increased the power. The speed was getting faster and faster, and he flew out of the alley in a blink of an eye. Because there were more and more people, the two didn't want to show off, so they stopped here. Interesting guy. In the city lord's mansion, a humanoid elf smiled and then stopped talking. He is not a fool, he can directly penetrate his own laws, this guy is definitely not weak. And the other party came down after leaving the alley, which is also considered to be a face for himself. The guy who spoke just now is the city lord of the elf city. Well, he is a fire-breathing dragon, and his strength should be a first-level god. Fallen dust. Fire-breathing dragon is city lord. Ahem, isn't this the base camp of the elves? It's not that he looks down on the fire-breathing dragon, but, isn't the fire-breathing dragon's force too low? Where should the face of the divine beasts created by God and Arceus be placed? Cheomung glanced at Luokan, and without even thinking about it, he said directly, I know what you are thinking, although this is an elf city, but those who live here basically don't want to fight, or are tired of it, come to the city enjoy it. Falling dust is clear, no wonder. The headquarters of the elves should be where elves from all walks of life are located, especially the powerful ones, and they should separate a territory here. In this case, great supernatural powers like Arceus are completely disdainful. Only then did he let go of the elf city and hand it over to Lord Tianlong. Before you know it, you have arrived at the so-called food court, heaven and earth. This place should be in the center of the prosperous area, surrounded by lakes and waters. If you want to go to this gourmet restaurant, you have to take a boat. They were lucky enough to have just arrived at the lake when they met the boatman and brought Luokan to the food court. Because humans and elves are separate, Luokan took a step ahead and came to the food court, while Chow Meng took another ship and went to the elves. As soon as he came ashore, Luo Chen was shocked. From here, looking around in the distance, surrounded by layers of mist, this kind of scenery made him amazed. Hey, brother, this is your first time in heaven and earth, right? You're looking at the face. At this moment, a young man appeared, looked at Luo Chen, and gently swayed the fan in his hand. Luo Chen was taken aback. How did this guy know that he was here for the first time? Could it be that he knows all the races in the city? Oh, yes, what's the matter? He smiled and then asked. Ha ha ha, are you curious? How did I know that you came for the first time? The young man smiled wisely, revealing a secret that could not be revealed. It's boring. Luo Chen turned around and walked towards the front door. Hey, brother, wait a minute. Don't worry. Forget it. I won't tell you if you don't listen, but I have to tell you that some of the dishes here are delicious and some are not. No, do you bring a brother? I'll share my experience with you. The young man smiled and finally revealed his minions. Fallen dust. Dare to love is to eat rice. But it's fine. It's too boring to eat alone. It's okay to have someone to accompany you. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. If you agree to take me to dinner, how about I'll give you a surprise? He threw a bombshell again, which made Luokan wonder, what the hell is this guy doing? At the same time, many passers-by passed by and shook their heads secretly, feeling that Luo Chen was too naive. Hey, young man, let me tell you, this guy is a master of eating and drinking. As for the surprise he said, it was an elf egg, something, it's still useless. Yeah, things in heaven and earth are not cheap, so don't be fooled. Ellipsis. The young man had a black line on his face, and he was about to succeed, but suddenly a group of people rushed out. Hey, it seems that he can't eat again today. Brother, they didn't believe it. They were pleasantly surprised. It was indeed an elf egg, but it wasn't as they said. If someone by fate gets it, this is an opportunity. Well, they are not destined, so it's not suitable for them. Luokan smiled. He didn't care about the so-called surprises, and this guy's request was very simple. He just wanted to eat, why not? It's alright, let's go, remember to tell me what to eat. As soon as Luo Chen finished speaking, the young man was stunned. Youth, is he stupid? Knowing that this is a lie to him, but also to be fooled. Forget it, he doesn't care if one is willing to fight and the other is willing to suffer, so what is there to feel guilty about? After complaining for a while, the two officially entered the heaven and earth. The first reaction upon seeing the eye, luxury. The first feeling in heaven and on earth is luxury. If poor people come here, I am afraid they will not adapt. Hello, two of you, what is the style of dining? At the same time, a woman came forward, dressed in a sexy yet elegant dress, which was incomparable with the pheasants and the like. XXX. Chapter 463. Chapter 454. Heaven and Earth. Not familiar with this place, Luo Chen was a little stunned, and turned to look at the young man beside him. Well, let's take a natural style. After a long time, Luokan finally knew what the so-called style dining was. I have to say, the elves here really enjoy it. They use the law of illusion to project in a separate private room to form a scene in the mountains and forests. People dine in it, and it was quite pleasant. Brother, I think you are a really good person, and you will definitely do a lot in the future. Before the food was served, the youth felt bored and started touting it. Luo Chen wasn't interested in this, so he waved his hand lightly, and then said, Don't say it's useless, I just don't know this place, so I brought you with me. Youth. The reason is straightforward, but it still makes sense. Forget it, no matter what, I still want to give this to you. Saying that, he took out the elf egg and put it on the table. I can't see the history of this elf egg, but it emits weird fluctuations every night. Ahem, I'm a little scared. But I'm reluctant to throw it away. He was embarrassed, as if he was eager to shoot the elf egg. Looking at this elf egg, Luokan was stunned. He vaguely remembered that he also had an elf egg in his bag. However, it has not been hatched successfully for a long time, so I have no hope for it. Where did you get those elf eggs? Luo Chen questioned. Things like elf eggs are still relatively rare, and no one wants to give them away like him, which is really a bad thing. The young man was silent for a while, wondering if he really wanted to speak. But after thinking about the gains and losses, he still opened his mouth and said slowly, "This thing was found in the Lost Ruins. Do you know the Lost Ruins? It's the territory of the gods. Well, you'd better not go in. There, the second level. There is a large piece of God, and you can even see the trace of a first-level god. Luokan has a black line on his face, a first-level god. He would settle it with a yawn. Forget it, since the origin of this elf egg is not very good, he is not interested." Hey, this is a good thing. At this moment, Shinado actually jumped out, staring straight at the elf egg, and couldn't help spit-rolling. "What is this, do you know?" Seeing him like this, Luo Chen was slightly taken aback, and immediately asked. Shinado's vision is very high, and ordinary things are really not as good as his eyes. "You're stupid. Do you still remember who created the world?" Shinado looked regretful as if he hated iron. "Arceus, or the little Beulah, or the main god of mankind. The origin of the world is really confusing, even Gu Yushi can't explain it clearly, let alone Luokan. Hehe, let me tell you clearly. The so-called creation god is just a beak. Who has the strength to create the world? Then there is only heaven. And back then, when the elves were created, there was an ancient god who failed to hatch successfully. Turned into an elf egg, it should be this one in front of you. Shinado, the incarnation of the law, has dabbled in this aspect." But the young man who heard this was stunned. God of creation. Arceus. Sky. Well, he doesn't understand some things, but at this moment, he already understands that this elf egg is extremely precious. It is very likely that there is an existence on the same level as Arceus. Can we discuss something? His face was flushed. He just said that he was giving things away, and now he wants to come back. Isn't it a bit bad? What are you going to say? Luokan asked knowingly, with a smile on his face. This guy doesn't seem to be a good person. The young man sighed faintly, and then said, "Forget it, it's all given to you, so I don't want it anymore. My strength is very weak, and I guess I can't keep this peerless divine artifact." Luo Chen smiled. This person could see clearly, so it would be fine, he would avoid talking. "Don't worry, I won't ask for your things in vain. Let's do it. In the future, you can spend whatever you want. I'll go and say hello to the shopkeeper in a while." On wealth, he won't lose to anyone in the dust. Before destroying the Protoss, a lot of money fell into his pocket. Well, this is also what he asked for. Of course, he is by no means a black-hearted person. 1. Also make his pockets bulge. The Protoss, this race that has occupied the world for thousands of years, the wealth condensed is no joke. This. The youth was immediately stunned. In the future, all consumption. So how rich is this man? I'm a mother-in-law. Who is this person? Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. After a long time, all the dishes ordered by the youth were delivered, and the aroma was fragrant. Even though he hadn't moved his chopsticks, Luo Chen could feel the beauty of this thing. "Two gentlemen, this is your dish, please taste it slowly." The waiter was a slender girl. She was pretty. "By the way, is there any of your signature dishes here?" Luo Chen asked suspiciously. The woman was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said slowly, "The dishes here, 2 adults, do not include signature dishes." "Excuse me, do you need them?" "Well, let's go to the next one." Not bad for money, to be honest. With his wealth, he could buy the heaven and earth with 1% of his wealth. "Okay, please wait a moment." The woman bowed gracefully and walked outside. 0. Brother, this signature dish is very expensive, are you sure? Expensive. This seemed to be the funniest joke Luo Chen had ever heard. It's okay, I'll let you be the boss of the world for a while. He laughed. This is not a joke, to be honest, this guy gave him such a big treasure, and Luochen didn't want to take advantage of it. Ha ha ha, brother, stop joking. Buying the world. I don't know how many rich people in Elf City have shot, but none of them have bought it. It's not about money, it's about status. It is said that this heaven and earth have something to do with the high elves of the elves. You see me like a joker. Being so denied, Luo Chen was a little unhappy and asked. The young man shook his head. To tell the truth, it was really wishful thinking to buy the heaven and earth, and on the other hand, he didn't want Luo Chen to get into trouble, so he said, "Ah. Could it be that you really have this idea? Forget it, let me tell you, it's not easy in this world. Because behind them, there are high-level elves supporting them." Luo Chen was stunned for a moment, then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, which was meaningful and intriguing. High level, huh, is there any Tianlong powerful? Even if the heaven and earth belong to Lord Tianlong, if I ask him to give it to me, he dares to say nothing. A strong man is so confident. The young man couldn't help but glanced around, and said anxiously, "Hush, brother, you can't talk nonsense. Lord Tianlong is the supreme god, and can't be blasphemed. If it is used by someone with a heart, I'm afraid you will directly gotta be arrested." Yi. Chapter 464. Ha ha ha, it's fine, don't worry, I'm here. Thinking that he still had the token given by Lord Tianlong, he took it out. Tianlong, I am in heaven and earth. A simple message was sent, and Luo Chen put away the token under the shocked gaze of the young man. Suddenly seeing that this kid was petrified, Luo Chen chuckled lightly, and then said, "Hey, what's wrong with you? Let's eat." With a plop, the young man clasped his knees on the ground and quickly begged for mercy. Senior, the little one has eyes and doesn't know Mount High. I have offended you before, so please don't take it to heart." Luo Chen Zhang's forehead. What and what? Now I want to thank him. He actually thought he made a mistake. Let's eat. I don't mean to blame you. I'll introduce you to Tianlong later. Well, it will be convenient for you to do things in Elf City in the future. At this moment, the door was knocked, and it was a soft female voice. "Two adults, your dishes are ready, do you want to serve them now?" The woman's voice was sweet, like the sound of heaven, and Luo Chen had to sigh that there is such a good news in the world. "Go on, it's all done, why don't you go?" Luo Chen muttered drunkenly, "This is just nonsense, it's already done, don't serve it, want to be cold." "Senior, aren't we waiting for Lord Tianlong?" The young man grunted, saying in his heart that he was not afraid was false. Luochen shook his head. No matter what he was doing, he wouldn't have enough food for a while, he could just order it himself. Besides, Lord Tianlong was much more tyrant than himself. At the same time, above the elf city, a terrifying force appeared, and the law of forbidden space here actually ignored him. "Welcome Lord Tianlong. All the elves below are kneeling and kneeling. The suppression of blood, the suppression of strength, and the suppression of status are incomparable to them. I don't know what is the so-called Lord Tianlong coming to the small town." At this moment, a middle-aged man appeared with a warm smile on his face. He was the city lord. Hee, it's alright, I'm just hungry, I want to come and eat something." Tianlong smiled and walked towards the heaven and earth. As soon as he left, the pot exploded below. This Lord Tianlong actually came to the elf city to eat. My brother's mother-in-law. What kind of joke is this? Lord Tianlong seems to be in heaven and earth. Wan Duzi, the price of heaven and earth will definitely increase. What does this have to do with the price increase? You're really stupid. Do you think business will get worse and worse in a place where even Lord Tianlong bends to eat? And from now on, there will definitely be beaks in the world. Ellipsis. When he came to the heaven and earth, he came to the human area, and the manager had been waiting for him here. This is the supreme leader of the elves. The strength may not be the strongest, but if he just said a word, the entire elves will be shaken. Lord Tianlong, this is the human area. Excuse me, do you want to eat here? The shopkeeper's face was flattering, and Tianlong wanted to slap him away when he saw it. There's a young man, where does he eat? Well, he's in his 20s, about as tall as me. After a little description, Lord Tianlong quietly waited for the shopkeeper. After all, Luokan didn't tell him where the room was. Then, how many people are that young man eating? The shopkeeper secretly scolded himself for being incompetent, but he couldn't find anyone. Well, I really don't know, but I remember that there is an elf on his shoulders at any time. As soon as the voice fell, the waiter on the side screamed. Lord Tianlong, I know where it is, I'll take you there. Hearing this, the shopkeeper secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, these waiters have a good memory. Well, good. Lord Tianlong smiled and walked upstairs with the waiter. This beautiful girl is also trembling in her heart, but behind her is a big man. Stomp your feet, there will be an earthquake in the entire elf city. Her heart was tense, and a familiar private room finally appeared in front of her. Lord Tianlong, this is their place. If you need anything, call me again, and I'll be at the door. She gritted her teeth and blushed. Well, call her if you need it. This sentence, I don't know how much courage it took. In fact, he understands that a big man like Tianlong, even if he is close to her, will benefit a lot. Lord Tianlong ignored this sentence and knocked on the door carefully. Little friend Luokan, I'm here. Deliberately lowered his voice, as if he was worried about disturbing Luokan's meal. This scene made the waitress stunned. Could it be that the humans inside are more powerful? In the private room, Luo Chen and the youth naturally heard. The young man stood up immediately, his expression a little unnatural, joking, and having dinner with the boss of the elf clan. Shit, just kidding, this is so scary. Well, come in, Luo Chen said lightly. The door was pushed open by him, and he gently closed the door by the way. This careful detail made the young man even more shocked, and he kept wondering in his heart what identity Luo Chen was. Who is this? Tianlong looked at the young man in surprise. Oh, he helped me. In one sentence, the youth's status in Tianlong's heart greatly increased. Lord Tianlong, please take a seat. He hurriedly came to the side and moved a chair for Tianlong. I don't know what the little friend called me, what is it? Tianlong smiled, picked up a new pair of chopsticks in his hand, and picked up a piece of vegetable. As if never mind. XXX. Well, actually, it's not a big deal. Look at this brother, I want to buy this hotel, but I heard that this hotel has something to do with your senior management. Luo Chen chuckled lightly, not beating around the bush. Oh, it's just such a mess. Don't worry, I'll tell them in a while. If you want to come to my face, you have to give it to me. Tianlong is quite proud. As the leader of the elf clan, he still has this right. Glancing at the young man again, he couldn't help frowning. But, this brother is a human race, and it seems difficult to convince the public if he is here. Well, it doesn't matter, I will take care of him at that time. Tianlong seemed to be talking about something trivial. In fact, it is. The elf city is under his jurisdiction, and there is only one restaurant, what else? As for the so-called care, it doesn't exist at all. At most, give him one position, but don't underestimate this half-level position. Just this small position can let him walk sideways in the city. No, don't give him too much care. It's fine to hand over the management of the hotel to him. Of course, if you are worried, you can announce it in your name. Presumably with your prestige, no one dares to get in trouble. Luo Chen laughed. This statement is true. Well, but it's just a small matter. I want to know, what else is there to do when you are in the elf clan? Lord Tianlong then asked. There is a small situation, I have to go to the superpower family. Chapter 465. When Luokan was approaching the superpower family, Tianlong frowned, and then slowly said, "Now, there is a problem with the superpower family. If you go there rashly, I am afraid you will be regarded as an enemy." Luo Chen was stunned for a moment. What do you mean by this? Could it be that the superpower family can still do it indiscriminately? What happened to the superpower family? He smiled slightly, being attacked. Oh, yes, let them come, as long as they are not afraid of death, they can come. Well, you may know something. Now, there is a spy in the superpower family, who leaked all the martial arts secrets accumulated by the superpower family for many years. You should know that the cultivation of the elves is actually very simple. The so-called martial arts secrets do not exist at all. As long as the strength reaches a certain level, it can be learned automatically. However, what they have researched, it's really a bit unbelievable. The attributes of an elf are determined at the time of birth. If you want to change it, it is impossible. However, the superpower family did it. They used unfixed laws to modify all martial arts secrets, and added a power called omnipotence to it. Of course, the so-called omnipotence is just omnipotence in their mouths. Listening to his words, Luo Chen 22 smiled slightly, then chuckled, and then said, "What do you mean, that this thing was leaked?" Luokan glanced at Cheomeng, and for some reason, he always felt something was wrong. It just so happened that he was looking for a destructive factor, and at this juncture, there was a problem with the superpower family. Is this a coincidence, or a fact? Realizing that he was being stared at, Cheomeng had no choice but to spread his hands. With his strength, it would be a matter of turning over his hands to easily destroy the superpower clan. Well, I don't know the specifics. After all, the news was spread by them, and they are very anxious now, as if they are worried about something, and they have sealed off the entire superpower family, and no one is allowed to enter. Cough, even me, they dare to close the door. Tianlong looked embarrassed. He was reasonable. With his status, where in this world could he not go? But the superpower family is so awesome, why are you the boss? If I don't let you in, how can you force your way through? Tianlong didn't want to cause trouble, so he gave up going in. It seems that there is a problem within the superpower family, or they have ghosts in their hearts. A radiance appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he had a bold idea in his heart. Does this superpower family want to pocket the destruction factor? This possibility really exists. The destruction factor was created by Arceus himself, and I don't know how many laws are in it. The power contained in it can support a small world. In other words, the world is reversed, and it is because of the destructive factor that it is left behind. Okay, you don't need to say more. I will definitely go to this superpower family, and, I have to go get back a baby. This baby they can't have. Destruction factor. Oh, if you want to swallow it, dream it. Lord Tianlong sighed. He was very clear about Luokan's strength. He just hoped that the superpowers could be more honest. Okay, come here, eat first. Luo Chen laughed out loud. Putting aside these topics, he laughed. Laughing, let the waiter bring a jug of wine. In fact, he originally wanted Lord Tianlong to go with him, but after thinking about it, he dismissed the idea. Lord Tianlong has a very high prestige in the elves, and it would not be easy if the matter of the superpower family plummeted. Luokan knew that when he went to the superpower clan, there would be a battle. Since you don't hand over the destructive factor, no one should think about it. This is about the future of humans and elves. The young man seemed to be frightened by this oppressive dinner party, and he didn't dare to take a breath. These two big men are existences that he can't get rid of in his life. By the way, please ask Lord Tianlong to arrange this little brother's affairs. Luo Chen smiled, then looked at Lord Tianlong and said slowly. Naturally, Lord Tianlong wouldn't say much, just nodded. It's just a trivial matter. Even if Luokan said that he would be the city owner, Tianlong would not refuse at all. For this meal, I also ask Lord Tianlong to pay for it. I'll go first. The matter of the superpower clan has not been resolved, so I don't want to play around. Luo Chen laughed and turned to leave. Tianlong got up and saw him off, but he stopped talking. Little friend, can you tell me, what exactly happened when you went to the superpower family? Maybe he couldn't hold back, but he still said. Luo Chen was stunned, he would actually ask such a question. But it's okay, he is not a stingy person, so he said, if I don't go, the human beings and the elves will be extinct. Lord Tianlong is stunned, so terrifying. Isn't that Fallout doing a great deed? Then, I won't ask any more questions. If you have anything, feel free to come to me. After Tianlong finished speaking, he greeted the young man and asked him to leave with him. In fact, he was thinking in his heart, how can he help Luochen with just such a kid? Luochen's strength can be said to be unrivaled in the world. Can an ordinary person help him? What are you kidding? But since this was his order, Lord Tianlong had to do it. The twilight was falling, and the sky was full of stars. A human being walked slowly in the woods, breathing the fresh air greedily. Looking around from time to time, there is still indescribable fear on his face. In his arms, there is a bead that is emitting a bright light. At first glance, it is definitely a good baby. He took out the map and looked at it again. He couldn't help laughing at his location. Thinking that my dignified general of the Protoss has actually become a lackey of the elf clan, it's really good luck. His name is Ji Yuyi, and he is a general of the Protoss army. In the previous battle, all the soldiers under his command died, and he was also captured. Those who captured him were the so-called superpowers. Now, in his arms is the treasure that Luo Chen is looking for. Destruction factor. Many years ago, the superpowers knew that there was such a treasure, and while the three parties were at war, they quietly sent people to the place where the gods were buried and stole the destruction factor. The journey is long, several years have passed, and the Ancient One is about to reach the base camp of the superpower clan. In fact, with his strength, he can completely tear apart the space and return directly to the superpower family, but the superpower family explained to him at the beginning, be careful, and can't use any superpower. Once discovered by Lord Tianlong, all plans will fall short, and even be discovered by Lord Arceus. At that time, the entire superpower family will face extinction. Why did the superpowers steal the treasure? The reason is simple, power. They have been living under the eaves of Lord Tianlong, they are already tired of it. The matter of turning over and becoming a master has been brewing for a long time. As long as you get the destructive factor, everything can be turned over. But they may not know that it is precisely because of the destructive factor that the world has begun to be in chaos. Going back in time, the reversed world is blending with the real world. I'm afraid it won't be long before the two worlds will truly merge. At that time, even Arceus will feel helpless. Ellipsis. Chapter 466. I can already see the plaque of the superpower family, and the worry on Ji Yuyi's face gradually disappeared. As long as the destructive factor is brought back, the poison on the body can come in. At that time, the sky will be high and the birds will fly, and the sea will be wide and the fish will leap. With the superpower token in hand, Ji Yuyi let him enter the city without encountering any obstacles. At the same time, in the main hall, several old seniors of the superpower race were on the throne, and they were all very excited. The destruction factor finally got it. The Patriarch. The destruction factor has been retrieved, can you let me? Before he finished speaking, a terrifying wave of air rolled over and exploded on his head in an instant, making his eyes dull. No credibility. Ji Yuyi's strength is not bad, but compared with the Patriarch of the superpower clan, he is still 108,000 miles behind. One blow came, and he was directly injured without any precautions. Reputation. Ji Yuyi, you are a god clan, do you think that if we let you go, you will be able to live? I can guarantee that you will be killed by Tianlong and there will be no corpses left. Laughing out loud. You, PFF'd. A mouthful of divine blood spurted out, and Ji-Yu collapsed to the ground in an instant. His eyes were lost, perhaps. This life would end like this. The ambition in my heart was not able to be displayed, and it was so useless to die. Hee, send him out of this world. We must deal with it cleanly. It won't be long before we can be the stewards of the elves. He looked up to the sky and laughed, holding the sabotage factor. The smile on his face became more and more excited. Bring Mewtwo. With a cruel smile on his face, he brought the destruction factor again. Put it back on the table. In the room, the decoration is not luxurious. Almost all the decorations are suspended in the air. Above the main hall, there is a long sword suspended. Such a landscape can only be seen by the superpower race. Patriarch, Chao dreamed. An elder bowed slightly and said respectfully to the first patriarch. The patriarch looked out the door and saw Chao Meng's frail body. Super Dream meets the patriarch, elders tilde. Chao Meng's attitude is very respectful, and there is no disrespect. It can be seen that he still understands etiquette. The patriarch smiled and walked to Chao Meng's side in 3 or 2 steps. Chao Meng was shocked. What does this old guy want to do? In fact, he also knows that the superpower family is going downhill now, and the entire main city of Xiaomeng has been sealed off, and entry and exit are not allowed. The reason, he doesn't know, and doesn't want to know. Super Dream, do you want to be the chief of the super clan? The chief looked at it for a while and said with a smile. Although the old guy had a kind expression, Xiaomeng didn't think he was a good thing. Xiaomeng doesn't dare. Xiaomeng just wants to practice with peace of mind, so that I can make a contribution to the elves and the world in the future. Xiaomeng's heart tightened. What does this old guy want to do? Humph. Serving the elves. Serving the world. Haha, I told you clearly that your future will always belong to the superpowers. Do you have an opinion? Looking at this face, Xiaomeng couldn't help taking a deep breath. This old guy, is he trying to be independent? I'm sorry, although Xiaomeng is a superpower family, it is also an elves, and it's a whole world, so. The words of the patriarch, I forgive Xiaomeng for not being satisfied. A voice in his heart has been warning him that a correct attitude is everything. This will be the fundamental way to survive. Don't eat a toast and eat a penalty drink. Come on, put Xiaomeng on death row. 3,600 electric whips serve. Since we want to get out of the elves, we must clear up all the noise. Among the superpowers, there are too many hard bones like Xiaomeng. Among this generation of elves, Xiaomeng has excellent aptitude, and within 1,000 years, he may be able to attack the superheroic beast. If such talent is handed over to Tianlong, wouldn't he summon an enemy for himself? Hee, I'm right at Xiaomeng. Standing on the side, Xingdu old dog, if you don't kill me, you will be miserable. Xiaomeng was amused, listening to this guy's tone. He wanted to play independent or rather, ready to usurp the throne. Just him, not yet. Not to mention the mysterious Lord Arceus, even Lord Tianlong is not something he can fight against. Bold, you dare to call the patriarch's name. Could it be that you want to die? An elder was furious, and a majestic energy suddenly attacked. At this moment, the patriarch Xingdu shot and blocked the attack. XXX. Haha, yes, it's been so many years, I haven't seen such an interesting junior. Xingdu half squinted his eyes and couldn't help but give him a high look. I heard that the human who helped Tianlong has something to do with you. Xingdu laughed. Xiaomeng was shocked. Did he know? This is the truth, and this is the real reason why he wants to attack Mewtwo. You have no right to know. Xiaomeng snorted coldly. He knew that Xingdu was afraid. With the strength of Luokan, the entire elf family is not in the eyes, let alone the superpower family. Diaresis humph. I don't eat a toast or a penalty drink, thinking that I don't know anything about Xingdu. Your future clones are here, but their purpose is only the Protoss. Now that the crisis of the Protoss has disappeared, do you think they are still here? Haha, naive. With his strength and background, it is not easy to investigate Luokan. Since he has decided to usurp the throne, he has already arranged an undercover beside Lord Tianlong. Thus, the true purpose of Luokan's coming here is known. Cheomeng was stunned. Luokan's purpose was indeed to exterminate the Protoss. Even so, do you think you can compete with Lord Tianlong? Mewtwo said daringly. The news was blocked, and everything that happened to the entire superpower family could not be passed on. He couldn't bear to feel a touch of sadness in his heart. The crisis of the Protoss just passed, and without thinking about it, civil strife broke out. Just Tianlong, you might as well say it bluntly, with the background of my superpower family, you don't know it all. It's useless to talk too much. The kings come, follow my orders and execute the orders. Just like that, Chao Meng was caught. Not far from the superpower clan, Luokan was walking unhurriedly. Along the way, he experienced thousands of rivers and mountains, and he couldn't help feeling the beauty of the world. Not good, I'm in danger. Chao Meng suddenly exclaimed. Now he is closely related to the ancient Chao Meng. If there is any problem with the ancient Chao Meng, he will be affected. What's going on? Luo Chen was stunned and asked quickly. The purpose of the superpower family is to use the destructive factor to occupy the entire world. This history has been tampered with. My previous memory was only that they found the destructive factor, and there was no such idea. Chao Meng rubbed his temples. Things really got more and more complicated. Damn, let's fly directly and reach the superpower family at the fastest speed. Luo Chen is worried that the other party will attack Chao Meng. If this is the case, it will be troublesome. Bo. Chapter 467. The power of time is the rule that binds the world. This is different from the law, or in other words, it is because of the rules that there is a law. The existence of the law, Ling drive by the rules. The speed increased, and in a blink of an eye, we came to the superpower clan's territory, where martial law was everywhere, and fortifications were built near the main city. It seems that they are really not afraid of anything. Don't talk about themselves, just talk about the strength of Lord Tianlong. It is unparalleled. Even this group of stinky sweet potatoes want to be comparable to it. Humph, I went to tear down their gates. Cheomeng looked at the city wall coldly, with endless killing intent in his heart. This, count your past and count your present. Just when he was about to act, Luo Chen grabbed him, shook his head, and said, calm down. If you go rashly, I'm afraid it will make them vigilant. We must slow down and rescue you first. Don't become an elbow. However, this is also what Luokan is most afraid of. If the other party uses the destruction factor and Mewtwo as conditions, Luokan will definitely choose Mewtwo. Cheomeng's eyes turned red, he nodded, and restrained the killing intent. Can you feel where you are being held? Luokan frowned, and then asked. Chao Meng rubbed his head, then nodded. If it was before, I'm afraid I would still be worried, but now, They can't hold me. Indeed, it is a normal phenomenon that mood can change with the change of strength. In this way, you are here, be careful not to be discovered, I will save people first. After all, Cheomeng is familiar with this place, so he was born and raised here. This time Luokan did not refuse, and then let him leave, while he was observing the main city of the superpower clan. I have to say that this construction project is still very good. There are 32 sentries in it. Of course, whether there will be more, Luokan does not know. I don't know how Lord Tianlong will feel when he finds out. He doesn't plan to tell Lord Tianlong. If all these things are solved for him, it will definitely make him feel lazy. At this moment, Cheomeng has successfully lurked in, and with his strength, it is no problem to destroy the entire superpower family, but Luokan has explained it, he will definitely not mess up. Looking left and right, a mysterious wave appeared, and the next moment, he appeared in front of the prison. Looking at the heavenly prison, he smiled. This is the place where death row prisoners are held. These guys actually used it for themselves. Haha, it's not bad. Superpowers, I'll give you a surprise in a while. With a cold face, he shuttled in, and even the guard elves didn't find it. The third child, have you noticed that there seems to be a wind blowing through? The two guards chatted freely. Hey, I think you just want to be lazy, isn't it normal to blow your hair? Another person laughed and knew this brother very well. No, there is an enchantment here. Even mosquitoes can't fly in. Where does the wind come from? The other guy's expression changed drastically, and he followed quickly. As soon as they entered, the two were already dumbfounded. They actually saw two super dreams. Moreover, the length is very similar. Stop. The third child looked at the two coldly and said coldly. Chow Meng's face was gloomy and cold. Mind your business. As soon as the voice fell, a majestic force fell, and the two poor fellows fell like this. What exactly should I call you? Ancient Chaos Meng looked at Chow Meng with a smile on his face, with a hint of deep meaning. You are me, I am you, what is your name? It doesn't exist. Chow Meng laughed, suddenly feeling how naive he was when he was a child. Okay, since it's out now, let's get ready and we'll get in a while. Chow Meng said, and a gust of wind blew up and took it away from the prison. Outside, Luo Chen is not worried at all, although Chow Meng's strength is not the strongest in his own hands. Can fight a few shrimp soldiers and crabs will be no problem. Seeing the two forces approaching not far away, the corners of his mouth drew a slight arc. The plan can be implemented. How is it? Are you all right? Luo Chen smiled and glanced at the two guys. The destruction factor must be obtained. In this way, we can go in directly and control the superpower clan chief. Hee, I still don't believe it. Can he turn the world upside down? After Luo Chen finished speaking, his body shook violently, flashed past, and arrived in front of the city gate. Stop. The superpowers don't accept outsiders now, please leave. The guard looked at Luokan coldly, and then said. Don't accept outsiders. That's the local people, you can come in. Luo Chen raised his brows, and then brought Chow Meng to his side. The guards were stunned. They were just guarding the gate here. They didn't know if Mewtwo was caught or not. Now if Chow Meng wants to go back, they really have no way to stop him. Mewtwo can go in, but forget it, the elves won't let in, let alone humans. Luokan was silent for a while, and then the thunder struck, the pupils burst into bright light, and at this moment, delicate flowers bloomed. The two superpower guards fell like this, and they didn't even know what happened. He clapped his hands, and then let Mewtwo push the door open. There will be no one to stop us now. Luo Chen laughed, he was afraid of the two gatekeepers. Then what destructive factor? Mewtwo. Ancient Chaos Dream. This Nima is really violent. But Cheomung suddenly thought of something. Didn't Luokan just say that he must act in a low-key manner, but wouldn't this attract the attention of the other party? Speaking of this question, Luo Chen was stunned. Nima, yes, just now I planned to quietly enter the city, but I couldn't help it, so I started. It's okay, Chow Meng, you go and find it. Where is that guy hiding? Go and catch him directly. Although the superpower clan is under martial law, they can come to such a powerful person as Luo Chen, as if there is nothing. Sure enough, there were not many people in the city. Of course, most of them were superpowers, and there were even fewer human beings. A human came in. Who is he? A superpower spy was located in the city, naturally found Luo Chen, and then murmured. You guys, go to the door and ask, remember, be sure to ask clearly. He said, and said to the other guy, you go and report to the Patriarch and say that a human has come in. If before, when humans came in, there would be no shit, but now is a critical moment, so we can't ignore it at all. As for himself, he followed Luo Chen, cautiously, for fear of being discovered. It's just who Luokan is. From the moment he entered the city, he felt that no less than 10 forces were checking him. Well, fortunately, he was not pretending to be joking. These guys are limited in their ability, how can they really understand? Chapter 468. Little guy, do you hate them? Looking at the ancient chaos dream, Luo Chen asked. The state of the ancient Cheomeng is only a little guy. He heard Luoken's words, but shook his head, and then said, hate. No, just a little pity, a group of guys with limited vision, how can they know the development of this world? Luoken laughed dumbly. Judging from their age, Cheomeng was only in his teens, so he had such an opinion, he deserved to be a mythical beast. Do you know your mission? Cheomeng. Luoken was suddenly serious and looked at Cheomeng. When he saw him like this, ancient Cheomeng was covered in hair, and he didn't know what to do. Please make it clear. The ancient Cheomeng can start to worship, and there is no half-arrogance. The world seems to be peaceful, but in fact it is turbulent. Countless humans and elves fall every day. Do you know where they go after they die? Luo Chen shook his head. The Protoss died out, and the humans and elves were in turmoil and scrambled to plunder. The land, the incompetence of those who manage above it, are light and indifferent to these. In this regard, Luoken doesn't have much opinion. Just ask the leaders of both sides not to be red-eyed, otherwise, the world will face the opportunity of destruction again. Cheomeng doesn't know. Cheomeng is sincere, and his eyes are full of eagerness to learn. Man's life, old age, sickness and death, and the blooming and withering of flowers are all accompanied by the fruit of life. They all have a spirit, and the spirit cannot be broken, otherwise it will be messed up. Arceus is doing this, grabbing his ears and digging his cheeks, and researching a new system, called reincarnation. When the soul dies, the soul emerges, the reversal of the great luck, the destruction of the memory of the past life, and the colorful fruit of this life, only then can reincarnation be formed. This is reincarnation. There is a key thing in the formation of everything. It is the destructive factor. The destructive factor was originally safe and sound in the cave of the stone, but because of the villain's desire, he stole it. Here, the people are not living, the world is reversed, and it will not be long before the reverse in the present world. Everything is, Arceus can't save it, he can only watch the human elves taste the bitter wine he made. The ancient chaos dream was silent, the destruction factor, it turned out to be so important, but what does this have to do with his mission? Excuse Cheomeng for being stupid, I don't know what this has to do with me. Cheomeng asked with some doubts. Luo Chen laughed lightly, perhaps, Chao Meng didn't know what he was facing now. You are not only facing the elves, but the whole world. You must open your eyes, do you understand? The destructive factor is your guard. Luoken's eyes were serious, and he couldn't help but let Cheomeng's body shake, leaving the destruction factor to himself to guard. This. Do you trust him a little too much? That's not good, the destruction factor is too important. With my strength, how can I hold it? He sighed, strength is what decides everything. I'll just ask you, are you afraid of death? Luo Chen looked at him with a pair of eyes, under those eyes, it was extremely lethal. Chao Meng was stunned, afraid of death. To be honest, he is really not afraid of death, he has already seen it. Seeing him shaking his head, Luo Chen smiled, that's right. As long as you are not afraid of death, everything is fine. When you saw the destruction factor, did you feel familiar with it? Luoken asked with a smile. Familiar fluctuations. XXX. Chao Meng tried his best to recall that after he was sent to the main hall, he did see a crystal ball. Could it be the destructive factor? But familiar, he really didn't feel it. Don't worry, strength doesn't mean everything, I might as well tell you directly, the destructive factor is actually another kind of existence for you. As long as there is a destructive factor, your strength will increase by leaps and bounds, and it is not a problem to break through all the way to a first-level god. A first-level god, what a terrifying strength. Chao Meng couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. To be honest, the patriarch of the super clan is only a first-level god now. If you really have the strength of a first-level god, what are you afraid of? Really, can you really have the strength of a first-level god? Chao Meng couldn't even believe it, let alone a first-level god. even becoming a god is an extravagant hope. Luo Chen laughed. This smile was okay, and attracted the attention of many passers-by, who secretly scolded this human being as a fool. Humanity. Many elves of the superpower clan have turned their heads. In the main city of the superpower clan, the number of human beings is almost a handful. Countless. There is actually a strange human here. What are you looking at? Look again, and you will be killed. Luokan glared at them viciously, and continued to leave with Cheomeng. Cough. Don't worry, I'm not talking nonsense. I can make you achieve. Luo Chen's confident face fell, causing Cheomeng to imagine infinitely, if he really has a first-level god strength, what will happen? Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. After that, Luokan frowned because he thought of something. According to historical development, Cheomeng absorbed the destructive factor, and its strength only reached the second-level god. The so-called first-level god was Luokan, who planned to help him. There is a huge difference between a second-level god and a first-level god. Although it is not a problem for him, it's just, what will Cheomeng's mentality be in the future? Immediately, thinking of a solution, he quickly said, there is another problem, I must warn you now. Because your strength is based on the destructive factor, if you break through to the super beast within 1,000 years, you will become ordinary beasts. Can't even practice cultivation. Do you know the seriousness of this matter? Huh. 0. Fallen Chen's words are like needles pierced. A first-level god to a super divine beast, 1,000 years. This time is too short. He vaguely remembered that the superpower clan chief Xingdu had been stuck in the first-level god for 2 or 3 years, and it still hadn't improved. Hee, do you think this is impossible to achieve? If it is true, then this destructive factor, I am afraid that others will accept it. Anyway, you don't even have the confidence to conquer him. Only with the fighting spirit can he truly understand that strength is not always like this, nor does it come out of thin air. It must be practiced for years and months before it can last for a long time. No need, I'm confident. Cheomeng gritted his teeth. 1,000-year-old super god. It may sound impossible, but Luo Chen is so optimistic about him. If he doesn't do his best, wouldn't that be a slap in the face? Come on, I'm optimistic about you. Luo Chen smiled, and went to the super hall with Cheomeng. It's more like a castle than a palace. These guys will enjoy it very much. Luokan looked at the castle, and there was a hint of worry in his heart. Cheomeng has been in for so long, but he still hasn't come out. Could it be that he has encountered some danger? Thinking about it carefully, it is impossible. With his strength, it is no problem to sweep the entire elf clan, let alone a small superpower clan. Among the superpowers, there is a treasure. This thing can make people's souls be sketched. He has been away for a long time, and he may have forgotten something. Chapter 469. Huh, what? Luo Chen was taken aback. If there is such a thing, it would be a bad thing. It's a formation, which contains the 5 elements of heaven and earth. All he knows is, as the years go by, I don't know what will happen in the future. The ancient Cheomeng lowered his head and felt ashamed of his uselessness. Cheer up a little bit, how can you stop him in a mere formation? You don't need to worry about it, Cheomeng has a way. In fact, Luokan has no idea in his heart. After all, he hasn't returned home for many years. Whether he is familiar with the family is a mystery. Ancient Cheomeng was still worried after hearing Luokan's words, looking at this familiar and unfamiliar castle from time to time. Before they knew it, another hour passed, and they still didn't see Cheomeng's figure. Even Luo Chen couldn't hold back their breath. Half an hour later, Cheomeng doesn't come out, so we'll go in at 06 or 7. Luo Chen gritted his teeth and took another deep breath. He really couldn't believe it. Could this broken place still keep Mewtwo? Ancient Chaos Meng nodded. It should have been this way. Half an hour, neither long nor short, passed in the blink of an eye. And Luokan finally couldn't hold back his breath and said directly, "Follow me, remember, don't get lost." Although he is unfamiliar with the terrain, his writing wheel eyes are there, and he can easily escape the mysterious door technique left by the opponent. If Chao Meng is the case, he can only follow the safe route in his memory. With the guidance of the poke ball, Luo Chen quickly came to the entrance of the castle. Stop, the powerhouse of the superpower family. The two guards stared at Luokan. As for Cheomeng, they knew each other, and naturally they would not stop him. Luokan laughed, and suddenly he shot. The terrorist power erupted, and the two superpower members were directly knocked down. The guy behind him was stunned. He clearly remembered that these two gatekeepers were second-level gods. To be solved so easily by Luokan, what are you kidding? He took out a token from his arms. On top of the token, there was a blue firework, but there was only one left. This is the last chance. Superpower family secret technique, call the spirit. He looked forward coldly, and spit out these words from the corner of his mouth. At the same time, a force appeared, and that energy definitely surpassed the second-level god, and even reached the category of the first-level god. Lord Holy Spirit, the two of you are attacking the city ahead, please notify the Patriarch as soon as possible. He respectfully said to the blurred image. The guy called Lord Holy Spirit glanced at Luokan, and then saw Cheomeng beside him. For a while, it seemed like he had seen a ghost. Damn it, it really is. It seems to be troublesome. The Holy Spirit looked ahead worriedly, and then said. The young man was puzzled and looked at him suspiciously. The Holy Spirit was too lazy to explain to him, and disappeared in an instant. Huh, my last chance. It's a waste. I thought that the Holy Spirit could block Luokan. If so, the Patriarch would definitely reward him, so once that happens, the Holy Spirit's orders can be given to him again. At this moment, Luokan has entered this towering castle, and the surrounding buildings are very luxurious. If Luokan were to compare it, the elf hall and the human hall combined are not as luxurious as this. Luxurious. Only these two words are needed to describe the architectural style of the castle. Because of the special route of falling dust, it is inevitable that you will encounter many guards in the castle. Shinado, I'll solve it for you here. Originally wanted to summon Rikongza, but he was too big, so he was worried that he would scare the snake. Shinado pouted, as if she disliked these guys for being weak. Don't worry, there will be a big guy in a while. The elves under his hands seem to be really not weak, even if the realm is the lowest, they have reached the strength of a first-level god. It is only one step away from the legendary super beast. In the hall of the superpower clan, a middle-aged man was not angry and arrogant, and in front of him, there was a Chao Meng who was imprisoned all over his body. Hee, I said, why isn't that guy afraid? It turns out that you are here. Tell me, is your useless master here? He is Xingdu, the so-called superpower clan chief. Humph, how could you be able to provoke the power of the little master? Cheomeng looked at Xingdu coldly. If his eyes could kill, Xingdu would have died thousands of times at this moment. Xingdu was not angry, but walked to Cheomeng with a smile, slowly squatted down, and then slowly said, Cheomeng in the future, tisk, your strength is really changing fast. Your current the strength, I am afraid that it has surpassed the super beast. Cheomeng snorted coldly, it's because he was too careless, he was actually tempted to the superpower clan, otherwise how could he be arrested? Moreover, the power lock of the superpower family is still very strong, even if it is him, it doesn't use much power. Actually, it's not that he is too weak, but that the so-called psychic lock can penetrate a person's heart and soul. In addition, he himself is a superpower family, an outstanding representative of the superpower system. With the same attribute power, it is difficult to deal surprising damage. Patriarch, Luokan is here, and now they are killing frantically outside. The Holy Spirit came in panic, and there was a heart-pounding scar on his back. A smile gradually appeared on the corner of Xingdu's mouth. Is it finally here? Hee, then, let him see what strength is. Holy Spirit, go to rest first, don't be stingy with resources, recover as fast as you can. Being attacked by Luokan, the Holy Spirit did not fall directly, because he was lucky. At this moment, he set his sights on Chow Meng. Perhaps, the breakthrough point of this matter is here. Mewtwo, how about you and I make a deal? He laughed, and a force appeared, pouring in from the top of Mewtwo's head, directly shaking his body. At this moment, the psychic lock can't hold it anymore. This change can't help but change Xingdu's complexion. I didn't expect Cheomeng to be so cunning, instilling all of his power into the meridians, blocking the way of energy abruptly, thus directly stimulating his psychic lock. Xingdu, old dog, your doomsday is here. Chow Meng looked gloomy. Today is definitely his biggest failure. Captured alive by a weakling. Hee, what are you kidding? With an easy blow, Xingdu immediately vomited blood, but he still acted cautiously and didn't kill him. After all, this is an important person, and it would be bad if he died. My end. Ha ha ha, little baby, didn't you see the current situation clearly and thought it would be fine to unblock it? As he said that, he saw him vomit spells. Chow Meng's complexion changed greatly, and he rolled on the ground in pain. You said, what if I use you in exchange for the qualification to live? Will Luo Chen agree? Xingdu laughed. This was his last resort. As long as Luokan is really ruthless, he will definitely not give up on saving Chow Meng. Moreover, he also possesses the legendary secret weapon. Chapter 470. Flanking from inside and outside, Xingdu's face was gloomy, and he was thinking in his heart, is it really necessary to use the secret weapon that has been silent for a long time? But after thinking about it, he dispelled this idea. The reason is very simple. The secret weapon is indeed very strong, but once it is used, it will be a crisis for the entire superpower family. Moreover, this thing is not something you can use if you want. You must have his control and the assistance of several elders, otherwise it will be tasteless. Xingdu, do you want to use a secret weapon? Hee, come on, do you think I'll be afraid of you? Let's repay the cause that was left in the past. Cheomeng looked at him coldly, and the mental shock followed, and at this moment, it exploded. Damn, this power is so strong. Xingdu gritted his teeth, but he persevered. After all, this was a battle, and he couldn't be sloppy. Hee, what? That's scary. You should still be at the pinnacle of the first level god now, but I'm very curious, how did you block my attack? It's really weird. 22 machines. He really wanted to kill this guy with one blow, but he gave up because of Luo Chen's orders. Xingdu climbed up from the ground with difficulty, and a bead radiated intense light in his hand. I know, the purpose of your visit is this thing. Not at all afraid, he even wanted to laugh wildly. He thought it was a tasteless thing, but he didn't expect to block Mewtwo's attacks for him. Destruction factor. Chow Meng was stunned for a moment. He was not an ancient Chow Meng. He knew about destruction factor like the back of his hand, and now seeing him in his hand, he couldn't help but feel tight in his heart. The destructive factor should not be so fragile. Come on, fight. Ha 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 ha, hurry up, why are you standing? Xingdu laughed out loud, and now is the time to laugh. Cheomeng's eyes were blurred. Maybe now, he really didn't dare to do it. But he knew that the falling dust was coming. With him around, what was the mere star degree? Xingdu, do you think you can escape with the destructive factor? Cheomeng looked at him coldly. His eyes were cold, and then he waved a huge wave. The target of the attack is not the star, but the space around him. At this moment, an even more terrifying force permeated out, and a stalwart body appeared. That was a dragon. Kiram. Chow Meng was taken aback. This guy is also a divine beast, but why did he come here? Moreover, he, Zekrom and Reshiram have always been inseparable. If he is here, what about the other two? Kurim, kill him. Xingdu looked at Cheomeng coldly. He even wanted to laugh out loud now. With Kiram here, what if Cheomeng's strength surpassed that of the super beast? The three are actually born together. When Kiram devours fire, he becomes Zekrom, and when he devours thunder, he becomes Reshiram. Now, Hiram's body is swollen, obviously swallowing both forces, and he doesn't know what kind of monster he will turn into. Shingdu, what the hell did you do? Hiram is a divine beast guarding the quartet, and you actually attacked them. Do you want to watch the world destroy? Chow Meng drank, completely disregarding his own image. The destruction of the world. Haha, what does it have to do with me? All I know is that you must die. He looked at Chow Meng coldly. He must die. Kerm, don't keep your hands, just hit. Shingdu ordered. XXX. Chow Meng's heart tightened, and a mysterious wave filled out, and instantly wrapped Hiram. Kerm, have you forgotten your old friend back then? You actually worked for a scum like Shingdu. I've misread you. Saying this sentence, Chow Meng realized how stupid he was. He came from the future. Many things have not been staged in this era, so Hiram does not know the truth at all. Hiram was stunned. What did this guy say? Did they know? What are you kidding? Forget it, since you don't know me, then I'll hit you. He sneered and released a burst of energy in an instant. This is the world of the superpower system, and Hiram only felt that his body was hanging in the air, unable to move. At this moment, Mewtwo flew up again, another force bulging out, and the target was Hiram. Damn it! Seeing that even Hiram was no match, Shingdu became anxious, took a step, flew up, and actually stood in front of him. The purpose was pure, just to block Mewtwo's skills. Roll. Who knows, just one word from Hiram made his complexion change drastically and he vomited blood. The battle of the strong, ants, is not qualified to participate. Then, Hiram added another sentence. At this moment, Shingdu seems to have 100,000 grass and mud horses galloping in his heart. Nima, this is the strong one. Or, this is the white-eyed wolf. When Hiram was injured, he still took him in and treated him. Now what? This guy actually hurt even him in order to fight. Forget it, since this guy doesn't want to live, what does it have to do with him? Kerm, you admit defeat. You can't beat me, your strength is really good. You have reached the peak of the super beast, but it's a pity. It's still far from that unreachable realm. Chow Meng with a sneer, he took out his other hand, and in it, holding an obscure force, slapped into Hiram's mind. Immediately, Hiram was sweating profusely, as if facing a great enemy. Is this the power that surpasses the super divine beast? It's really strong. Hiram was shocked. This power not only broke his sea of consciousness defense, but also defeated his bottom line. Kerm, don't be afraid, you can experience it yourself. Today, since you are ignorant, you will not do it. I hope you will do it yourself. After Chow Meng finished speaking, he turned to look at Shingdu. Shingdu's complexion changed dramatically in an instant, and cold sweat dripped down. Hiram's mentality has changed, and he begins to consider whether he is really wrong. For so many years, he has been working for them in the superpower family, and he himself has not gained anything at all. Shingdu, are you lying to me? At this moment, he looked at Shingdu coldly. The power of the peak of the super beast was oppressed, and this sudden power directly changed Shingdu's complexion. How is it possible? How can I lie to you, right? Cough. Don't worry, I will definitely help you deal with all the troubles. This kid just wants to deceive you. If he really surpasses the super beast, you think, will he still have a good talk with us? Put yourself in the shoes and think, if you have this strength, you will still be like the ants of the past, chatting on the ground and making a fuss. Chapter 471. Hiram was stunned. It seemed that was the case. If you have this strength, you will definitely have your butt up in the sky, and you will talk more to these rubbish. If anyone disagrees, they will be killed directly. Hiram, I don't know if you are really stupid or fake. This guy is trying to deceive you. You are so fooled. Do you think everyone is as stupid as you? Are you arrogant and domineering? Might as well say it bluntly, when I have the strength of yours, I have my tail tucked. Chow Meng sneered, not taking him to heart at all. This Low-key. There seems to be such a statement, but he is really difficult to understand. Why did Chow Meng say this? And if what he said was true, why did he help him? Is it because of the so-called low-key that he gave himself such a precious insight? Impossible. Absolutely rule out this idea. He seemed to have said before that the two knew each other. Hey, forget it. I don't care about this matter. You can talk about it yourself. To be honest, I have so much time, I might as well go to practice. Only after he got Cheomeng's advice, he of course went to practice. This it is understandable. At this moment, only Mewtwo and Xingdu were left on the field. Looking at Xingdu's increasingly desperate face, Cheomeng smiled strangely and came behind him in an instant. Xingdu, hand over the destructive factor, and I can spare you. Otherwise, I will let you die. After Chow Meng finished speaking, he squeezed his neck with one hand and took off on the spot. It happened that when he was in the air, he saw Luo Chen. I have caught Xingdu, and the destructive factor is in his hands. Seeing Luochen, Cheomeng seemed extremely excited, and after searching for so long, he finally found it. You'll be fine, but you're worried about hurting me. Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief, patted his shoulder, and found that he had scars on his body. They hurt you. How is that possible? No matter how bad his dream is, he is still a venerable. How could he be injured in such a place? Could it be that there is something he doesn't know about? Luochen was puzzled, and just heard the ancient Cheomeng say that there are secret weapons in this superpower family. In this way, Cheomeng was overshadowed by these things. Hey, this thing is unfortunate. I was intercepted by the formation as soon as I came in. These guys, obviously prepared, and then sealed me. Fortunately, this guy Xingdu is stupid and put it on my head. Pressure, trying to torture me, but I took this opportunity to break free from his bondage. Chow Meng laughed and didn't care about the feelings of the guy next to him. Xingdu, he even began to doubt his life. Is he really that bad? You'll be fine. Luo Chen smiled awkwardly, and then he noticed that there was another person beside him. This guy is the so-called Xingdu. At this moment, his complexion is haggard, and there is no trace of blood on his face, as if he was being forced. Jian, young woman. Brother, are you all right? Luo Chen coughed dryly and looked at Xingdu. Xingdu has a black line on his face. Nima, who is your brother? You guys just want to destroy the factor, right? Xingdu looked at the two coldly. Although he was at a disadvantage, he was still not afraid, as if he had the rest of his cards. Do you think you can make a comeback? Luo Chen smiled and wanted to laugh a little. His group of elders had all been destroyed. That is to say, the only thing that threatened them in the entire super family was the so-called Xingdu. Xingdu gritted his teeth, put the destruction factor into his arms, and took out a small bead. Although none of my elders have arrived, I can motivate myself. It was the first time that he did this, and he was actually a little nervous. To activate this magic weapon was a huge drain for him, even if he was already a first-level god. In the past, the urging was controlled by him, and the elders assisted to complete it. Now, it seems that all this is unrealistic. This guy Luochen is very strong, otherwise he would not be able to destroy the Protoss. He knows all this. Chow Meng had already returned to Luo Chen's side, but he didn't do anything. His master is here. What qualifications does he have? By the way, are you really all right? Luo Chen coughed dryly and asked again. Don't worry, these guys can only hurt my skin. If they really want to hurt me, their strength is still far behind. Cheomeng sneered, wiped the wound, and recovered in an instant. Luo Chen nodded. It seemed that Chow Meng had grown a lot. This scene made the ancient Cheomeng stunned. It turned out that the future self was so strong. Are you sure you won't resist? Xingdu was a little angry when he saw that they were still in Dao Kan, but he was not really angry. In this way, he was given the opportunity to maximize the power of the secret weapon. It's okay, you can come. If you can't catch it, I will lose. Luo Chen smiled, not looking down on him, but he was really too weak. It's just a first-level god peak. If he wasn't worried about breaking the destructive factor, Luo Chen would have let Mewtwo blow his head. Diaresis you will regret being so arrogant now. Super Energy Tribute. He shouted loudly, and cracks appeared on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the so-called castle disappeared, and it was a rubble field made up of graveyards. Inherent domain. It seems to be not bad. But your inherent domain is too bad, you still need a magic weapon to stimulate it. Luokan laughed and then summoned Celebi. Celebi, what should you do if someone provokes your inherent domain? Luo Chen wanted to laugh, playing a big knife in front of Guangdong. What a joke. Celebi looked at Xingdu coldly, with an obscure picture of murderous intent, her body instantly swelled. Inherent domain, this is the privilege of the venerable, but Mewtwo has not yet comprehended it. But the inherent domain of Celebi was directly opened up by Jiu Yushi, so there is no problem of perception. Boom. Wang Zhao Snow. The formation of the rabbi's inherent domain directly broke the domain of stardom, and the scene in front of him changed directly. It was actually a warm spring. He is a divine beast who has become enlightened by the law of time, so it is normal for this inherent domain to be the 4 seasons. Although Chao Meng has not been exposed to this aspect, he can still guess a thing or two. Not far away, Celebi glanced at Mewtwo, and then nodded. This is indeed the realm of the 4 seasons, but this realm is different from the real realm. The real realm can even control the flow of time. I can't do it. I can only let it change with the 4 seasons. Celebi was helpless, that's all he said. After Luokan heard this, he was stunned for a while. It seemed that this was the downside of being enlightened. Something as important as the inherent realm was actually formed after it was finalized. If it was really like this, it would be bad. Super Dream, you must comprehend your own field and find the path that suits you best. Fei. Chapter 472. Cheomeng is a little confused. Nima, why does everything have to do with you? It's a bit funny that he can be referred to in an inherent field. Don't worry, I understand this. After all, this is also a fact. Celebi's inherent domain problem has come out. After all, it is not under his control. Similar to the star, it is due to external force. But even so, the gap between the two is huge. After all, the strength of the two is here. Celebi is the strongest elf in Luokan's hands, and the guy on the opposite side is not very lucky. The strength is not very good, and you have to forcibly summon the inherent domain. Isn't this killing yourself? What's the difference between this and the realm of the gods? Luokan was a little puzzled. When the elf became a god, he could condense his own realm of gods. In the realm of the gods, the strength of the master of the realm will increase a lot, while the enemy in the realm is more unlucky. Unless you use your own domain to forcibly break through, you can't go out. This is the cruel truth. Of course, this also has a big drawback. It's like a duel between Mewtwo and Celebi, in which Celebi's god's domain is stronger. And Mewtwo made the first move and pulled Celebi into the realm, and at this moment, when Celebi released his realm, he could break through Mewtwo's realm, thus pulling him into his own realm. Chao Meng will be seriously injured. Because his domain was smashed, this will be an irreparable scar. In fact, to put it bluntly, the inherent realm is the evolution of the realm of God. When the strength reaches a certain level and the perception of the law reaches the extreme, the realm of the gods will evolve into an inherent realm. On the field, Celebi had already returned, so she didn't want to stay longer in this kind of meaningless battle. At this moment, Xingdu has a decadent look on his face. There is no color on his face, maybe. He is desperate, he has never felt this kind of humiliation. The enemy is really too strong. He is no match at all. Luokan, I want to know, what exactly do you want to do when you take the destruction factor away? Don't tell me, you are also doing it for strength. Xingdu smiled bitterly. Luokan's strength is invincible, and it is not too much, but he is really curious, what effect does the destructive factor have? Luo Chen smiled. It seems that Xingdu didn't know how serious the mistake he made. Xingdu, do you really want to know? I'm afraid you won't be able to bear it after I tell you. Luokan said with a smile. Xingdu gritted his teeth and nodded. Luokan nodded, and then said, okay, since you really want to know, I'll tell you nothing. The destruction factor is the product of the creator god Arceus, that is to say, my actions this time were ordered by Lord Arceus. Fortunately, he didn't know that it was his elves who did it. If you let him know, what will happen? Luo Chen looked at him coldly, not hiding the killing intent at all. Xingdu's complexion changed greatly. If he knew that this thing belonged to Arceus, and gave him 10 courage, he would not dare to move. And you ignore the meaning of the existence of the destruction factor. It exists to maintain world peace. Elves, or humans, or every grass and every tree. They are all alive, in order to make all people, all elves, all plants. Arceus came up with such a method after generations of reproduction. That's the so-called, reversing the world. The destruction factor was originally embedded at the junction of the two worlds. Now that you have done it like this, the reversed world has become a mess. The reason? It is precisely because this reversed world is directly floating up. In a few days, the world will be reversed and our lives will be replaced. And people will not enter reincarnation after death. The so-called souls are all jokes. Luokan laughed. He is speaking now, quite pertinent, yes, no moisture at all. Xingdu was silent. He didn't know how bad he had done. Now that he heard Luokan's words, he probably understood. XXX. The sabotage factor was created by Arceus in order to maintain the peace of the underground world and the real world. Now it has been stolen because of the sabotage factor. Strength, is it really that important? I'll just ask you, Xingdu, do you know what's wrong? Falling dust made Xingdu's scalp numb. Everything I do, I will never admit I'm wrong. I have to carry my own path, others will it as unreliable. Xingdu said with a serious face. Luokan fell silent. It seems that only death can wake him up. In fact, Luokan didn't want to kill people, nor did he want to kill the elves. After all, this is a place that has existed for many years. The patriarch said that if it is gone, it will be gone, which will definitely make people suspicious. Okay, I will sentence you to death now. Luokan looked at him coldly. The writing wheel was about to open. This kind of guy couldn't shut up after eating feces. Wait, Xingdu coughed dryly. Everyone was afraid of death. If he could not die, of course it would be best. Luokan was stunned for a moment, then asked, aren't you right? I'm going to teach you to admit your mistakes now. With an evil smile on her face, the so-called teaching her, this is to let him understand what is wrong. No, what I want to tell you is that if you don't stop now, the world will be gone. Xingdu sighed, then sat quietly on the side. Luo Chen was shocked. Could there be something else? What do you mean? If I don't stop now, the world will be gone. Luo Chen was a little confused. Could it be that this guy is still implementing plans in other places? Where is the human race? Or anywhere else? Come on, explain everything you know. Luokan rubbed his temples, but he didn't expect things to have developed to this point now. I'll give you this first. Xingdu sighed, took out the destruction factor, and carefully placed it in Luokan's hands. He really doesn't know the meaning of the existence of the destructive factor. I only know that this thing can improve their strength and make their superpower family prosper. Taking over the destruction factor, Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. There is not a single thing missing here, but the power of the law is a little less. These things are harmless, as long as the structure inside is not damaged, everything is fine. Super Dream, take this thing and see if what I said is true or false. He handed the destruction factor to the ancient Cheomeng, and Luokan breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this trip was about to end. As for the so-called world's demise, he really didn't believe it. It's not just us. There are also many races that are doing it. And even the powerhouses from other planes are coming. That's all. If you want to kill or slash, please listen to your honor. In Luokan's heart, there is a sentence MMP that I don't know if it should be said or not, but you fucking finished it. Where is the problem? Chapter 473. In fact, this star is also afraid of death, so he deliberately left this suspense, otherwise, he would have already explained it. In this regard, Luokan is only helpless. Actually, he just needs to say that Luokan doesn't want to kill him. Well, of course, it depends on Cheomung's mood. After all, this guy has no grievances and grudges with himself, and with Cheomung is the real sadness. Chao Meng, to be honest, do you want to kill him? Luo Chen turned his gaze to Chao Meng, to Chao Meng. After all, these two guys are very important, one is super ancient, and the other is modern. These two guys are indispensable. Forget it. Since he admits it all wrong, why should we kill him? Ancient Chaos Man shook his head. Although there are all kinds of resentment in his heart, he is still a little helpless. As a past tense, in front of modern people, I actually have very little right to speak. Even if Luo Chen gave him power, it would have no effect. After Luokan listened, he was silent for a while, and then he turned his attention to Cheomung next to him. What do you think? The cold sweat on Xingdu's palm is already falling. Nima, you must be generous. Otherwise, the head will not be saved. Forget it, then don't kill it. We are not indiscriminately killing innocent people. But, hearing this, Xingdu's heart thumped, and a bad premonition arose. But what? Luokan asked with a smile. Cheomung smiled and then said, there should be 3 chapters of the proper contract. After all, he made a mistake. Chapter 3 of the Covenant. Xingdu felt grief in his heart, he never thought that he also has today. Well, what do you think the 3 chapters of the contract should be about? Luokan asked again. 1. The destructive factor will be untouchable for life. 2nd, the coveting of the elves can be put away. 3rd, open the super city and let the cultures begin to blend. The 3 points that Chao Meng said were not very strict, and most people would choose to agree. Besides, Xingdu has to agree even if he doesn't agree, this is something related to life. How is it? Do you agree? Luo Chen looked at him and wanted to laugh a little, but he didn't expect him to be so afraid of death, but it was good to inspire his fighting spirit. Do I still have a choice? He was a little helpless, damn it, he was just forcing him. Well, remember your promise, don't miss the appointment, otherwise, hey, I don't need to tell you the end, right? Luo Chen, a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Star rating. That being the case, Luo Chen couldn't say more. When he saw his hands spread out, a green light appeared, and he was instantly trapped on him. This is the light of healing. Well, your injury will recover soon, but I hope you will tell me everything you know. After all, this is about the survival of all human beings in the whole world, and he cannot tolerate the slightest negligence. Luo Chen's face was serious, and the stars were horrified. To the northwest, the giants are encroaching on the territory of human beings. In the due west, the demons are also eager to move. And in the south, the southern barbarians or the invasion has already begun. This race has signed a contract with me before, and then it will give us a fief. He coughed dryly, for fear that Luo Chen would be angry. Hee, you're still quite powerful, Luo Chen smiled, wanting to laugh a little. Although this guy is afraid of death, he is still cautious. Which of these races is the strongest? Luo Chen asked in a deep voice. Of course it's the southern Nanman clan. As far as I know, there are more than 10 superheroic beasts of this race, and they are all good at breaking the ground. Xingdu gritted his teeth. In fact, he was also worried about a problem at first. If they combine with the Nanman clan to successfully take over the whole world, then what qualifications do they have to go to this Nanman clan to compete for this fief? Forget it, your sins in this life are really deep, but it's okay, there is no end to the suffering, and it's time to turn around. Your attitude, isn't too bad. I just hope you can do it yourself. After giving him a cold look, Luo Chen lightly stepped and disappeared in place. Mewtwo did the same and disappeared. As for the ancient super dream, at this moment, it has merged with the destructive factor and was taken away by a mysterious energy. Needless to say, Luo Chen knew what he was doing. First of all, the destruction factor must be put back, otherwise the world will collapse. As the guardian of nature, Mewtwo must find a place to sleep forever. Perhaps, this is the best result for the superpower family. In the elf family, there is no superpower without superpower. If the superpower clan's patriarch makes a mistake, it has nothing to do with the entire superpower family. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Luokan sighed in the void, but in fact he also had some small tempers in his heart. The reason is very simple, Nima, these things are really coming one after another. At first, it was Jiu Yushi, then it was Lord Arceus, and then, now, the trouble of the superpower family. He couldn't help rubbing his temples. If he hadn't come to this era, would all this happen? Otherwise, perhaps it is because of him that time and space have been changed. More than 10 super divine beasts, with the strength of Lord Tianlong, are not opponents. If such a powerful enemy is not solved for him, I am afraid that the trouble will be even greater. 0. In other words, this Nanman clan is just like a miniature version of the Protoss. Of course, their strength is less than 1/10 of the Protoss. At the beginning of the battle with the Protoss, Luo Chen did not know how many powerful beings he killed. His elves are all supreme beings, and on the battlefield, they are invincible, and with an invincible attitude, they look down on the whole world. Luokan, don't think too much, maybe we shouldn't come to this world. Cheomeng sighed, feeling a little confused about Luokan's worries. No, if we don't come, then this modern age will be doomed. He still understands some things. This is the same as what Xingdu said before. What he does, he has to carry it himself. If you don't come here, then the modern world will be devoured by the Protoss, and if you come, the Protoss crisis will no longer exist. It's just, a new crisis will come again. Can this be called a disaster for the world? Human beings are in a corner, and elves are lingering. It is because of this perfunctory attitude that the three enemies seized the opportunity and attacked frantically. Possessing such fertile land, his strength is still so weak. Isn't that courting death? Perhaps, a life can only be reborn in a barren environment and find its true self. Hey, let's go and see the Nanman clan first. Luo Chen smiled bitterly, then tore a crack and got out first. Here is the so-called southern barbarian land. The entire land is barren, no grass grows, and there are only hard rocks. Chapter 474. Suddenly, a silver light flashed past, and Luo Chen was shocked, and his body suddenly retreated. From this silver light, he felt the danger of death. How can that be? With his strength, although it is not comparable to super divine beasts, he is not weak. He half squinted his eyes, gradually seeing this fact clearly. In other words, the one who attacked him just now was a super divine beast. A visitor from Zhongzhou, I wonder if you can have a meeting with Nanman Shangtai. Luo Chen respectfully clasped his fists, without any disrespect. This is indeed the case. In such a barren environment, they can still live tenaciously, and their strength is still so strong. How can this be ordinary perseverance? Can they do it? In other words, if human beings are among them, let alone cultivation, even living would find it very difficult. Humph, we are the noble Nan Protoss. You and other Zhongzhou villains are actually ashamed and humiliated. Could it be that we are so easy to bully? His face was gloomy, and Luo Chen called him Nanman, which seemed to anger him. Here, the dust is clear. No wonder the Nanman clan was so dissatisfied with Zhongzhou, that was the reason. Zhongzhou is the most beautiful place in the whole world. Because of the shock and awe of the Protoss, many surrounding races dare not approach it. Now, the Protoss actually disappeared without a sound. The news they got was that the Protoss robbed a monster's partner, and then the monster was furious and destroyed the Protoss in one fell swoop. If Luo Chen knew about their rumors, he would probably vomit blood in anger. Nima, spread the word with falsehood. Of course, since the land of Nanman is not close to Zhongzhou, it is normal for the message to be sent incorrectly. Okay, you really are, but Zhongzhou does have prejudice against you, but I hope you can understand. Today, on behalf of the human race, I apologize to all brothers and sisters. Everyone lives under the same sky, so why fight and kill? Is it not good to love each other? Luokan shook his head, sighing deeply. Hee, I'm in love with you. What are you kidding? Who do you think you are? Also, do you think you can represent the human race? Stop teasing. The guy was immediately unhappy and began to curse loudly. XXX. Luo Chen. It turns out that the rumors in Zhongzhou are still somewhat true. The rumors say that the Nanman clan is open-mouthed and has no respect for anyone. It seems that this is indeed the case. Okay, since you're not sincere, then I don't have to hold back. After Luo Chen finished speaking, Mewtwo jumped out, and the terrifying realm was released directly. The southern barbarians have outstanding combat power, otherwise they would not be the strongest race around. Actually, they have another name. Battle Race. Born to fight. Brother Nan God Clan, I would like to ask, can your attitude represent your entire race? Luo Chen's expression was cold, as if he was about to attack in the next moment. I'm sorry, I'm me, the god of Nan is the god of Nan, and they and I are only related to the upper and lower levels. He immediately said this when he heard this. After all, he hasn't reached the level of diatribe, so of course he can't say much. Hee, I hope you can remember your words. After Luo Chen finished speaking, he left with Chao Meng and headed to the majestic Tucheng ahead. Stop. Ahead is the powerhouse of the Kusanagi clan, and humans are forbidden to enter. He immediately rushed forward, and at this time, Luo Chen finally saw what this guy looked like. His physique is larger than that of a human being, and when he stands up, it is estimated that he is the size of a small mountain. But overall, human beings have magnified several levels. Huh, you mean, don't let me in. Luo Chen looked at him and wanted to laugh. He looked at Luo Chen coldly and punched directly. He figured it out, this kid is here to do things. Do you want to do it? Luo Chen was stunned, just now Chaosai Cheomeng had already shocked him, why doesn't this guy know shame? Still want to fight with yourself? I am the most honorable warrior of the Nan Protoss. Even if I die, I will protect my dignity. The dream is lost. Don't kill him. Taunt. Naked ridicule, this is not giving face to the Nan Protoss. Chao Meng smiled knowingly, suppressed his strength to the peak of the super divine beast, and threw it out with a mental shock. The warrior Nanshan's expression changed greatly, and he immediately used his feet to jump up into the sky. Luokan looked at him suspiciously, who said that giants move slowly. This guy, the speed is outrageous. Boom. Even if he flew up, Mewtwo still hit him easily, causing his body to fly upside down and fall heavily to the ground. Chao Meng is a venerable one, even if his strength is suppressed, his realm perception is still there, and this alone is enough to prove everything. Damn. Warrior Nan Shen gritted his teeth, endured the pain, and got up. If you want to enter the city, just step over my body. Unyielding and tenacious. Luo Chen looked at him with a little appreciation. Cheomeng, control him, let's enter the city. The Nan Protoss is quite strong, but I don't know if this is his or all the Nan Protoss are so loyal. Chao Meng's superpower control is very strong, and at this moment, he was lifted into the air, and then a psychic lock attacked, locking him in the air. Nan Shen warrior, you are very good, I am optimistic about you. Luo Chen laughed and led Chao Meng to approach Tucheng. Because the environment here is bad, sand and rocks are flying everywhere, so there are still traces of time on the walls. If this thing has always been here, I'm really curious, how did it stay in such an environment and such a dirt city? There are storms of different sizes here every day, and it is really strange that they can be blocked by relying on a soil city. Don't be surprised, there is actually the heart of the law. Well, it is the so-called core of the law. It is because of this thing that the city can stay in peace. Hearing this, Luo Chen couldn't help laughing. In fact, the city was already about to collapse. If it didn't have the so-called heart of law, I'm afraid it would cease to exist many years ago. This race, I didn't know it back then, it seemed. It appeared out of thin air. Chao Meng frowned, some things were really getting weirder. Could it be because of me? Disrupted the rules of this time and space. Luochen gritted his teeth, and then he poured out an essence of power and slapped it hard on the ground. This blow doesn't have much power, I just want to see if this thing is real. Who is making a fuss here? A loud shout came from the city, and in the blink of an eye, Luo Chen saw a huge figure. Huh, sure enough, everyone here is a giant. Luochen coughed dryly. It wasn't that he looked down on giants. It's just that, wouldn't the giants say anything? Chapter 475. A visitor from Zhongzhou, visiting a warrior of the Nan Protoss, please open the door. Luo Chen bowed respectfully inside, and then saw the giant door being opened. He couldn't help being stunned. He actually opened the door. This is dry what? Ahem, this is a little different from the plot development. In his image, now is a critical moment. The other party doesn't open the door, and then he will force a bunch of blind people to enter. But the other party opened the door directly. Instead, it made him a little helpless. My friend from Zhongzhou, who has come from afar, I don't know what to do. Finally, Luo Chen saw someone to communicate with. He is the same size as a normal human, and has wise silver hair, which amazes Luochen. Senior must have a high status in the city. Luochen looked at him slyly, and then said. The little old man couldn't help but glance at Luochen, then nodded. Little doll has good eyesight, I'm the patriarch of the Nan God clan. He looked at Luochen and then said. These 22 answers made Luochen a little shocked. Every member of the other party is so huge. As the patriarch, you should be bigger anyway. Senior with such a stature, he can actually become the patriarch of the Nan God clan. He must have extraordinary strength. To test, Luo Chen did not dare to act rashly. Although I know that my strength can completely crush them, but... He didn't want to deal with them now. From the Nan God clan, Luochen seemed to see the truth, goodness and beauty, which was not seen in other places. Hee, if my little friend thinks this way, then it's wrong. I'm an old man. I'm actually an ordinary person, and I don't have any power in my body. The old man's words made Luo Chen's eyes stunned. What's the joke? Is this old man an ordinary person? A super family that controls more than 10 super divine beasts. Their patriarch is actually just an ordinary person. Looking at their sincere faces, Luo Chen felt a little doubt in his heart. Could it be that Xingdu was lying to him? No, he should know his strength, not to mention the southern barbarians, even the elves, he can easily destroy them. It seems that all of this has to be answered in the Nan God clan city. The superiors are strict, but what about the commoners? He didn't believe it anymore. Nuo is a big race, and there are no civilians. But after actually going in, he was dumbfounded. Here, there are really no civilians. In such a barren environment, let alone an ordinary person, even a guy who is good at cultivation cannot guarantee his survival. Patriarch Nanshan, could it be that there are no ordinary people in your Nanshan clan? Luo Chen couldn't help but looked at the little old man beside him. As soon as he heard this, the old man burst into tears. He sighed leisurely, and then said, to form a race, most of the people are ordinary people, there is no doubt about this, but in this, there is actually a question. We are a barren place, a place abandoned by the whole world, let alone them, even the brothers and sisters around me, it's not easy to survive. He sighed, a little helpless. Luo Chen was stunned for a moment, this sentence is not right. Ordinary people cannot survive. Hee, those Nangod clan patriarchs are just ordinary people. Could it be that this doesn't need explanation? Luokan sneered, pinched Nanshan's patriarch's wrist, and then said, "You are not an ordinary person." Boom. It erupted in an instant. The little old man was using the thunder method at this moment, and that power was extremely terrifying. It turns out that it was you who plotted against me outside the city before. Hee, who did I think it was? Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Everything understood. The Nangod clan is a fake race. The environment they live in is indeed very difficult, but if you discuss with Lord Tianlong and Ganshi, it is not impossible to give them land. One wrong step. They pushed themselves into the abyss of perdition, and it can only be said that they brought everything on their own. Luokan, do you feel very disappointed? Cheomung appeared, superpower appeared, and instantly covered the audience. All the people of the Nan Protoss seemed to be frozen, standing motionless. This is not the law of time, this is just a superpower, mind control. Through the power of thought, enter the enemy's head, and then control the central nervous system. Such a trick can completely kill the enemy in silence. Hee, I don't think anything. This is a very normal phenomenon. Anyone's existence has a purpose, and, after so many years, I have summed up an experience. There can only be two relationships between people. The first is to use the relationship, and the second is to be used. It can be said that the whole world is so dark, maybe you don't believe it, but I can tell you that this world is cruel. Luo Chen said seriously. Actually, this world is not as sad as imagined. A lot of things, just didn't come across. How to deal with the Nan Protoss? Chao Meng asked. Luokan raised his brows, killed. Do not. He is not a bloodthirsty person, and these guys are not useless. Do you know who I am? They were already under control, and when Luo Chen opened his mouth, their bodies were shocked. Especially the patriarch among them was even more shocked. His strength is at the pinnacle of the super divine beast, and he never thought that Luo Chen would not be able to hurt Luo Chen in the case of a sneak attack. Is this a coincidence, or does Luokan really possess this power? Today, you all deserve to die. However, God has the virtue of good life, and I don't want to cause killings. In this case, you should accept my punishment. He said, and let Mewtwo free them from control. Damn. Hee, young man, your strength is indeed very strong, but are you sure you can be the enemy of the same race as my Nanshan? The patriarch looked at Luokan coldly, and he had quietly crushed a jade pendant in his hand. Luokan Hezuran, of course, seeing this scene, he didn't point it out, didn't say much, just looked at him quietly. Hee, I'll share some fun with you when your death is imminent, right? Clan head Nan laughed. Reinforcements will arrive soon, as long as he can hold it back. That is victory. XXX. Death is imminent. Luokan coughed dryly, and he didn't know who was dying. Isn't it just reinforcements? He Luokan, I'm really not afraid. Come 1 to kill 1, 2 to kill 1 pair. Tell me, what's the fun? This guy must have thought he was going to die. How could he miss such a good opportunity? My Nan Protoss has reached an agreement with the Super Clan to jointly attack the Elf Clan's base camp and kill Lord Tianlong. The old man seemed to have begun to imagine a better life in the future. Is this just fun? Luokan shook his head helplessly. It seems that he still doesn't know the truth. Chapter 476. Do you know what the truth is? Luo Chen shook his head, and couldn't help but sneer. This guy just has too much self-confidence. Hearing Luokan's words, the Nanshan patriarch was suddenly stunned. Could it be that there is something to say about it? How? He asked suspiciously. Luo Chen smiled, and then said, could it be that you are not curious, why am I here? You should know that with my strength, I don't need to say more. Patriarch Nanshan was stunned. What he meant was, superpower race, is there something wrong? Superpowers. He was silent for a long time, and then said, Well, you guessed it right. That's it. The superpowers have already explained everything. Haha, not only you, but also the giants in the northwest. Haha, do you think there is any room for you to resist? Luokan wanted to laugh very much. Image is the most important thing. You, damn superpowers. Damn Xingdu, how dare you betray me? He couldn't help but grit his teeth. Such a genie, what's the use of keeping it? He would have killed it if he knew it. Hee, why are you taking your anger on him? Luo Chen couldn't help sneering. He didn't look for the reason in himself for everything, but looked for it in others. This kind of person doesn't deserve to stay in this world. Who the hell are you? The head of the Nangod clan shouted. In his memory, there was no such existence. He could make the superpower clan surrender and explain such things. Luo Chen looked at him like a fool. He wanted to laugh, but he didn't know what to say. I'm afraid that after I say it, you will collapse. Although he is not famous, but once it is said that he is the human who destroyed the Protoss, I am afraid that the Nan Protoss will be dumbfounded. Patriarch Nanshan suddenly had a bad premonition. This human being has a dangerous aura all over his body. At this moment, dozens of giants appeared in Luokan's field of vision, each with a fierce look and a heavy weapon in his hand. He couldn't help but sigh. It's good to grow strong, and he can carry such a big weapon. I have to say, you guys are really stupid. You're just some shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Don't try to get a bargain with me, Tilda. Luo Chen immediately threw a pokeball. Earth monster, Guratin, has your injury recovered after so long? Come, let them see your strength. Compared with strength, Gulatin's strength is not weak, and Ji Yushi has compensated him a lot. His strength also broke through the shackles of first-level divine beasts and reached the peak of super divine beasts. With such strength, although there is still a little gap compared to them, it is just right to hone his character. Some time ago, Gulatin was suffocated. After his injury recovered, he always wanted to fight, but he never had the chance. Just now, Luo Chen gave him such a fight. This battle is enough to make you feel full, no problem. Luo Chen laughed. He knew that with Gulatin's strength, he was no match for these guys at all, so he let Cheomeng swept aside. I was just worried that something might go wrong. After all, Gulatin was seriously injured before. Just this little guy, just want to fight with my Nan Protoss. Patriarch Nangod glanced at Gulatin and didn't take him to heart at all. He paid more attention, but he was actually in the super dream. In his opinion, Mewtwo, who has been eyeing him, is the most dangerous. As for Gulatin, it's actually just a cover. If Luo Chen knew that he thought so, he would probably die of laughter. Who said that Gulatin was weak? Despised by the enemy, Gulatin roared and let out a dull roar, and the next moment, a storm formed. This power. This power is far from what super beasts possess. In other words, his strength is likely to have taken half a step. Damn, it's troublesome. The Nanshan Patriarch's heart tightened. His Nanshan clan was different from the superpower clan. Their greatest advantage was their power. And the superpower family is that strange and unpredictable superpower. Of course, although they are huge, there is a big gap between them and the giants. The Nan Divine clan is a combination of physical and mental cultivation. As for the giant clan, they follow the path of pure body shape. They rely on their huge bodies and terrifying power to strike first, people. It is said that the powerful giants can even smash mountains and rivers with one blow. Gulatin, your strength has improved very quickly. Luokan laughed. His strength has indeed improved quite well. In the face of the existence of more than a dozen heads of comparable strength, he still does not fall behind. This battle can be said to have made him feel good. After all, they are all power types, and that's what Gradin is most interested in. Boom! A fist like a crescent moon fell, and Gulatin's body froze, and he opened his bloody mouth to greet him. Go up and help, idiot! The Nangod clan's patriarch was shocked. These warriors were all his confidants, and if one died, one less. He figured it out. this Gulatin was different from what he imagined. This guy is very strong, incredibly strong. Hearing the voice of the patriarch, several guys turned around one after another, forming a siege to Gulatin. Diaresis Gulatin, the force of nature. Falling dust drink. Gulatin understood. Bursts of light radiated from his body, and the flames in the air seemed to take special care of him. On his side, the sun was getting bigger and bigger. As we all know, Gulatin will use the power of the blazing sun to become stronger and stronger. This is the field that people often talk about. The force of nature. When the skill was released, the surroundings seemed to be in chaos, and dozens of fellows were stunned. They only felt that they were hit by endless rocks. But looking around, there was no gravel. Gulatin, it's time to end this battle. Luo Chen laughed loudly, this is rolling. I thought that Gulatin needed Mewtwo's help, but who knew that he could solve all the enemies with a single elf? Damn, the Nanshan Patriarch gritted his teeth and took out an ancient elf ball from his arms. In fact, the Nan God clan is also considered a branch of Zhao's human beings, but it is very different from the human body size and is rejected by the human race. These guys settled in the barren land and formed the current Nan God clan. Huh, you also have an elves. Luo Chen was shocked, this guy has a lot of secrets. Sea Emperor Ya, go, kill him. The king of the sea. Luoken's eyes were lost, and he forgot to stand still for a while, staggering. Neptune Tooth. The exact opposite of Gulatin. Gulatin controls the sun, while Haihuangya is the so-called rain god, who represents rainfall. Moreover, there is a legend between these two guys in ancient times, that is to say, the two divine beasts were bewitched and fought on the Luli Island, and in the end, the split empty seat shot to solve the matter. However, there is a problem that can be seen from now on. Rikongza is more powerful than these two guys. Huh. I hope Gulatin can win. Chapter 477. Gulatin and Neptunia are natural enemies, and these two guys should never meet each other for a lifetime. At this moment, the two guys stopped and looked at each other. Although they haven't started, but their power is still rising, and their momentum is rising. Luo Chen couldn't help sweating for him. This is their battle, he must not disturb him. At the same time, he had sworn in his heart that as long as Gulatin was not killed, he would not rescue him. At this moment, the whole world felt something was wrong. Half of the sky was red, and the other side was blue. The combination of hot weather and heavy rainfall, the world is close to destruction. Huh, I don't know if the split empty seat will come. He coughed dryly. After all, this guy is quite busy now. When encountering a battle between ancient mythical beasts, he might really come to see the excitement. The two guys still haven't made a move yet, but the power on them all means that they are fighting secretly. You may not know, because Kakuzuo and Haihuangya are both godsends, so as long as the two guys are together, their strength will be flat, and only when they are separated will they recover. Chao Meng is knowledgeable and talented, so he said. Hearing this, Luo Chen couldn't help frowning. If this is true, it would be troublesome. After all, these two are gods who control the weather. If they are out of control, it will be bad. You don't need to worry too much. This is just a battle between trainers. The energy won't spread too far, and it will affect 100 miles at most. Cheomeng smiled and said slowly. Luoken, 100 miles in radius. Not far. This Nima, an ordinary person has to walk for a few days. Forget it, it's just a barren land, and it's nothing. Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, this is a desert, no matter how much you torture it. Actually, you can make Guratin a little weaker. Maybe this will improve the environment of the Badlands. Chao Meng smiled. However, this method is feasible, but since the Nanshan Patriarch has already controlled the sky, why not just rain? Pointing out this question, Cheomeng reluctantly spread his hands. Hey, you are an excellent trainer anyway, can't you understand common sense? They can indeed affect the weather, but this is not something they can control themselves. It is like a human being grabbed Gulatin and asked him to target somewhere every day. Isn't that disturbing the peace of the world? And when they fight, the laws within the body will drift out, so now the weather has been changed. After talking about everything with Luokan, Cheomung felt helpless. Nima, who is the trainer? Wouldn't it be better to catch them together? Luo Chen coughed dryly. He actually guessed that there should be some knowledge in it. Chao Meng sighed and shook his head. Because Gulatin is a fierce sun, and Haihuangya is a torrential rain. The two things collided. Do you think you can take it away? Don't say two, even one. Many people won't be able to take it away. Luokan fell silent. In fact, if he really used them to change the environment of the world, wouldn't that mean exploiting loopholes? After coming into contact with Ji Yushi, he has deeply understood the dangers involved. God, you can't touch without contact. They're going to start. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen couldn't help being horrified. XXX. The two bodies continued to enlarge in the air, and then collided together. The huge waves spread out, and Luo Chen was hit by this sudden energy. He couldn't help but take a few steps back, and he felt like his body was burning. Why do I feel that he is stronger? Luo Chen was stunned, and being able to hurt himself shows that Gulatin's strength has reached its peak. And didn't I say before that the strength of the two guys should be flat? Could it be that Neptune Fang is stronger than Gulatin? This idea can be completely ruled out. After all, Gulatin at the moment is the pinnacle of super divine beasts. As for the Sea Emperor Ya, is it possible that he is still the Venerable? What are you kidding? It's not that he's stronger, but that you haven't seen his true power. If Gulatin explodes with all his strength, he can destroy 3 Earths within 10 breaths. Cheomung coughed dryly. I hope there will be no such day. Then Neptunia can also do it. Gulatin can melt the Earth with scorching temperature. As for Neptunia, can it directly turn the Earth into water? Yes, you think well, forget it, let's see their battle. How do I feel that Gulatin will lose? Cheomung frowned, and was really worried about him in his heart. Luokan immediately turned his head and watched the battle on the field. None of them used skills, not even fancy attacks. Yes, just the most primitive fights. Even the patriarch of the Nan God clan was stunned. He didn't know what the situation was right now. The ground was divided into 2 boundaries, and between the 2 guys, a gap was formed. On Luokan's side, it was scorching high temperature. As for the Nanshan clan's patriarch, it was all rain, and even his thighs were submerged. This kind of battle is meaningless. I feel that they can fight for hundreds of years like this. Well, in the end, they didn't tell the result, but we died first. Luokan smiled, then took out the poke ball from his arms and threw it on the ground. Kizora's huge body instantly appeared in the air, staring at the 2 guys. A huge dragon's might appeared, and the bodies of these 2 guys couldn't help but take a step back. Huh, are you afraid? Luo Chen was taken aback for a moment. It seemed that the legend was not fake. The power of the cracking seat can indeed control them. Damn, this is the Lord of the Sky. Our totem. The patriarch of the Nan God clan gritted his teeth and looked at the cracked empty seat. He was in tears and turned it into a totem. I don't know how many years I have worshipped it, but I didn't expect to meet it today. Huh, totem. Their voices were loud enough to reach Luo Chendu's ears. Hearing this, Luo Chen only felt helpless, and regarded the cracking seat as a totem. Well, there seems to be nothing wrong with it. Lord Tianlong, ha ha ha, do you know that someone actually worships you as a totem? Suddenly thinking of this meme, he couldn't help laughing out loud. Patriarch Nan God glanced at the corner of his eyes, and a cold killing intent appeared. Taunting my Nan Protoss totem divine beast, wait, damn it. A long sword appeared, his body was thunderous, and he actually came to Luokan's side at this moment. Hey, the speed has gotten faster. But, now, you still have to watch the show. The pupils shot out a force, and this guy flew out. There was disbelief in his eyes. This is definitely the most terrifying look I have ever seen in my life. Horrible. What? Are you afraid? Luo Chen looked at him coldly, and then continued to pay attention to the battle. The battle is still going on, he can't let up. Chapter 478. The fact that Crack Kongza had to join them completely disrupted their thinking. At this moment, Crack Kongza's position in Luo Chen's heart soared. In fact, to be honest, in the past, everything could be settled if there was a split seat, but as time passed, many things became troublesome. But fortunately, now that the strength of the cracking seat has caught up again, everything is not a problem. Gulatin, you can stop now. Luo Chen shouted. He didn't want to interrupt the battle between the two. Ahem, the main reason is that he is too hot now, the temperature is getting higher and higher, and there is no game experience at all. Gulatin seemed to look back and saw Luo Chen, and immediately, the flames burning on his body went out. Haihuangya closed it as soon as it saw it, and also stopped the movement in his hand. Just like that, the two ancient-level divine beasts stopped fighting. Okay, these two guys are finally quiet. Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief, took off his shirt, dried the sweat, and then looked towards Haihuangya. Why, are you powerless to fight anymore? Luo Chen looked at him coldly. Without Haihuangya, he would be vulnerable to a single blow. Forget it, Korakuza, go and deal with them, but don't kill them. Well, I'll talk about it later. After Luo Chen finished speaking, he saw a shadow flash past, and that was Kakutakuza. When the splitting seat moved, the speed was terrifying. It was only a face-to-face, and the Nangod clan's patriarch would being defeated, the whole person fell into a coma. Alright, let's take control of the entire Nangod clan while we are now. For the Nangod clan, he did not kill them. Just like the previous superpower clan, the punishment that should be given is still necessary. Because there is no patriarch, the Nangod clan has a decadent fighting spirit, and soon has no intention to fight again. I don't know how long it took, the main hall of the Nangod clan. Luokan sat quietly in the first place, and below him, there were a group of Nangod clan elders, and on his left was the Nangod clan patriarch. Tell me, what exactly do you want to do? This is the first time the Nangod clan has suffered such humiliation. With dozens of super divine beasts, this is what they rely on. I didn't expect it. Still overturned in the hands of a human. Luo Chen smiled, and then said, I heard that you want to occupy the territories of humans and elves. I wonder if this is true. Patriarch Nangod gritted his teeth and nodded. Yes, you already know these words. Do you still ask now, does it make sense? Actually, for Luokan, a trace of fear has already developed in his heart. This man is too terrifying. No matter what aspect it is, it can shock him. Moreover, that invincible, fearless gesture. Let's say bluntly, I destroyed the previous Protoss. Luo Chen said coldly. The patriarch of the Nangod clan and the other elders were stunned. Nima, are you so arrogant? Even the Protoss was wiped out. Or the patriarch reacted faster, and immediately screamed. You are that human being. The human being who was robbed of a woman by the gods. Patriarch Nanshan didn't realize that what he knew might be false information. When Luo Chen heard this, he immediately became stunned. What's the reason? Woman was robbed. Hey, don't talk nonsense. What do you mean when a woman is robbed? Luo Chen snorted coldly. Patriarch Nanshan understood, and quickly smiled with a deep meaning. It turned out that this was the senior. And what he meant was to keep himself a secret. Luokan didn't realize this, but Cheomeng, who was standing on the side, suddenly thought of something. Was it him who was captured by the Protoss? Nima, when did you become his woman? Forget it, Luokan doesn't care. As an elf, why does he care so much? Okay, let's talk business with you. You should know that the Protoss is dying, and the humans and elves lack top powerhouses, so. Luokan breathed the words into the general, and didn't finish speaking, just looked at the strong men of the Nangod clan. Let's fill up the numbers. No, This is too humiliating, it just doesn't give them face. When did the great and noble Nan Protoss do such a thing? Luokan has a black line on his face, these guys don't seem to have enough IQ. Do you think there is such a good thing? Luo Chen sneered and asked them to fill the number of people. That is a good thing. How could it be possible for them to do this kind of thing? For some reason, the Nanshan Patriarch snorted in his heart, calling the filling of the number of people a good thing, so what is a bad thing? Could it be that the seniors are interested in the physique of our Nan God clan? Want to get married? Ahem, although it's a bit shameful, it's okay. He was embarrassed and sighed. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Luokan palm forehead, Nima, how did you come across such a superb product? Stop talking, I'm afraid of being pissed off by you. Luo Chen took a deep breath and said to him. Nanshan Patriarch felt wronged, so he just kept his mouth shut. You Nan Protoss, for thousands of years in the future, have been trying to harass humans and elves, don't let them relax. I will go to the giant clan and the surrounding large races in the future. In short, the meaning of your existence, that's it. Luo Chen said with a cold snort. Hearing this, the Nanshan Patriarch was overjoyed immediately. What he likes most is fighting. If that's the case, then it's quite a bargain. Okay. But I have a question. He was a little embarrassed, but still asked. 0. What's the problem? Luokan turned his head. These guys, the little devils he raised, have been putting pressure on humans and elves. When they feel a crisis, they will take action and settle it all. Senior, with your strength, you can easily destroy it, so why don't you defend yourself? In fact, this is a test. If human beings have such a terrifying existence, they would not dare to go even if they were given 10 courage. Hee, you're very smart, but what I want to tell you is that I'm too old, I'll fall asleep at that time. Hey, man, I'm too old, I want to find a good place to play, but I also don't want to hear that my loved ones are getting lazy. Hearing this, the Nan God clan's patriarch immediately sweated coldly. He originally thought that this senior would leave, but he just wanted to find a place to play. But don't worry, it is estimated that I will take a look at you in a few hundred years. As long as you grow well and surpass the super beasts, I will give you a correct name, and on this earth, I will officially give you the title. Luokan pretended to be in a pose, this appearance made Cheomung can't help but laugh. Fortunately, Mewtwo was in the back and was not seen, otherwise it would cause some trouble. Thank you, Senior, but the place where Senior is going next is the giant clan, right? We have a teleportation formation here, which can be reached directly. He respectfully pointed to the altar on one side, and then said. Luokan raised his brows, and then asked, you just want me to go? Haha. No, how dare you, Yi. Chapter 479. Well, that's right. Luo Chenlu with a smile, he left with Chao Meng and stepped into the altar. He believed that with his own deterrence, if he gave them 10 courage, they would not dare to do anything. Senior, be careful, I will open the teleportation for you now. The Nanshan Patriarch bowed respectfully, and put down a precious spiritual crystal, causing it to shine. Luokan and Cheomung disappeared. Super Dream, do you think I have the attitude of a senior? Hee, look, I scared that guy into something. Luokan laughed, and then he saw the surrounding environment. This is a space crack, strange stones are thrown at will, and there is still a little weak power around. This space wormhole, how to say, I can always feel a sense of familiarity in it. Around Luokan, I don't know where the familiarity came from. In his arms, a 070 Pokeball was beating, and he jumped out without even being summoned by fallen dust. This guy is Celebi, that is, he is the strongest elf right now. In terms of realm, this world is indescribable, but in terms of strength, it is not a problem to wave your hand to destroy the earth. Looking at his appearance, Luokan knew that this thing actually has the law of time. But this is obviously through space, right? How can there be a law of time? This giant tribe will be built a year later, so if you don't take a space wormhole, you can't go there at all. Celebi rarely spoke once, but that was the point. Build your own base camp in the future. This giant clan is not bad, they can come up with such a method. But they also have a drawback, Celebi said with a frown. Luo Chen was taken aback for a moment. After all, this is something related to time. Who doesn't have a problem? The problem with this thing is not as simple as you think. It's like you are a giant, and you go back now, but at the wrong time, you are very likely to go back before you went out. That is, the past in the law space. It's a bit complicated to say this. Generally speaking, this kind of thing can easily cause spatial confusion. Then we won't have an accident now, right? Luokan was a little embarrassed. As the owner of all the divine beasts, he didn't know anything. Don't worry, it's absolutely fine with me here. Celebi smiled. If he played with time, he could kill the giants. Luokan smiled slightly. He now feels that the elves are getting stronger and stronger, and his role is actually getting smaller and smaller. XXX. I can see the light in front of me, that is a luxurious palace. Compared with the Nan Protoss, they are the landlords and the rich. My mother, where did this giant family get so rich? It's so rich. This thing still depends on luck. The way for the giants to accumulate wealth is related to luck. It is said that many years ago, there was a giant who found a magical Pokeball, and later sold it to a trainer. Only then did I learn that that thing was actually the legendary Master Ball. Relying on this huge wealth, the entire giant clan has a good life. Who is it? A voice came, and Luo Chen's body was stunned for a moment. Was he discovered just now? Luck really isn't that good. I'm an envoy sent by the Nan Protoss. He whispered, and glanced around, for fear of being a spy. The messenger sent by the Nan God clan. The big man looked confused. Although there was some gap between the Nan God clan and them in size, at least the difference was not very big. This guy is completely fake. Hee, you may not believe it. Just today, a mysterious powerhouse came from the Nan God clan. Just how strong is he? Let me tell you that. That senior, if you take any action, will actually cause the ground to collapse. Of course, I know you must want to say that you are the same. However, that senior knows magic. He waved his hand, and it rained, and the whole barren land was full of joy. I came to invite the giants by order of the Patriarch of Nanshan. Flickering around for a while, Luo Chen didn't even know what he was talking about. Hee, do you think you can deceive me like this? What does this have to do with your figure? Luokan coughed dryly. Didn't it mean that the IQ of the giants was low? Nima, so smart. Hey, brother, it's a long story. I used to be at peace with each other. Who knows, after the rain fell, I was just having fun and staying in the rain, which actually made my body smaller. As soon as these words came out, the giant's face changed greatly. He began to think, what would happen if this rain came to them? Wouldn't it just turn them into a country of villains? Instead of continuing to think about it, Luo Chen's identity is real. Okay, brother, let me tell you, don't waste my time, I'm going in. After that, Luokan pushed him away and rushed into the giant city. Alright, by now, Luokan has ended his experience. These giants, they think they are very smart. They seem to be easy to deal with. However, building the base camp here is not something that a fool can think of. Who is it? There was a lot of people in the city. Here, like Nanshan, there was not a single human being. All of them were of the same race, but occasionally one or two elves could be seen. These elves are not strong, but they are strong, and most of them are female. Nima, could it be that the giants like this one? Because of his small stature, every item here is big for him. Humanity. Suddenly, a voice came. Luokan only felt that a 5 elements mountain was falling, and he was filled with emotion. A giant is a giant. It would be easier to pretend to be a force. What's wrong with humans? Haha, you guys just look down on us. Luo Chen snorted coldly and left. Stop. You dare to trespass into the giant land without permission, don't you plan to explain it? The giant smiled, because this is a city, his move attracted many giants to watch. I have to say, these guys look really ugly. Besides, why are Nima all the same? I am the messenger of the Nan God clan. Luo Chen said coldly, and then took out a token from his arms. On this token, it is the symbol of the Nan Protoss. HMPH, then we'll catch him and escort him to the Patriarch to see how he makes excuses. The giant said coldly. Fallen dust. Nima, so cruel, but that's fine, it's following his wish. This city is too big, if they stand up to walk, it will be much faster to walk. If you let these guys know what Luokan thinks, I don't know if they will vomit blood. The buildings of the giants are all exaggerated, even if it is a door, there is a hill high. Everything has been magnified several times. If normal people come here, they will probably go crazy. Chapter 480. The Nan God clan and the Giant clan have been friends from generation to generation. Although the two races are different, at least they are similar in size. In view of this situation, Luokan even wondered if they were someone's branch, or, the marriage between the two parties would cause such a situation. Suddenly, he thought of something and couldn't help coughing dryly. The patriarch of the Nan God clan is in good shape, not even as tall as the calf of the Giant clan. This guy, does his mother have a green hat? Well, of course, this is just speculation, not the real situation. However, if Patriarch Nanshan knew what Luokan was thinking, he would probably vomit blood out of anger. In fact, this is not the case. The Nanshan Patriarch himself is the largest in the Nanshan clan, but later because of practicing the exercises, he became obsessed with demons, and he had to use the technique of returning to the furnace to strictly control his body size to the size of a human. That said, it makes a lot of sense. You kid, be honest. The giants beside him glanced at Luokan, and then warned. Seeing this, Luokan only felt dizzy. Could it be that the giants can also have pupils? This is strange. According to legend, the IQ of the giants is low, and the eyes are the windows to one's soul. How could such a dull race have such power? Do you giants know pupil art? He couldn't help asking. He is a man with a wheel eye. In terms of pupil skills, who in the world can compare? A few guys were stunned for a moment. Tongju. What is this? If you are spying on the secrets of my giant clan, don't think about it. I told you clearly that the members of my giant clan will be baptized in the Thunder Pond when they are born, and their bodies will be strengthened. As for these eyes, they are those with great perseverance. Only by questioning the way of heaven can you wake up. The meaning is very clear. You are a little defiant, still want to spy on the giant clan secrets. Don't even think about it. If you don't have such a physique, you can't do it at all. Luo Chen couldn't help shivering, fighting the heavenly Tao with his eyes. This is really awesome, but his eyes seem to be beyond the control of heaven. Amazing. I want to know, how many of you have pupils? Luokan asked again. The guy next to him couldn't help sneering. He had already said that this requires great perseverance. Although the giants are not afraid of death, there are not many people who can beat the heavens with their eyes. Estimated and calculated, the entire giant clan, with pupil skills, no more than 2 hands. Looking at this guy's fingers, Luo Chen was speechless. Okay, he didn't want to take care of this matter, and he didn't want to take care of it. A towering palace appeared in front. The entire palace was made of sand sculptures. Above it, a layer of crystal energy was covered. Although it was very weak, it was still captured by Luokan. If you guessed correctly, this thing should be the law of time. Celebi, do you see how many times this is? He said in his heart for Celebi. Celebi popped his little head in his arms and glanced at the palace secretly. This is just a simple time acceleration. In this hall, the flow of time is only half of the outside world, that is, 1 day outside, and 2 days inside. Celebi said contemptuously, that with his strength, the time barrier that he casually cast is at least 10 times the flow rate. Well, it's only twice as weak, which is too weak. That's still feasible. If they do this, they will make full use of their time. Seeing this, they are not stupid. Luo Chen smiled. 2 larger beings appeared in front of them and came to them. Zanchi, you're not guarding at the gate, so what are you doing here in the hall? These guys are really big. Compared with them, Luokan should be as big as their palms. Or in other words, someone could slap him to death with a single slap. Master Qi, we caught a spy. Zanchi put Luokan on the ground, and then took out a jade pendant from his arms. Master Jin, something has happened in the villain's house. I wonder if I can go home and take a look. This thing, Quan should honor you. Fallen dust. I'm the point. However, these guys never seem to take themselves seriously. Well, the kid is quite sensible, but it's a big crime to go back quickly. It's a big crime to leave without permission. Lord Jin touching the jade pendant, he smiled slightly. Then the dust was caught. Luo Chen looked around. How big is this guy? How do you describe it? The gap between his fingernails was about the size of a cave, and after he went in, it was still very spacious. Little thing, who gave you the courage to come to my giant clan to inquire about news? The eyes, like copper bells, were fixed on Luokan, like a full moon. Fallen dust. Are you a spy? These guys really don't care about 3721, they just make a judgment. Big man, take me to see your patriarch. If you neglect me, you will lose your head. Luokan said angrily. Lord Jin laughed out loud as if he heard the funniest words. The sound was so loud that it sounded like a magic sound. Fortunately, the building here was strong enough, otherwise the laughter would have shattered the palace here. Falling dust off his hearing is much better. My head is in danger. Ha ha ha, little guy, are you kidding me? When Lord Jin finished saying this, he glanced at Luokan again and found that this guy had nothing to do with him, which made him a little surprised. Humans, they have caught them before, but those guys are too weak, a laugh can make them physically collapse. You're really a little different. Master Jin murmured, grabbing Luo Chen and walking towards the main hall. The Lord is finally here. Luo Chen's heart tightened, and then he poured his whole body's strength into his eyes. If something was wrong, his eyes were his biggest support. At the same time, he held the Pokeball tightly in his hand. This is Celebi's Pokeball. I heard that the giant clan is weaker than the Nan-God clan, but looking at it now, this is simply bullshit. Which of these guys doesn't have the fighting power of a super beast? The Patriarch, there is a suspicious human being, and his subordinates dare not deal with it without authorization. He said, and put Luokan on the ground. What he saw was an incomparably spacious house, as if he had come to the prairie, which made him unable to help sigh. Human. The Patriarch at the top raised his brows, and his body moved slightly, causing the surrounding air to reverse. The strong atmosphere is reckless, and Luokan is speechless. These guys are too big, so don't move around. Hello, respected Patriarch of the Giant Clan, on behalf of the Nan-God clan, I have come to negotiate some trivial matters with the nobles. Luo Chen respectfully looked at the Patriarch and said. Can you represent the Patriarch of Nanshan? Ha ha, what a joke. Has that old guy been buried? Only one messenger was sent here. Fallen dust. Do you doubt his authenticity? Chapter 481. Speaking of the low IQ of the giants, Luokan didn't think that before, but now. After listening to their Patriarch's words, he has completely changed his mind on the giants. They are not stupid, but so stupid. Stupid enough to think he's smart. Tell me, what exactly is going on here? This old man is very busy. The giant clan chief said coldly. Fallen dust. Too direct. Just like this. XXX. Okay, Since Senior is already like this, then Xiaosheng won't beat around the bush. Luo Chen smiled and then said. The Giant Clan and the Nangod Clan are already preparing to attack the land of Zhongzhou, but the hinterland itself is a treasure land, and the indigenous people living there. I am afraid that it is extremely tyrannical. The Nangod Clan entrusted me to let me tell the adults that this Zhongzhou cannot be attacked. Luo Chen's voice was low, but it hit the point. As soon as the words fell, the Giant Clan chief's expression turned cold. Who the hell are you? Although the Nan Protoss is shrewd, they will never say that they are afraid. Could it be that you are from Central Continent? Eyeball. It's pupil art again. In fact, he was a little excited. If he could borrow their thunder, wouldn't it make his Sharingan evolve again? Life is worth it. As your lord said, you are from Zhongzhou. What I want to tell your lord is that the Protoss is now destroyed, but have you ever thought about what is the reason for this? Let this 10,000-year overlord be destroyed. Luochen sneered. No need to be explicit, it's up to them whether they are interested or not. If he really wants to go his own way, he doesn't mind expounding the fact with his fists. The reason for the demise of the Protoss, I heard that the elf Tianlong, the human Ganshi, and a mysterious young man joined forces to take down the Protoss. Young people. He couldn't help repeating these 3 words, and then looked at Luochen again, as if seeing a ghost. You are that young man Tilda. Frightened, although the strength of his giant clan was strong, it was not yet comparable to the God clan, but this young man could easily ravage the God clan. He knows the strength of Lord Tianlong and Supreme Ganshi, that is to say, this dark horse is really strong. Hee, how is it, have you thought about it? Luo Chen didn't answer directly, because at this time, there is no need to say too much. A complicated look flashed in the patriarch's eyes. He is very confused right now. Is the young man in front of him really that young man? That existence with terrifying power? Although the giants are not the strongest, they are at least the strongest race around, and this human is just an ordinary person. Where did he get the courage to venture into the dragon pool alone? The more I think about this, he became more and more worried in his heart. It seemed that the human race in front of him was probably the young man who destroyed the Protoss. If you can prove your identity, even if my giants give up this opportunity, they will still be friends with you. Giants are giants, their IQ is always so low, he may not know what his destiny is. Do you think you are qualified to negotiate with me now? The lifeblood of your giant clan is in my hands. If I am willing, your giant clan will be wiped out in an instant. Luo Chen sneered. Looking at the giants at that time, the corner of his mouth became a little more playful. You don't deceive people too much. My giants haven't fallen to this level. He gritted his teeth, feeling a little bit afraid of Luo Chen's behavior. Okay, the purpose of my coming today is not to destroy you. And one more thing, if I want to do it, can you still sit here safely now? Such a small back at the moment exudes infinite energy, it's made up of blobs of rules. Looking at this heart-pounding power, the last doubt in the giant clan's patriarch's heart was dispelled. If so, this guy was the one who destroyed the gods. He sighed. After so many years, this was the first time he had encountered such a thing. Okay, then tell me, as long as it's not too much, my giants will compromise. Luochen cleared his throat, and then said, I have been to the Nangod clan before and reached an agreement with the Nangod clan. You are the same as them. As Luochen said, he looked at his pupils. The release of the writing wheel eye, this is the confrontation of the pupil technique. With Sharingan, at this moment, he seems to have infinite power, and in an instant, the giant clan chief collapses. Your pupil technique is amazing. He couldn't help choking. He really deserved to be the man who destroyed the Protoss. Haha, that's ridiculous, Luo Chen said, and began to express his request. Humans and elves, they are all my friends. I hope that the same is true for the Nan gods and giants. From now on, there will be no battles, no disputes, only peace and beauty. This is the life I want most. Diaresis, but you are still enemies now. They are not good for me. Some are only endless troubles. I don't like troubles. If you want to survive under my protection, you have to show your value. After Luokan finished speaking, he raised a force all over his body, and a ray of light appeared in front of him. These are the specific regulations for me and the Nan God clan, please take a look at it. Although it is an unequal treaty, it is an enemy after all. Let us be the giants as sparring fighters. His body was shocked. If this was the case, what would be the face of his giants? He lies sparring, the thugs said. This is just a guess in your heart. My meaning is very clear. You giants, join forces with the Nan God clan to become a villain. The strength of humans today is not strong, not even the elves. With your strength, they cannot destroy you, so your point is to urge them to grow. And of Zhao's. I'm tired. All the mountains and forests are my resting place. If you perform well, I can think about it and let you officially settle in the human territory. Because you are an alien in the eyes of the human race, and you don't have the right to speak at all, you should understand what I mean. It is no exaggeration to say that Luokan's actions are helping them. There is a saying in the human race that people who are not of our race will have different hearts. But if there is only one race in the whole world, then civil strife. If you don't think ahead, human beings will be decadent. It is absolutely inappropriate to live in a world without crisis. He absolutely does not allow this to happen because he is human too. Moreover, this is still an ancient world. The ancients have become lazy, so what will happen to the modern people? Did the car not even invent the fork? Only in a crisis situation can human beings grow rapidly. Chapter 482. How? I wonder what the giant patriarch is thinking about. Of course, you can choose to refuse, but I can't tell what will happen. Luo Chen looked at him coldly. The faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, which made the giant patriarch feel terrified. Things have to be done. Totally forcing him. Okay, I promise you, he gritted his teeth and said later. Well, is that right? I have to sound the alarm with you. I have been in the human race. If you have any thoughts, be smart. His icy eyes, with a terrifying deterrent force, made the giant patriarch sigh. Don't worry, my giant clan's reputation can be guaranteed. If I can't do what I promised, what face will I have to live on? He smiled wryly, then came to the back and took out a crystal ball. Presumably you don't know the giants. Handed the crystal to Luokan. Luokan stretched out his hand and wanted to catch it, but then he couldn't help but swear. This crystal looks only the size of a human head, but when you hold it in your hand, it is as heavy as 1,000 pounds, like a small mountain. What is this? Luo Chen asked suspiciously. The giant patriarch coughed dryly, and then said, this is the hair of a senior of the giant clan. Finally, it condensed together to form this crystal ball. A crystal ball made of hair. Luo Chen couldn't help shaking his head and sighing, this year really has everything. To be able to condense crystals even with hair, it seems that the giants are not yet lie. What's the use of those things? He didn't give him such a thing for nothing, it was just an ornament. The patriarch of the giant clan smiled bitterly, and then said, don't underestimate this thing, it contains a lot of energy. It is something our giant clan has never encountered for thousands of years, which is what you humans often say. Rule of thumb. Since my giants have fallen, what's the use of those things? This is indeed the case. The entire giant clan has become a vassal of others. There is really no need for this thing to stay. Looking at this crystal ball, Luo Chen felt 100 emotions in his heart, but he didn't know how to answer. I suddenly had a very good idea. If this is used well, it can make your giants live forever. This inspiration comes from this magical crystal ball. The law power above, Luokan has already seen, it is an extremely pure time law, but there is still a big gap with Celebes. Even this class is strong enough. In other words, by fully utilizing the laws in the crystal ball, the flow of time in this hall can be increased by 1,000 times. 1,000 times more. What kind of terrifying data is this? It is difficult for ordinary people to imagine. In other words, spending one day outside is more than 3 years inside. Oh, I don't know what Senior thinks about it. The patriarch of the giant clan immediately became excited. Luo Chen, he felt quite good. If you have such strength, you will never condone this world. There is a second type to survive. Maybe this is the gap between people, or this is the reason why he has such strength. I will completely extract the law of time in this crystal ball, open up a space here, and then I will establish a space channel between you and the Nan God race. Your two races will merge together, the human and the elves are your hunting ground. I'm not against you, it kills humans and elves, but what I want to say is, never forget, who is the master, and the servant. This is hard to hear, but it really makes sense. If you let them kill them, the humans and elves will not be able to stop them. In fact, even so, he was still a little worried. He remembered that Mewtwo seemed to have a skill that could generate a brain magnetic field in people's minds and bind their thinking. But he didn't intend to use it. The world is fair and cruel. If he hadn't possessed such strength, he might be the one receiving such treatment now. At this moment, the patriarch of the giant clan saw that Luochen was silent, and stood obediently to the side, not speaking, for fear of disturbing him. Now the world is in turmoil, and various ethnic disturbances have appeared. Everything is because of the Protoss. You are the new Protoss, but unlike the Protoss, you are just slaves. Please remember, never forget your identity. After Luo Chen finished speaking, he threw the Pokeball out. He is now putting Celebi. After all, it is necessary to extract this time law to create a new space point. On the other side, he released the empty seat. After all, there is a time difference between the two races, and the two races are separated by the law of intersection of time and space. Fortunately, the two elves in Luochen's hands have rare attribute laws. Celebi, you and Korokus are here to create a space boundary. I'll go to the Nan God clan first to guide you in the direction. Remember, don't make a mistake. After all, this direction must be correct, otherwise how can the two races be merged? Senior, I have an unkind request, I wonder if Senior can listen to it. The leader of the giant team gritted his teeth, and it was a little difficult to open his mouth. Even when he wanted to say something and stopped talking, he still said it. Oh, what's the matter? He just took a few steps when he heard the giant clan chief ask him, and he couldn't help turning his head in doubt. I don't want to merge with them. After saying this, the giant clan chief was relieved and said the reason, he has. And the reason is correct. The giants are very prestigious among the surrounding races, but what about the Nan gods? What are they? Of course, in the outside world, everyone thought that the Nan god clan was stronger than the giant clan, but they overlooked a point. The giants have closed the gate of the clan and have lived in the cracks of time and space for endless years. As far as the background is concerned, it is second to none. Although it is not as good as the Protoss, it is not comparable to the humans and elves. Oh, what do you mean? Hearing this interesting remark, he didn't want to leave. My giant clan has existed for thousands of years, even I don't know. Although the owner has changed now, this clan is still there. If even the clan has changed, then I really don't know it. It turned out that he was worried about this problem. Luochen shook his head. He suddenly realized that the patriarch of the giant clan seemed a little pitiful. He cared too much about his face, or, he couldn't let go of these obvious things at all. You are really pathetic. How many races are there in this world, do you know? How old are your giants? Chapter 483. After listening to Luochen's words, he couldn't help sighing, then shook his head. No, this is the belief of the race. My giant clan has existed for tens of thousands of years, and it is definitely not comparable to small tribes like the Nan god clan. Luochen shook his head. It seems that this guy won't cry without seeing the coffin. You should be really want this. Luochen's eyes suddenly became clear, and murderous intent bloomed. The patriarch of the giant clan gritted his teeth and said, "You kill me. I don't want to see this scene." Seeing that he was so arrogant, Luokan couldn't do anything about him for a while. Could it be true that he wanted to kill him? His prestige in the clan is definitely not low. If he were to kill him like this, he would probably cause unnecessary trouble. Giants, this order is mandatory, whether you listen to it or not. Of course, if your giants don't want to survive any longer, I can let your entire giants be buried here. This is already his last hole card, and it can be said that it is his best shot. That is the proud strength. XXX. It's too much. The patriarch of the giant clan gritted his teeth, and Luo Chen's move was completely forcing him. Hearing this, Luokan raised his brows, his eyes flashed fiercely, and a majestic force poured out. Strength, this is the strength to crush everything. I have to say, now he is really strong. Not to mention the outrageous strength, there is no problem in crushing the entire giant clan. How is it? Have you thought about it clearly? The survival of the giants depends on you. It seems as if a word disagreement is about to kill. Hey, let me think about it. The giant clan chief had no choice but to say this. Perhaps this human being is right, he is just too stubborn. It is too important to take some nothingness, but what he sees is also valuable. This is the chastity of a race, the faith of a race. Give you a day, if you can't convince the giants, I think there is no need for the giants to stay. Fallen Dust said coldly. Also, arrange a yard for me. Although the place where the giants live is exaggerated, it is still no problem for him to sleep. Little friend doesn't know, my giant clan. I don't sleep in bed. The giant clan chief said embarrassedly. Luo Chen was stunned for a moment. Why don't you sleep on the bed? Okay, he also saw it. With this physique, he even went to bed, and the bed must not collapse. Forget it, just find a quiet place for me. He couldn't help but feel ashamed, regretting the day he said earlier. Damn, he has to stay in this place for another day. As for Celebi and Crackling Seat, they have stopped at this moment. After all, the establishment of the space boundary has not yet been decided. They do not want to waste their power to construct such a large-scale teleportation. Led by a giant, he came to a quiet courtyard. This yard, simply put, is a study. However, how big are their books? Let's put it this way. The huge gap made him quite helpless. Subduing the giant clan and the Nangod clan was the main reason for him to come. He originally wanted to subdue the other races, but he thought about it and let it go. There is no other reason. The human race and the elves are not weak. Besides, if there are two big races, the giant race and the Nangod race, are you still afraid of them? All night, he just lay on a book and slept peacefully. Here in the giant clan, the law of time is accelerated, the outside world and the inside are completely two worlds, which makes him a headache. At the same time, he also thought of a question. The law of time, if you use it willfully like this, will there be any problems? If it really causes space-time confusion, then it will be a complete idiot. The rays of light from the east were shining, and the first rays of sunlight came. Luo Chen stretched his waist and walked out through the crack of the door. At this moment, he seems to think that he is a grasshopper. I am afraid that others will trample him to death without knowing anything. Luokan had thought of this for a long time, so he had already laid down a rule on his body, and no matter where he went, he would be blessed by golden light, and others would know it at a glance. There was still one morning before the appointed time, and Luo Chen had nothing to do, so he went to play around in the mountains behind him, and couldn't help feeling the methods of the giants. As expected of these big men, there are many mountains and mountains, hiding the sky and the sun, and in the depths of the back mountain, they are completely blocked by a sky-high mountain. It seems that there are only giants left in the whole world. But what amazes him is that the plants here are extremely lush, and a small grass can be said to be as big as a tree in the normal world. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Walking in the forest, He even felt that he had fallen into the ocean of Wang Yang, and his eyes were full of greenery, and every now and then he heard rustling voices from the grass. The appearance of this strange voice surprised him. Could it be that there are still elves living here? He suddenly became interested, and hurriedly walked through the grass. When he saw the scene in front of him, he was instantly compelled. It was actually thousands of ants. These ants gathered together, like 1,000 troops marching forward. And these ants are even bigger than him. This is embarrassing. I'll pass by you and continue. After he finished speaking to the group of ants, he frantically accelerated to escape. 0. This group of ants is amazed. Will there be food delivered to the door in the morning? The army of ants came one after another, and their moving speed was comparable to that of Fei Luokan. My God, I was actually chased by a group of ants. Is there any reason? Already, he taunted, and threw a Pokeball. Kurama, settle them. It would be a waste to let the Kurama take action. In fact, he originally planned to let King Feng come, but after thinking about it, King Feng's attack was too domineering, and it was of the attribute of flames. This group of ants had no grudges against it, and they didn't need to kill them all. As soon as the Kurama energy barrier opened, waves of waves blew in front, completely drowning the group of ants. Luokan nodded. This is just like him. What is it to be chased by a group of ants? Shame. Forget it, this place is too dangerous. He shook his head and headed towards the giant's territory. At this moment, in the hall of the giant clan, there are several powerful fluctuations in momentum, and they are the elders of the giant clan now. I learned the news of the patriarch yesterday. The guys stayed up all night and came to the main hall this morning. Brothers, what do you guys tell me to do? The giant patriarch spread his hands helplessly. He really had nothing to do. The rise of the human race and the elves was inevitable, and no one could stop it. Patriarch, if that's the case, it's actually not bad for us. A giant was silent for a while before speaking slowly. Everyone turned their eyes to him, all puzzled. 100 million. Chapter 484. Hearing this, the giant clan chief's face suddenly turned cold. What does it mean? Is it possible that it is a good thing to hand over the giants to others? The patriarch, don't be angry. Humans are powerful now, and we merge with the Nan God clan. With the passage of time, sooner or later, we will completely swallow the Nan God clan. In this way, we will not suffer any losses. Isn't it beautiful? The elders actually felt aggrieved in their hearts, but now is not the time to act with anger. As long as there is something wrong with the giants, it will be a devastating blow to them. As a representative of human beings, Luokan will definitely not allow such a powerful race to be arrogant here. The patriarch shook his head and only smiled bitterly. He was already forced by Luo Chen. Okay, that's it, let's negotiate with him later. We must protect the best interests of the giants. After he said 073, he took a deep breath, got up from his seat, and walked towards the backyard. We have already discussed it. Now please go to the lobby and discuss it together. Hearing his words, Luo Chen nodded and followed his steps to the front hall. When the elders saw Luo Chen, they couldn't help but be surprised. So young and so fit. On this occasion, Luo Chen could only shake his head, his body swayed, and in the blink of an eye, he became as tall as the giants. This is the magic of space laws. If you scatter the laws of your own into space, and then assemble them, you can become a giant. How is it? Have you guys made up your mind? Luo Chen smiled slightly, looking at these big guys. We agree. As the first elder got up, several elders got up and agreed. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but be pleased. With so many elders agreeing, the patriarch does not agree. How is it? Does the patriarch have any comments? Luo Chen looked at the patriarch and smiled slightly. Being locked in by many eyes, what can the patriarch do? Only nodded with a wry smile. Okay, since you have no opinion, I will let them open the time and space channel. Luo Chen yawned and let Kakuza and Celebi come out. These two guys cooperated, and the time-space channel was no problem at all. But I have a question. I also ask Senior to guide me. Calling such a young guy Senior, the giant clan elder only felt that his face was flushed. When Luo Chen heard the words, he looked at him in surprise, and then slowly said, "Speak directly. Our giant clan and Nan God clan merge. I don't know who will be the main and who will be the supplement." The elder asked, "This is what he cares most about." Haha, of course, it is for those with strength. This sentence is equivalent to not asking, if he forcibly appoints a party to be the master, it is impossible. With the same strength, only the same treatment was given to them. Without strength, she could not afford the treatment, she could not eat for a long time, instead, it would cause all kinds of problems. Hearing Luoken's words, all the elders felt at ease. With these words, they don't need to worry too much. After all, the strength comes first. The giants are several times stronger than their nans, so there is no need to worry about this problem at all. Then do we belong to the human race, or do we belong to the giant clan? Another elder asked. Luo Chen chuckled lightly, "And you still want to be a human race? What are you kidding? Of course, he can't knock them to death with a stick. When the strength of human beings reaches a certain level, their value will be gone. In other words, at that time, human beings can completely destroy them, or the giants are only worthy of being slaves of human beings. Don't worry, I'm still very measured when I do things. If you perform really well, I can make you humans, but it takes a process." Luoken's words were like a reassurance pill, and everyone was satisfied after hearing it. "Okay, it's not too early now, the Nan God clan will come over, wait for them to come, and talk to you about more things." After he finished speaking, he left. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. In fact, they still had a lot of questions they wanted to ask, but Luo Chen didn't give them this chance. Forget it, treat these as the willfulness of the strong. Risakusa and Celebi will be back soon, and it may be difficult for others to create a space-time channel. But for these 2 days divine beasts who were born to control time and space, how could these twisted passages stump them? The passage has been opened, and Luo Chen entered first. This kind of thing is still at risk. After all, no one has ever walked through this passage, and it is not known whether it is safe inside. Celebi and Kauruza followed behind him, as if they wanted to protect his safety, and a little guy also got out. He was Shinado, who was incarnated by law. In the past, Shinado's strength was probably the strongest here, but now it's different. Whether it's Mewtwo, Celebi, or Rakutenza, they're better than him by half a point. It is for this reason that Shinado is still a little unhappy. However, Luoken ignored her displeasure. After all, he couldn't guarantee to make every elf happy. He was just an ordinary person and couldn't take good care of him. He quickly traveled through the passage of time and came to the territory of the Nan God clan. When many members of the Nan God clan saw Luo Chen, it was like a mouse seeing a cat. He felt helpless in this situation. They didn't do anything by themselves, why are they afraid of what they are doing? Now these little things are really getting harder and harder to tune. Should be big. When the Nan Divine clan saw Luoken approaching, they all fell to the ground, bowing to show their respect, even the patriarch. When Luoken walked out of the time tunnel, he saw this scene and couldn't help but feel relieved. It seems that these guys are very good. Today, the Nan God clan will be merged into the Giant clan, and you will compete with the Giant clan for hegemony. Whoever wins will be the master of the two races. I hope you will put your position right. That's all. Now, all the Nan God clan. The members of, all followed me into the time tunnel. After he finished speaking, he entered the time tunnel first. Afterwards, the members of the Nan Protoss looked at each other in dismay, and had no choice but to follow. Luoken's strength is too strong to allow them to go wild. Seeing the group of guys in the back, Luo Chen smiled. It seemed that they were not stupid, they knew who should be offended and who could not. XXX. And he has already given them face, if he doesn't come again, then don't blame his subordinates for being ruthless. The reason why they made a hegemony was because they were worried that they would kill each other. In this way, I knew in my heart from the very beginning that those other ideas could be discarded. In a blink of an eye, he saw the territory of the giant clan. All the giants were waiting below. When Luo Chen appeared, they all stepped back and made way for him. Today, I will be the referee, and the giant clan and the Nan God clan will compete for hegemony. Chapter 485. The two sides looked at each other, and then the real competition began. Luoken's meaning is very simple. Each of the two sides will send 10 people, and if one of the 10 people wins, they can continue to stay in the ring, and the other party needs to send another person. Until the other side has no fighting power, it is actually very fair for these two races. 10 people, no matter how strong his giant clan is, it is impossible for everyone to be so strong. Even in a wheel battle, the oil lamps of the opponent's strong people will be exhausted. The giants are a little flustered. Why did they say Huang? Their strongest combat power is actually only those 2 or 3 people, and Luo Chen also said that the patriarchs of each side cannot take action. The Nan God clan secretly rejoiced, and they all knew the strength of the other side. If it is said that they can't be beaten by one person alone, but relying on these 10 people, the result may be uncertain. The giants are in a gloomy mood. This is obviously torturing them. Why are they so cruel? Okay, you can start selecting people. The real competition will start when the sun hits 3 poles. The leisure of falling dust. Let the splitting seat be unable to put a huge ring in the air. After all, these guys are too big. Once they fight, it will be hard to fight. He doesn't want 22 to make a mess in such a beautiful place. Although there are also arenas in the giants' territory, but this arena cannot play a big role in the face of real battles. After all, this is to determine the status of a race in the next 1,000 years or even 10,000 years. They have to do their best, even if it is real death, they are not afraid. In the front, we have already chosen it. The giants are a little unhappy on the side, and the support team relying solely on personal strength is absolutely crushing existence. Looking at the list they reported, she smiled slightly with her bare lips. Good guy, this giant clan is really strong enough. Among them, there are 3 super divine beasts that they sent out. The rest are all the pinnacles of the first level gods. As for whether there is any concealment here, he doesn't know and he doesn't want to know. After all, this thing can be seen in the battle later. At this moment, the Nan God clan also handed over the list and came up. Luo Chen looked at it and nodded. Their strength is indeed weaker. Whether it is peak combat power or basic combat power, it is not as good as the giants. There is only 1 super divine beast of them, and the remaining 6 are the pinnacles of the first level gods, and the rest are just ordinary first level gods. Luo Chen, who seemed to have no suspense in the battle, smiled slightly. He knew very well who would win and who would lose in this battle. Although the Nan God clan has 3 super gods, it can be heard that the endurance of the giant clan is not so strong. These 2 races each have their own specialties, and the giants are good at killing enemies in bursts. But before the battle begins, the dust is clear say. There must be no death. Injury is okay, but death is definitely not okay. In fact, getting off the car is also a little brainy. First of all, after all, this has to be merged into one race. If death occurs now, it is still the peak combat power of the opponent. That will inevitably cause unnecessary trouble, and will not get along well in the future. Now I'll read the rules. Luoken cleared his throat and stood on the ring with awe-inspiring eyes. First of all, this is not a bad thing for the opposite side. You have all seen the strength of the human race and the elves. If I don't come now, one day, you will also be destroyed. Of course, I know your thoughts, and you want to do it now. Go to destroy the human race and the elves, but I have to tell everyone that among the human race, there is an old senior who is my master. His strength can only be described as the second in the world. Who is the first? Of course it is God. Luoken said that there was a commotion below everyone. Just kidding, what is the strength of completion now, and there is still a master above him. However, if you think about it as a human being, Luo Chen is so young and his strength is so strong, how could it be possible without the guidance of a famous teacher? Okay, let's get down to business. This time in the arena, there are only winners and losers, but no life or death. If anyone kills in the arena, I don't mind kicking him out directly, or even destroying him. In other words, cancel the race he represents. Do you all understand? Understood. Looking at the two well-ordered races, the corners of Luoken's mouth gradually outlined a radian. The human race and the elves can't survive well, if they don't improve their strength and leave, absolutely not. With these two super races, who can stop them? Come on, let's draw lots now. For the sake of fairness, we will definitely play in order by lottery. As he spoke, he conjured a few stones out of thin air. On the stones, the numbers from 1 to 10 were engraved. In this way, the Nangod clan's face is not good looking. If they let their strongest combat power play at the beginning, then this battle will definitely be lost, and there is no suspense. Now take your lottery and register it. Luo Chen smiled slightly and stood on the high platform, quietly waiting for them to come. Looking at this order of appearances, he couldn't help laughing. It seemed that the winner or loser was decided by God. On the giant's side, the first to appear is a super divine beast, and on the opposite side is an ordinary first-level god. Giant's super god powerhouse, please advise. The giants felt aggrieved, but they were helpless. After all, they drew the lottery by themselves, so no one could be blamed. Come on, we must try to consume him as much as possible, only in this way can we win. The Nangod clan patriarch said anxiously. The pressure of the Nangod clan powerhouse above has doubled, and his eyes are much clearer. Now when he looks at the guy on the opposite side, he seems to be looking at a second-level god. Luo Chen is speechless. This is a fight, bro. It's not that you can play if you want to. His purpose in doing this is nothing more than to embolden himself and make him forget that there is a super beast on the opposite side. Hee, are you just doing this kind of trick? Sorry, you didn't consume me, you only consumed yourself. The giant said with a smile. Actually, it's not his fault. This guy is too reckless, and he doesn't take fighting seriously at all. Could it be that he really regarded this guy as a second-level god? Luoken really didn't know what to say. He obviously just wanted to consume it, so it was consumed instead of being consumed. In the first round, the giants win. The battle came to an end quickly, and the result was disappointing. The Nangod clan's performance was too bad. He was too reckless. He always wanted to consume the opponent, but there were so many attacks, none of them were hit, and the giants only punched with ease. Let him fly out of the battlefield. This boosted the morale of the giants. Maybe this giant could knock down all the powerhouses on the opposite side. The second game begins. It didn't take long in the middle, just a few breaths. The time for falling dust is tight, and I don't want to stay too long, so it's better to end it quickly. Ellipsis. Chapter 486. At the beginning of the second game, the giants didn't pretend to be because they won the first game, but were more cautious. This scene made Luo Chen's evaluation of this race a bit higher. Right, this is the attitude a strong person should have. The Nan Protoss who played this time was an ordinary first-level god. When he played, he immediately launched an attack. Because he had already seen it in the last game, but because he didn't force him too much on his side, he had to find out everything by himself. But he is more cautious and pays attention to defense when he goes to attack. Seeing the approach of the guy in front of him, the giants raised their brows and turned to the rear, and their fists burst out with great power. The giants are known for their brute force. On the Nan Divine clan, although they are not much smaller, their speed is several times faster than that of the giant clan. Perhaps, this is their only advantage. To break the attack. This is the most common method used by the giants, but this time the Nan gods were not as weak as they imagined. Seeing him waving his fists, he hurriedly stayed on his body, making the giant's attack unsuccessful. Looking at this scene, Luo Chen smiled slightly. Yes, this guy is very smart. Although he stopped and didn't resist a blow, the strong airflow still hit him, disrupting his pace. The giant's face turned cold, he stepped on the ground shattered, and in an uproar, the color of the world changed. His body was thunderous, and then he appeared in the giant behind the man, a fist was suddenly thrown. Boom! The loud noise fell, causing the giant to fall to the ground. The terrifying destructive power made the space tremble. Luo Chen glanced at the cracked empty seat. This guy can't even build a space arena. But it's alright, it's just that the virtual ground is broken, I'll just let him repair it. The battle is still going on. The giants are very resistant to fighting. Even if they receive this punch, it will be fine. Your attack is too weak. If 3 of them are so strong, I'm afraid they can still hurt me a little. The strong man of the giant clan smiled slightly and got up from the ground, his eyes turning cold. As soon as he stepped on the ground, his body grew bigger again, breaking through the space in an instant. But this is nothing, the space of the rift seat can't be broken so easily. He broke through. It was just a virtuality, and there was a layer of space blockade outside the virtuality, and that was the real space of the rift seat. Or rather his domain. The first-level god of the Nan God clan smiled wryly. The strength of the first-level god and the super divine beast is too different. But even so, he won't be afraid. Fight. Not giving up on this statement. Moreover, today's battle also represented the entire Nan God clan. He can't lose. The only belief in my heart. Failure is only reserved for the weak, he asked himself. He is not the weak. Huge man, think that brute force can reach the sky tilde. The Nan God clan came directly to his side, and in an uproar, they threw out their fists and hit him firmly in the chest. PFF'd. The giant vomited out a mouthful of old blood, his body became bigger, and his strength became stronger, but the negative effects it brought along with it were also extremely powerful. It turns out that the weakness of your giant clan is here. A smile gradually appeared on the corner of the Nan God clan's mouth, and he threw a few punches on his chest again. Boom! The giant fell to the ground with a bang, and has lost its last fighting power. The patriarch of the giant clan was helpless, but he did not expect his weakness to be exposed. This time it was bad. In the second round, the Nan God clan wins. With the weak defeating the strong, he will definitely be praised by future generations. In the third game, the giants sent a first-level god peek. After he played, he deliberately protected his weaknesses. Since this guy already knows about this place, he needs to protect it even more. Do you think it's enough for you to protect it? The Nan God clan's strong man was dismissive, his movement speed skyrocketed, a red halo appeared on his body, and at this moment, it hit him on the head. The giant's tiger body was shocked, his hands were taken out from his chest, and it was a slap against the space. The strong airflow whistled, and the Nan God clan went straight to his chest without fear of anything. Not good. XXX. Seeing this, the patriarch of the giant clan stood up excitedly. If he was hit like this, he would definitely lose. Although the Nan God race is not as powerful as the giants, it is far stronger than the other races. Quick, step back, protect your heart, he shouted anxiously. The giant's footsteps couldn't help being a little chaotic, but he still protected his heart in anxiety. But is it really useful? The attack had come, he directly changed direction and hit his calf. This shock force immediately made the giant kneel on the ground. The hand protecting the heart pulse patted the guy who was walking in the air. Haha, you still got the trick. Boom. A heavy fist hit the giant's chest. The giant fell to the ground. In the third round, the Nan God clan wins. A smile appeared on the corner of Luoken's mouth. This guy is not bad, very talented. The fourth game begins. In the fourth round, the giants were still the pinnacle of the first-level gods. Luo Chen had a certainty in his heart that the strong Nanshan had won 2 rounds in a row, and the spiritual energy in his body was exhausted, so he could not win this round. Diaresis, you are very good. However, your winning streak will end here. After the giant came on the field, a trace of black power appeared in his chest. This is his means of protecting his heart. Because the giants themselves know that their weakness is here, so they specially ask the experts to write a spell, just to protect the heart. Is there a practice? He gave a wry smile. The oil lamp had already been exhausted, but now that he met a guy with a practice technique, he understood that he had already lost this round. But he will never admit defeat. This is the belief of the race. Even if you lose, I'm taking you away. He gritted his teeth, and a force surged towards the giant. Boom. Before he got close, he was slapped by the giant's palm. A huge foot appeared above his head, and he gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stand. At this moment, he swept straight into the sky. The purpose was his crotch. What happened to the giants? Is it difficult to achieve without having children? This place, certainly, of Jiao Hao, is also a weakness. Boom. Successful hit. The giant's complexion suddenly turned pale, and great pain came from his lower body. They are giants, and they are not stone men. This place is still very important. One more punch. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists tightly, and slammed into his chest. What if there is a guardian of the heart? He still needs protection, and, now, he doesn't care. All the attacking power is concentrated in the fist. Among the same level, receiving this punch, a mortal is so crippled. Humph. Naive. The pain in the lower body of the giant still exists, but it does not represent him no combat power. One punch. It hit him on the back, making the Nan God clan's powerhouse miserable, but victory was so close at hand, he would not give up. Boom. Successfully smashed Zongfang. The giant's face changed in shock. He didn't expect this guy to be so fierce. Ellipsis. Chapter 487. In the fourth round, the Nan God clan wins. The fifth game begins. The Nan Protoss cheered for a while. They had won 3 consecutive victories. And it is still relying on a first-level god guy, that is to say, they are the weakest. The face on the other side was not very good-looking. I didn't expect that I would lose in such a situation. The Nan God clan powerhouse gritted his teeth, stood up from the ring, and looked at the powerhouse opposite. This is another super beast guy. You are very good. I didn't expect that you have won 3 consecutive victories, which is better than the straw bag on our side. He coldly looked at the Nan God clan's strongman. His eyes didn't have a trace of warmth, as if he was looking at a dead person. You guys are also very good, but you're just a little worse. Although he knew that he was in a situation where he was bound to lose, he would never give them any morals. You little doll with sharp teeth and sharp mouth, do you go down by yourself or I'll send you down. He knew that this guy had run out of oil lamps and was unable to fight anymore. Not good. Nan Protoss warriors will never give up. I will do my best, even if it only consumes 1 point from you, then I will be victorious. He looked at the guy, and then said. Haha, I am very optimistic about your courage, but your strength and your courage are not equal. So, you should go down. After he finished speaking, he made waves. The overwhelming attacks followed one after another, and he had tried his best. But the disparity in strength between the two sides is not something he can make up for. Looking at the black light flickering on the chest on the opposite side, there was a fierce look in his eyes. If he could knock this guy down before he goes down, I wonder if he will be passed down through the ages. I don't know why, seeing him, the strong man of the giant clan couldn't help but shudder in his heart. Could it be that this guy is thinking of something bad? This is the only thought in his mind. Come on, even if I fight my old life, I will defeat you. Although he said that, his ability to not support him do this shit. Even before anyone got close, he was shot down by his punch. This is a super god level powerhouse, and a close-range punch can be said to have destructive energy. What I want to say is that you are so stupid. Why? What did the Nan God clan give you? Come to our giant clan. We will give you double, no, 10 times. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he looked at him. Nan Protoss warriors are forever loyal to our race and cannot be betrayed. He is righteous and has the style of a general. You're just talking about it. He couldn't help but glance over at Luokan. Okay, you are righteous, why don't you fight against Luokan? Really are. Now people are hypocrisy, he can see it clearly. You will never understand, this is also belief. The Nan Protoss warrior lay on the ground, his eyes kept looking at the black light on his chest. I don't know where his strength came from, but he actually got up again and rushed towards the giants. This time, he actually hit him with his head. Patriarch Nanshan couldn't help but sighed, this is fate. Now, I have eliminated one person on my side, and the giants have eliminated 3. The Nan Protoss is indomitable and indeed strong, but is it useful? In the face of absolute strength, all this is empty talk. Perhaps you will never know how powerful a person is. What supports him is only the poor faith, the poor hope, and the sad race. Luo Chen looked at this scene and felt as if he was being stabbed by a needle. Did he do something wrong? For the sake of the human race, he made the giants and the Nan gods treachery. For the sake of the human race, he was too selfish. Everything is for the sad and shameful belief. Humanity, one day, will eventually perish, because they are selfish, because they are not inclusive. I couldn't help thinking about it in my heart, but I kept silently watching the battle. When he saw the scene below, he couldn't help but sigh. The Nan Protoss warrior was covered in blood, and he couldn't even see a whole place. On the Nan's Protoss side, those who are going to play next are all eagerly awaiting, their blood boils. As for the giants, their morale plummeted. The 5th game, the giants win. The 6th game, start. As soon as the voice fell, the Nan Protoss warrior below couldn't bear it any longer. Senior, I haven't lost yet. I can fight again. Luokan snorted coldly, and then said, if the other party hadn't kept his hand, you would have been a corpse at this moment. When these words came out, he sighed helplessly, and left the arena in the company of several Nan Protoss. Another strong man from the Nan God clan came on stage with a cold expression on his face. He is the pinnacle of the first-level god. A little stronger than that guy before. I'm curious, do all of your races have such backbone? Or is it just like a human being? The giants on the opposite side looked at the guy who just entered the field, and then said, the belief of the Nan Protoss will never lose. Not long after, there was a boom from below. There was no suspense in the battle, and the Nan Protoss won. The so-called belief of the Nan Protoss is too strong. They are not afraid of being injured, and every attack is just right, leaving no chance for the opponent to breathe. In the 6th game, the Nan God clan won. The 7th game, start. The Nan God clan is the pinnacle of the first-level god, and the opposite is also the pinnacle of the first-level god. This is finally a PK of the same level. Luokan also opened his eyes wide, wanting to see which of these two races is the most powerful. Actually, there is also a lesson here. When you meet an opponent of the same level, your strength will stack up several times, because you want the opponent to know that you are the king of the same rank. However, this game was really boring. Before the giants could make a move, they were overthrown by the Nan God clan. Next, there are 2 consecutive victories. In other words, the last Nan God clan eliminated 3 people in total, and now this Nan God has also eliminated 3 people. XXX. There were only 10 people on one side, and more than half of the giants had already been eliminated. Finally, under the rhythm of the wheel battle, the Nan God clan still lost. The 4th warrior of the Nan God clan took action. This is the strongest on their side, the so-called super beast powerhouse. The super divine beasts of the Kusanagi clan should be much stronger than the giant clan. Sure enough, his attack was extremely domineering, and he easily defeated his opponent. After turning around, there was only one person left on the opposite side. That guy is the last super god powerhouse. The giants are desperate, they don't think they can win. Start. With the order of Luokan, the two sides began to fight. Because he was the last fighting force here, the giants were not careless, and their nerves were tense throughout the game. For fear of being defeated. At this moment, the strong Nanshan moved. Chapter 488. When his strength reached Super God, his speed had a qualitative leap. As fast as lightning, there is no trace. In the next moment, it appeared on his chest. He suddenly punched. In this fist, I don't know how much power it contains, and all of them slapped his chest. Boom. This loud noise resounded throughout the space. The giants were saddened in their hearts, two words popped up in their minds, and they became cold. When they thought that they would be the main force in the future, they were unwilling. Originally, their strength was crushed, but it was because of a first-level god that their imagination was completely ruined. What a painful realization. The competition for hegemony is over, and the Nanshan clan wins. Congratulations to the Nan Protoss, who won the first term of dominance. From now on, every 100 years, there will be a competition for the hegemony. Do you have any opinions? Luokan knew that this group of people must have a lot of dissatisfaction, so it is easier for them to accept it. My giants have no opinion. Besides, just ruling, who is the master and who is the second, does not mean that they will be in charge in the future. Now, I will give you numbers. The giants of the Nan gods are merged, and they are collectively called you. The giants are the branch of the giants, and the Nans are the branches of the Nanshan. Now, the Nanshan wins the competition for the hegemony. In the next 100 years, the Nans will lead the Yus to glory. Now invite the patriarchs and elders of the two major branches to the discussion hall. Now that it has been decided, the necessary things have to be arranged. It didn't take long for the two forces to come to the main hall. You two, do you have any objection to my decision? He half squinted his eyes with a smile on his face. Looking at this smile, everyone felt horrified. Nima, who would dare to oppose you? Okay, I'll arrange things for everyone now, Luo Chen said, and took out a poke ball from his arms. Celebi, you strengthen the rules here. There is still something about the law. Humans and elves are growing very fast. If these guys can't keep up with the rhythm, they will be dead. In the future, this hall will be closed, and the giant clan chief will be in charge of repairing it. Change this place to a place of cultivation and open up a cave. Those who have made merit can enjoy the law of time. Patriarch of the Nan God clan, now you are the commander of the Yu clan. Your mission is to lead the rest of the brothers to subdue some surrounding races and bring them all into the hands of the Yu clan. The attack on humans and elves is once every 5 years. Even if the opponent is defeated, you have to retreat and don't enter the hinterland. If you lead my master out, it will be bad. This non-existent master is a means of shocking. After all, the loyalty of these guys is unknown. If they are allowed to attack recklessly, there will be no trouble. Yes. When they heard the master that Luo Chen spoke of, the two guys were shocked. To be able to cultivate a genius like Luo Chen, his strength is incomparably tyrannical. By the way, the giants, you are also responsible for renovating this place. The entire barren land has to be used. It has to be reclaimed when it needs to be reclaimed. Is there any problem with farming? Ah, farming. Hearing these two words, not only the patriarch of the giant clan was stunned, but the rest of the guys were stunned. Farming, they really haven't tried it yet. Huh, what? Luo Chen's voice suddenly became cold. Hearing this voice, several guys couldn't help shivering, nodded and bowed quickly, indicating that there was no problem. Well, that's good, Luo Chen said, and let Celebi come back. Okay, since things have been arranged, I'll go back, Luo Chen said, then got up and prepared to leave. Knowing that he was leaving, the two patriarchs looked at each other and left. Remember, 10 years. Today every 10 years, you have to attack the human elves. Also, every 100 years, you have to start a competition to choose a new leader. Luokan smiled and then disappeared. Why are you still standing there? Work. The patriarch of the Nan God clan took out a scepter from his sleeve, which was given to him before Luo Chen. In it, it contains the unpredictable power of gods and ghosts, and the laws of terror run wildly in it. Even if you hold it in your hand, you can feel the power inside. Looking at this scepter, the patriarch of the giant clan felt wronged. Since he lost, he could only accept his fate, but it was only 100 years. 100 years later, the scepter must still belong to him. He thought to himself, and asked someone to repair the hall. According to Luo Chen's intentions, it would be quite difficult to transform this place into a secret place for Hu cultivation. Endless desolation, the long road is long. Luo Chen sat on the back of the cracked empty seat, looking at the scenes below. He couldn't help feeling emotional. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. The knot in my heart is finally over, and then I'm ready to see if there is any crisis lurking. Since it's here, it must be done once and for all. He is also worried about the royal family, but he already has a countermeasure. Returning to the land of the human race, Luo Chen was cautious. Since he came, he still had to be careful and see what Ganshi was doing. Successfully landed, no one found out. He couldn't help but curled his lips. The vigilance here is too bad. He came in so easily. The development of the human race is unstoppable, and the little friend Luokan has already opened the way for us. Therefore, I think it is necessary to open up the ground. The population of human beings is increasing, and the living environment is getting smaller and smaller. Now we must things to do. 0. Ganshi stood on the podium and spoke to the crowd below. An elder frowned and then stood up. Patriarch, do we want to attack the elves? The elves now occupy 80% of the territory of the mainland. If we take them down, are humans afraid that there will be nowhere to live? Unexpectedly, before the elder had finished speaking, he was directly hit by a burst of energy and fell on the chair. Humph! The elves are the best friends of the human race. If anyone has bad intentions, next time, it will not be so simple. Ganshi looked at everyone coldly. Not to mention that the human race is not strong enough. Even if it is strong enough, he will not do this. Back then, when you fought side by side with the elves and fought against the enemy together, they didn't abandon each other. Now, you are attacking your friends for the sake of a little territory. And, have you ever thought about why the elves didn't annex us? I told you clearly that the elves now have several ancient gods, and their strength is not something you and I can guess at all, so I advise you to dismiss this idea. Everyone was silent. They only know Arceus, but they don't know the rest. I'm telling you that now the elves rely not only on a few divine beasts, but behind them, there is also Luokan. Falling dust. Several guys were silent, just the name Luokan had a deterrent effect. The elves will cooperate with humans for thousands of years. We are friends. Yi. Chapter 489. That's right, these words deeply touched my heart. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door, and everyone's expressions changed dramatically. This is the human race discussion hall, which can be said to be the most hidden place, but someone broke in. Little friend falling dust. Ganshi, who was above, was shocked, and hurriedly came to the door and greeted Luo Chen. As for the rest of the people, when they heard the word Luokan, they were all throbbing. This legendary existence appeared. You guys continue. Luo Chen smiled and looked at everyone. All the elders were embarrassed. The guy who said he would attack the elves before was already dying and didn't dare to say a word. In this regard, Luokan is just smiling. Human beings are so greedy. I don't remember the goodness of others, I only know how to be aggressive. Just for yourself, this is selfish. What is the strength of the human race now? Luokan asked. 077 Ganshi heard this and said quickly, humanity has now used physical cultivation as an aid, focusing on training elves, and has begun to completely transform. Fallen Chen was taken aback, these guys. It's no wonder that in his era, all human beings were trainers, and it was rare for physical practitioners. Well, this is indeed a wise choice, but what I want to tell you is that this alone is not enough. The cultivation of the human body is extremely important. If the main body's ability to bear is weak, how to tame the powerful elves? It's like Arceus. I've seen him before. With my strength, I can easily tame him as my own elf. As soon as these words came out, all the humans were stunned. Good guy, think of Arceus as an elf, he is still the first person. I told you this not to show my strength, but to tell you that to train elves, you need a good physique. Only with your own strength can you train more powerful elves. In terms of training elves, Luo Chen said that he was a master, but no one dared to argue. Been taught a lesson. All the elders nodded without any pride. By the way, what's going on with the elves? Have you been paying attention for so long? As Luokan said, he glanced at Ganshi. He smiled awkwardly. For so long, he seemed to be busy with his own business, and he hadn't done anything else yet. That's okay, you've settled the matter here, just come with me. I'll be leaving soon, and there are some things that need to be dealt with. XXX. He said, and left the human race discussion hall. In the entire hall, everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to do. The patriarch. He said he was leaving. Where did he go? Could it be that he is leaving this world? Many elders didn't know the true origin of Luo Chen, so they said that. Ganshi was not easy to explain, so he shied away. Okay, do you have anything else to do? If it's okay, I'll go first. As Ganshi said, he glanced at the figure outside the door. Well, the frontier development has not been finalized yet. An elder said. Now that Luo Chen is here, Ganshi can't decide directly, so it is better for him to ask Luo Chen's opinion. Leave this matter aside for the time being, and talk about it later when I come back. Is there anything else? He asked again. Patriarch, what about the giants? Another elder said. Because the giant clan was about to invade, they also got the wind, so this meeting was held today. Giant clan. These guys are really restless, but don't worry. Now that little friend Luokan is here, what is the mere giant clan? Although he is about to leave, Ganshi is sure that as long as he tells him about his interests in this area, I am afraid he will help him solve it. What? The problem is solved. Luo Chen smiled and looked at Ganshi. How could the conversation in the hall escape his ears? Therefore, Luo Chen knew what Ganshi was holding back. It's just that he wasn't broken, and Luo Chen didn't mention it. Besides, the giants invaded, he should control the previous news. As for what he didn't know so quickly. Little friend Luokan, I have something I want to ask you too. After all, Ganshi couldn't hold it in any longer, and then said. Luo Chen nodded, then looked at him. Tell me, what's the matter? Luokan smiled and looked at him. As we all know, human beings are now severely damaged, while the giants are staring at them. I don't know what advice my friend has. His words were very euphemistic, and he didn't directly say let Luokan help. After all, it's their own business. Luokan deliberately pretended to be surprised, then looked at him. You mean, the giants want to invade humans? Well, we have got accurate information, the giants do have this plan. Ganshi looked sad, and was already a little helpless. You can rest assured, I will help you solve this trouble, but what I have to tell you is that not only the giant clan, but also the surrounding Nangod clan, and a series of small races, they are all interested in this piece of fat meat. In 100 years, they will launch a general attack, and it will be up to you whether they can take it or not. Luokan's words also have a hint of hints. Give you 100 years, if you can't stop the giants and the others, then it will be a real shame. Okay, don't worry, after 100 years, my human race will definitely be prosperous. The mere two barbarians also want to covet my human land. There was a trace of indelible joy on his face, and the biggest trouble had been resolved. Okay, now we'll go to the elves. He went to the elves mainly to see if the other party had any dissent, just like he spied in the human hall before. Ganzai's original intention was to pass through the space passage, but he was stopped by Luo Chen, who said it was an unannounced visit. If he passed from here, didn't he let them know? Although Ganshi was puzzled, he didn't say much. Now, Luokan is the core, and only working with him is the most stable. Crack the empty seat, condense the space channel. He faced the void road, and then saw a terrifying crack in the air. He entered first, and Ganshi quickly followed. The elves are now in a peaceful state, with less urgency and more relaxation. Looking at this scene, he couldn't help but sigh, and then handed his eyes to Ganshi and said, "What do you think will happen if they develop like this?" Ganshi was taken aback for a moment. He didn't think there was a problem with this. Living, isn't it for the sake of being chic and stable? I don't think there is a problem with this. The problem is that the price is too high. Luo Chen gave him a white look. As long as you have strength, what is there? Okay, then I'll teach you a lesson today. If they develop like this, they will be destroyed within 100 years. Do you know why? Chapter 490. Ganshi doesn't know, please make it clear. Luokan glanced at him. This guy is really stupid. Okay, since you don't know, I won't talk about it. You will naturally understand in the future. Ganshi seemed to understand but did not understand, and then entered the elf clan with him. In the elf city, there is peace, and there is not a trace of chaos. It can only be said that the managers have brains. Well, of course, it cannot be said absolutely. The elves who survive in the elf city are basically tired of fighting in the rivers and lakes, come here to take root. In the hall of the elf clan, Lord Tianlong has nothing to do. Now, the world is at peace. Since the Protoss was wiped out, the cultivation of the elves has fallen, and he doesn't know what to say. However, as the supreme leader, he still found a way out of it. He looked at the sky and couldn't help feeling sad. Actually, the destruction of the Protoss is also a bad thing. If the Protoss were still around, the elves would never be lazy like this. The elves, are still degenerate after all. Little friend Luokan, why don't we just go in? Ganshi whispered behind him. Just watch it first, it should surprise us. Huh, surprise. Ganshi was puzzled and asked suspiciously. This is what I told you before. Lord Tianlong has already realized it, so he is trying his best to save it now. He just came up with a countermeasure when he faced the sky. The corners of Luo Chen's mouth gradually showed an arc, and then said with a smile. Ganshi. Just looking at the sky and thinking of a way. Hearing this, he couldn't help turning his head to the sky. Nothing, he said suspiciously. Luokan has a black line on his face. Nima, this guy is really stupid to the limit. Forget it, these profound things, I don't understand even after talking to you. Luo Chen is speechless, that's all. At this moment, Lord Tianlong inside was about to leave, and the direction he was going was the teleportation formation. Luokan was speechless again. He thought it would be fun, but this guy went to find Ganshi. Lord Tianlong, long time no see. Luokan said to the void, and suddenly, Lord Tianlong who was walking was shocked and quickly looked around. I didn't know that little friend Luokan was coming, but I couldn't meet him far away. Please forgive me. Luo Chen smiled and appeared with Ganshi. Yo, Ganshi is here too, let's go, I'm about to find you. After Lord Tianlong saw Ganshi, he glanced at him and said. These two guys. Luokan didn't know what to say, so he took them to a pavilion. I don't know why Tianlong is looking for me. Ganshi asked in confusion. Luokan sat on the side, didn't speak, just looked at them. After all, the development of the human race and the elves were still dominated by them. If he intervened, it would really disrupt the order. The elves are not as diligent as they used to be, so I want to ask you to do something. Lord Tianlong smiled bitterly. When Ganshi learned about the giants, how could he not know about it? Moreover, it was precisely because of this reason that he felt urgency. Okay, you don't need to worry about this issue. Luo Chen was speechless, and then said. Now, if the elves and humans don't work hard, they will only be swallowed up. Let me tell you clearly that the giants and the Nan gods have now formed an alliance and will attack humans and elves in 100 years. If you can stop them, you will win. If you lose, you can only hand over this fertile land to others. When Lord Tianlong heard this, he was instantly overjoyed. They really didn't come until 100 years later. 100 years can do a lot. Right now, they are really too weak. Except for some top fighters, the rest will not work. I will still lie to you, but in 100 years you will only have 100 years of time. If nothing can be achieved in these 100 years, it will really only be swallowed up. After Luo Chen finished speaking, he was ready to leave. The purpose of his visit was to see if there was anything abnormal in the elves, but now, the problem he was worried about did not exist at all. The order he gave the giants was to attack every 10 years. The reason why he told them 100 years was to let them know that a crisis might come at any time. After all, they lived too peacefully. He had already left the elves. Looking at the world of Yamapingchuan, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Next is another plan of his. Let Celebi create a time shuttle. After letting him go for 10 years, 10 years are enough to explain a lot of things. Some things, he may not know now, but 10 years later it will be different. Of course Celebi had no objection. Just after Luo Chen finished speaking, a tunnel appeared in front of him. This tunnel is leading to 10 years later. However, before entering, he was still a little apprehensive. Will something change happen in 10 years? Abandoning this series of thoughts, he stepped directly into this time tunnel. The law of time is the most mysterious and terrifying power in the universe. And this type of power is forbidden in many places. Because controlling this time is equivalent to controlling the entire world. I can't beat you now, but I can kill you before, and the consequences are unknown. XXX. The time travel has been completed, and he reappeared in this vast forest. Today is the day when the royal family will attack humans and elves. At this moment, he went to the wasteland, and only there can find the answer. It's been 10 years since this flashed, and I don't know what happened to them. Chao Meng will disguise my master for a while. Remember to use all the power to give them a fatal blow to their hearts. He smiled evilly and continued on his way. Today, the laws of the world perfect, some laws are here, almost useless. Because of the evolution of the Tao of Heaven, the world has been made complete. But in the barren land. No, it used to be a barren land, but now, it can only be said to be a prosperous place. When he came to the royal family, he saw that the troops and horses had begun to gather below, and they were about to set off. 10 years have come, and today is the time for us to launch an attack on humans and elves, but I hope you remember that you can kill but not penetrate the enemy's stomach. Our purpose is only to harass. It is the deputy commander, that is, the patriarch of the giant clan. Over time, the two guys became more and more skilled. The patriarch of the Nan God clan even used his own power to subdue all the surrounding small tribes. This incident has attracted a lot of praise from the royal family. And the giants are brave and good at fighting, so they are naturally used as thugs. Under the leadership of these two patriarchs, the strength of the royal family has been greatly improved. Yes, these guys are indeed talented people. They have cultivated a large area around them and have harvested a lot of food, and at the same time have improved the geology. Chapter 491. Luokan walked along this road for a while, and had to feel that his power was always infinite. There is no such thing as success or failure, only if you work hard or not. However, when Luokan saw something, he was completely stunned. It was actually his statue. Mom, is this a show of respect? Anyway, Luo Chen didn't want to think too much, so he just left. Now, the battle between them is the focus. I have no restrictions on not being able to kill. After all, there is no killing. What is a battle called? And without the awakening of blood, humans and elves don't know how to grow. Rikongza flew up and took him directly towards the human land. The movement speed of the cracking seed is very fast, and in a blink of an eye, it is on the earth of the human race. But maybe it was because he was too fast, and the guys from the royal family hadn't even arrived yet, which surprised him. However, his current position is the only way for them to go. After a while, he will just follow the main force. In the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour passed, he saw the army coming from a distance, and a smile appeared on his face. Here, the land that already belongs to the human race, brother, come on. But remember, don't go deep into the hinterland, so as not to lose your life. Some things still need to be made clear, and after so many years of getting along, he doesn't want his brother to fall like this. Come on. If you kill them, they won't keep their armor. When such a noisy voice came, Luoken's face was stunned. Damn, is this my subordinate? Shame. Can you kill people well and keep a low profile? At this moment, many human races have discovered this group of giants and have begun to resist. Damn it, these big guys. My house. It just disappeared. The giants are so big that when they step down, a house collapses. It shocked many people. Quickly inform the patriarch. Ellipsis. I don't know how long it took. In the human race hall, Ganshi looked serious. How many humans can fight today, Tilda? He asked in a deep voice. Reporting to the patriarch, there are currently 392 trainers who have gods in human beings. Among them, there are only 3 who control the first-level gods. Ganshi couldn't help rubbing his temples, and said quickly, all those who can participate in the battle, resist the enemy, and send someone to inform the elves immediately. Let them hurry up and support. Respect. With an order, he left the hall directly. For this kind of thing, he will definitely be there. Among the elves. When Lord Tianlong got the news, his face was horrified. Are the giants here, so fast? Didn't Luoken say 10 years? But now he can't wait any longer. He directly dispatched a group of elves to quickly support the human frontier. After all, there are only 7 or 8 of the human territories, and it is the elves who really enjoy the powerful power. Hurry up and support, remember, everyone has to go. After he finished speaking, he entered the forbidden area. Among the elves, there are several powerful gods. They have lived here for dozens or hundreds of years, and they don't even need to take action in ordinary matters. But now it can't be done. A strong enemy is coming, and the land where he lives is about to be invaded. He has to call out this group of people who are begging for nothing, eating and waiting to die. It didn't take long for him to come out with a gloomy face. These guys are greedy for life and fear of death, and they don't take the survival of the elves as one thing at all. Some guys even said that it was absolutely impossible for them to take action. Just these words are enough to make Tianlong very popular. Okay, if you don't go, then I can go by myself. He gritted his teeth, smashed through the space directly, crossed the void from here, and came to the border. Feeling this familiar power, Luo Chen was overjoyed. It seemed that the Lord was coming. His strength is the pinnacle of super divine beasts. A bunch of damn bastards, go die. He roared, and a terrifying force erupted from his body. Space shock. Rumbling. A loud noise resounded in the ears of the giants, like a roar. Many guys are horrified. Lord Tianlong, too strong. At this time, Ganshi came with the Terran support troops. Kill, don't leave the armor to kill these guys. Ganshi shouted and took out a handle from behind the long sword, entered the battlefield in an instant. The giants are very big. After Ganshi entered the crowd, he took a deep breath and his body suddenly swelled. In the blink of an eye, He laughed like the giants. Giants, although I don't know why you are attacking now, but I only know one, destroy you. Gonzai's strength continued to increase, and at this moment, he had actually reached the level of a super divine beast. He is only a human being, and he can actually become a superhero with his physical body. This is a genius. In this regard, Luo Chen only felt that something was missing. Small bench and melon seeds. Well, I should sit here and watch the play. Moreover, he had arranged with Mewtwo before, and when the two sides were fighting hard, he made his debut. Now it seems that it should be soon. There are 2 super divine beasts brought by Lord Tianlong, plus himself, there are 3 in total. This kind of power is enough to solve many things. But are the giants really that weak? If nothing else, just speaking of their ability to resist beatings is no trivial matter. Especially the patriarch of the giant clan, who was rough-skinned and thick-skinned. Even if Gonzai's attack, he stood and let him kill, but he couldn't kill him. Diaresis Ganshi, you and I join forces, the so-called catch the thief first catch the king. Lord Tianlong glanced at Ganshi. There are a lot of giants. At first glance, there are hundreds of them. They do not rely on numbers to fight. Moreover, the reproductive ability of the giant family is particularly poor. It is not bad to be able to give birth to a giant in a year. Therefore, cherish each other between giants and giants. Once a giant dies, the exchange may be the wrath of the entire giant clan. The result is that simple. When the two converged, their strength had already gathered to the highest level, and in an instant, they came to the patriarch of the giant clan. Looking at the 2 guys in front of him, the patriarch of the giant clan couldn't help but sneer. His strength can no longer be described by the Jiao Jiao super divine beast. Or, he has already touched Zun's half-step. Boom. Just one punch. Gonzai's body immediately retreated, with a horrified look on his face. The power of this punch made him vomit blood and was seriously injured. Are you okay? Tianlong gritted his teeth and returned to his body. Huh, dragon. The patriarch of the giant clan was stunned for a moment. Dragons are the totems of a certain clan. Fortunately, they didn't come, otherwise it would not be easy to handle today. Space backflow. A torrent came suddenly, and the patriarch of the giants couldn't help but glanced at him contemptuously. Too weak. There was a joke on the corner of his mouth. This guy should be Lord Tianlong of the elf clan. I didn't expect such a weak man. Go to hell. The huge fist was about to fall, but at this moment, a mysterious force appeared and pushed him away. Chapter 492. He Fang Xiao Xiao. He shouted loudly, his fists rustling in the space. The territory of the human race cannot allow the barbarians to be arrogant. XXX. As this voice appeared, an old man in black appeared in front of him. He has white hair and can't see any clues. Huh, are you a human race? The giant clan chief suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. 10 years ago, he heard Luokan say that his master has always been in the human domain. Could it be that he is Luo Chen's master? Haha, what race, what qualifications do you have to know? The black-clothed old man looked at him coldly, not showing any emotion. This can't help but stump the giant clan chief. What should he do? This old man is all over the world, and is equal to number 2, who would dare to be number 1? On the side, Luo Chen's stomach hurts after laughing. This guy can really pretend. Chow Meng, Chow Meng, it seems that this year's Oscar is definitely yours. I don't know if the human seniors are coming, please forgive me. The giant clan patriarch and his own people gave a look and prepared to retreat. Haha, I've come here, don't you plan to play for a while? The black-clothed old man snorted coldly, and the terrifying thought power immediately filled the audience, and everyone was shocked. They actually found that they couldn't move. This scene shocked the giants. What a terrifying power. Sure enough, he is a master of the dust. No, I'll just leave. I will compensate for the damage caused to human beings. He smiled apologetically and kept praying in his heart. Senior, you must be kind, we giants are not enough for you to toss. Ganshi and Tianlong looked confused. When did this human have another strong man? Humph, where's my disobedient disciple? Don't let me get out of here. He shouted at the surrounding void. Luokan has a black line on his face. Okay, take advantage of this opportunity, right? Master, calm down. At this moment, Luo Chen appeared, with a smile on his face, as if he was afraid that his master would be angry. And the giants breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Luo Chen. As long as my eldest brother comes out, it seems that today will be safe. What are you still doing? Why don't you hurry up? Don't make the master unhappy, Luo Chen said in a cold voice. The giants here are only on promises, for fear that they will go back and regret it. Humph, did I let them go? You traitor. Fallen dust. Okay, then let me see. Look, what the hell are you up to? You don't need to pay for the loss of the human race. The human race is so weak, who is to blame? And don't disturb my old man's sleep when you fight. The meaning of these words is very clear. The giants can come in the future, but don't disturb the old senior's sleep. Humans and elves have been dumbfounded. Nima, this senior. Really disrespectful. Ma Fei. They don't want face. Senior, you can rest assured. If you come again in the future, you will never be disturbed. Then, are we leaving? The patriarch of the giant clan said in horror. The old man in black nodded. Instead, he looked at Luo Chen with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Rebels, you shouldn't help them. If you don't want to make progress, I remember you only sounded the alarm 10 years ago. Fallen dust. I'm also born a human race, I'm just worried. Luokan sighed and then said. Ganzai's expression tightened, and he said quickly, Senior, don't worry, after I go back, I will definitely urge humans to speed up their cultivation. Lord Tianlong also nodded quickly. Okay, rebel, let's go. Cheomeng snorted coldly, and a gust of wind blew up, and Luokan and him both disappeared. After they left, Ganshi and Tianlong breathed a sigh of relief. Nima, good guy, Master Luokan is really strong. But, Luokan didn't come from modern times, where did the master come from? Or, after he came here, he became a teacher. Forget it, he doesn't bother to think about these things. Since that's the case, he might as well go and train the younger generation. By the way, Ganshi, are you all right now? After all, Ganshi received a blow, so the situation is definitely not optimistic. It's all right, don't worry, it's just. Hey, the senior I recorded is right, everything is because we are too weak. Ellipsis. In 10 years, it seems that they have not grown very fast. At this moment, the giants have successfully entered their territory, and they still have lingering fears. Luo Chen's master was too strong, and he could suffocate them with a single blow. Remember, after you go back, you must record this matter well. Well, don't forget to warn everyone that you must speed up your practice. Finally, he returned to the base camp. After he reported to the commander of the royal family, he breathed a sigh of relief. Also here, a young man came, and he was Luo Chen. Huh, you didn't have any casualties, did you? Luo Chen asked with concern. The giant patriarch, who was planning to go to rest, quickly shook his head. No, the giants have a strong defense. Although their attacks are sharp, they can't hurt us. The combat power they brought was basically above the level of God. Huh, that's fine, I'll tell you, I told my master about your affairs before. Well, you can go with confidence and boldness in the future. He generally won't interfere with you. Of course, don't go too far. After saying these words, Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Then, that is to say, that senior is our backer. The giant patriarch suddenly became excited, having such a backer is a great thing. Forget it. Luokan coughed dryly, and then said. Okay, I'm short on time, let's go first, remember, don't forget to speed up your practice. Luokan didn't know, after he left, there was another sculpture here, and that was the predecessor of Cheomung in disguise. Luokan sat on the chair and quietly looked at Cheomung in front of him. Little guy, you actually take advantage of me, you're very daring. Staring at him with a half smile. Cheomung's face turned red, and then he said, cough, don't you make me domineering. By the way, am I domineering? Chane Duo, who was on the shoulders of falling dust, was almost paralyzed with laughter. Cheomung's trick is to relieve the hatred. Domineering, but that's fine. It gives humans and elves motivation. He laughed and didn't mean to blame Mewtwo. Besides, it's just a joke, it's not bad for me. This self-directed and self-acted aggression has just ended. It seemed that the matter in the ancient world had been resolved, and he couldn't help feeling a little melancholy. He was about to leave so soon, and there was a trace of reluctance in his heart. Just before leaving, he wanted to visit Gu Yushi. 50 years, now, it seems that more than 20 years have passed. I don't know what happened to them. Has she and the woman she loves come to an end? As soon as he thought of this, he put away all the elves. Of course, Shinado, a thick-skinned guy, would never enter the Pokeball. Chapter 493. The broken Hengshan Mountain is covered by fog all the year round. 20 years ago, God's punishment from the heavens opened the mysterious face there. Many trainers have climbed up, but there are a couple of sweet lovers living here. Gu Yushi and Elalud. Gu Yushi, the son of destiny. Elalud, the last bloodline of the Gyula clan in the world. These two are together, I don't know how many people are envious. Witnessed by countless human beings, they held their wedding ceremony. Today, this place has become a city, and it is the city of Duanheng that represents love. It is impossible to change the name of the mountain range, and the name is also very interesting. Duanheng, cut off the last obstacle between lovers, open up their hearts, and truly be together. Here, a giant tree naturally grew, and in just 5 years, it became the representative of the entire Duanheng mountain. Moreover, the people who lived here gave him a unique name. Love Tree. Rumors, in the couple formed under this tree can definitely reach the end of their lives. Luokan had already arrived near Duanheng Mountain, separated by an endless distance. He couldn't help being a little shocked when he saw that scene. How long has it been since you left? There is actually a small town on the top of the mountain. And a sky-high tree. There were many men and women around, all holding hands and walking towards the top of the mountain with a look of joy. Luo Chen is helpless, this is simply dog abuse. Well, his purpose was just to see Gu Yushi and the others. Who knew this place would become like this? If I had known this earlier, I should have set up a formation here in the first place. However, it has already been written, and before thinking about it, it has no effect. Huh, little brother, are you going up the mountain alone? When he came to the entrance, he heard a voice. Don't overdo him, is a beautiful auntie. This aunt is really pretty, but she's older. Well, yes, Luo Chen smiled. Auntie laughed, and then said, I might as well tell you, now that Duanengcheng has become a lover's world, it's hard for you to go alone. Luokan has a black line on his face. This is bullying him as a single dog, right? What can Auntie do? He asked with a smile. But this time, the pretty aunt was not happy. You little baby, so rude, you should call me sister, how can you call me aunt? XXX. Fallen dust. Okay, I'm short on time and I don't have time to talk to you. I'll go first. Luokan glanced at her and headed up the mountain. The woman couldn't help being stunned. She had never seen such a client before. She thought she could deceive a wave, but it seemed that she had failed again. After walking a long way, the old woman couldn't catch up. Luokan was puzzled. Could it be that she is not a liar? Forget it, these are not what he should think. Before I knew it, I was already on the way to the top. It was really embarrassing. After all, surrounded by hugs and hugs, he was the only one alone. This can't help but make him a little angry. Damn, is this place like this? It's too disrespectful to him, right? Anyway, the things here have something to do with him. Thinking that these are useless, it is better to speed up the pace and cap it as soon as possible. It was finally capped. Looking at the scenes in front of him, he couldn't help being awe-inspiring. Countless couples worship a tree, which symbolizes love. This may be their belief or their superstition. Young man, new here, right? Newcomers must worship this tree when they go up the mountain, in order to ask him to reward you with a marriage. On the side, there is an old guy, holding a box in his hand. And outside, there are a few words written. Generally speaking, it is only if you give money to worship. This can't help but confuse him. Could it be that they got this tree up? Just looking around, this tree is flat and there is no trace of softness. Old man, I want to ask, did this tree grow by yourself or was it artificially planted? Luokan asked suspiciously. This tree was given to us by God. Moreover, it has grown to this point in just 5 years. After Luo Chen heard this, he sneered in his heart. Then why did you receive the money since you grew it yourself? Where is the money spent? Huh. Luokan's complexion gradually turned cold, and now the liars are really becoming more and more rampant. I believed in the sky, and when I came to this moment, the tree grew up. You say, did I witness the growth of this tree? Should I take it by hand? The old man swore that he would not take falling dust seriously at all. I just want to ask now, where do you spend all this money? Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. To fill your own pocket. Or as the maintenance fee for this tree. Huh. There was a trace of killing intent in Luokan's heart. It's really possible to cheat money. Are you looking for something? I have been collecting money here for more than 10 years. And there is no one who has not opened his eyes yet. It's just looking for something for me. I think it's too easy for you to make money, so I want to share with you. What do you think? There was a hint of jokes on the corner of Luokan's mouth, and the eyes of the people around him also turned cold. When they came here, they didn't know the origin of the old man, so they thought they were the administrators and gave the money. Now it seems that this old guy is a liar. Looking at your outfit, it should be a trainer, right? Okay, as long as you beat me, I'll give you my position. 0. The old man understood that this young man was just picking on things. Moreover, with so many people watching now, he would definitely not be able to receive money in the future. This amount of money will be counted in the hands of this guy. Huh, you are also a trainer. Can't tell. Luokan couldn't help laughing, playing with himself. Has he not woken up yet? Come on, I'll use a weaker one. Shinado, you're on my shoulders. I'm too lazy to take out the pokeball. It's not that Luokan looked down on the old man, but he didn't take the old man seriously at all. A weakling like him, Luokan has been habitually ignoring it. Fight me with an unknown thing. Luokan heard this sentence. I almost laughed. This old guy, has a fight with Ganshi. They are all so stupid. Shinado didn't want to fight at first, but when she heard this, she was blown away. Old guy, I swear, you won't be able to get out of bed if I'm going to beat you for the rest of your life. Shinado was angry, and his entire body was covered in a layer of haze. At this moment, energy suddenly erupted. Can elves actually speak? This scene really frightened the old man. But he still released his spirit. Little Fist Stone, let this crazy guy feel the power of the rock. Shinado didn't even bother to look at it, and with just one look, the small fist stone fell to the ground in fright. If you don't move, it's like death. 100 million. Chapter 494. The old man was stunned, and even the melon-eating crowd onlookers were stunned. What kind of cowardly operation is this? Nima, what about playing? Little Fist Stone, get up. What? Recalcitrant. Old man, I said, you can't take care of yourself for the rest of your life. I'm going to fight. Shinedo's terrifying power was about to appear, but was pulled by Luokan. Okay, let's forgive people and forgive them. After speaking, he looked at the old man. Get out. After the old man finished speaking, he immediately took the box and left, followed by the staggering Little Fist Stone. Xiao Quanxi was so frightened that he could no longer fly, and he was limping when he walked. Looks extremely funny. Remember, this tree is free to use. If anyone dares to charge again, don't blame me for being merciless. He looked around coldly, and then said. After he finished speaking, the whole audience was silent. Only then did Luo Chen leave with satisfaction. But now that the place has changed so much, he really can't find Ji Yu Yushi's position. The small house should still be there, right? He thought in his heart and ran towards it. Ji Yu Yushi is just an ordinary person now, and Elalud's strength is not very good. She is actually reborn, and there is no power in her body at all. Will they be bullied? Luokan thought in his heart, and couldn't help speeding up his pace. The speed got faster and faster, and he finally came to the hut. But when he saw the scene in front of him, anger came from his heart. Ji Yu Yushi was already very old. Around him, there were many young people talking about something. Because the distance was too far, he couldn't even hear it clearly. Ji Yu Yushi, are you going to get out by yourself, or are our brothers asking you to get out? You said that you've been working on a place for so many years, and you haven't paid the rent. It's possible that you don't know that this generation is our Lord Mo's territory. Ji Yu Yushi was instantly furious. You juniors, this Duan Hengshan belongs to this old man, you robbers. Luokan finally heard clearly, and fell straight down. When Ji Yu Yushi saw the person in front of him, he almost thought he was wrong. Luokan, little doll. Senior, don't worry, I will definitely seek justice for you. By the way, what about Elalud Senpai? Luo Chen couldn't help but wonder. She was taken away by these robbers as an elves. Hey, it's all my fault. I'm so useless. Luo Chen's heart is so sad. Back then, Ji Yu Yushi was someone who could fight against the sky, but now he has become a grassroots, and anyone can be humiliated. Hey, brat, who are you? Mind your own business. The young man beside him glanced at Luokan, and then said arrogantly. Luo Chen couldn't help laughing, and then a gust of wind came out and caught his throat. Boy, your mouth stinks. Crunch. The neck was directly crushed, and the young man still had an unbelievable look on his face. Died. The rest looked at each other in dismay, and then there was a riot. Who dares to run? With a loud shout, the radius of 100 meters was directly bound, and the mantra was spoken, with the power of the law. Who is your boss? Luo Chen looked at them coldly. One of the younger brothers looked embarrassed, but still said, yes. It's my father. Your dad. Luo Chen couldn't help laughing. Is it just like this? Okay, you guys, go and ask his father to come over. If the time for a stick of incense doesn't come, wait for the corpse to be collected. After Luo Chen finished speaking, he released the restraint. XXX. The crown prince wanted to run away, but since Luo Chen has been taken as a hostage, how can he run away? A few bastards, don't hurry up. The son-in-law roared in a hurry, all the younger brothers only agreed, and there was no waiting. Let me tell you, my father knows running script. Luo Chen was taken aback for a moment. Who is the running script? Have not heard. It doesn't matter who your father knows. Bullying seniors, there is only one way to go. Luo Chen said coldly. Did you capture Elalado? A pair of eyes, with a cold light, looked at him. Ah, is that the woman? We have paid tribute to Lord Xingshu. At this time, young master will bring out the background in the future. He is afraid of death. There are many beautiful things in this world that he has not enjoyed. Who is this running script? Luokan asked. Master Xingshu is the leader of the human race. The first powerhouse under the command of Supreme Ganshi. When Luo Chen heard this, he couldn't help raising his brows. It seemed that it was time to talk to Ganshi. How is it? Are you afraid? I advise you to let me go quickly, and I can still beg you for mercy in front of my father, otherwise, Seeing that Luo Chen was silent, brother young master thought that Luo Chen was afraid, so he couldn't help laughing wildly. Luokan coughed dryly. Would he be afraid? To be honest, Ganshi didn't even pay attention to him, let alone a part-time worker. Dare to ask the son's surname? Luokan asked with a smile. My son's surname is Mo, he said loudly. Luokan has a black line on his face. It seems that this guy is not afraid of dying. It didn't take long for Luo Chen to see a group of people coming not far away. The leader of them, wearing a yellow robe, is quite similar to the so-called landlord. A traitor, hurry up and let my son go. When the old dog comes, the first sentence is like this. When Luo Chen heard this, he couldn't help laughing. Hee, who do you think you are? After Luo Chen finished speaking, his hand cut off young Master Mo's throat. You. Ah, come on, kill him. A group of guards rushed directly towards Luo Chen, who would have thought that Luo Chen would not care at all. Putting their hands together, they shut out a mysterious force, and they were like a great enemy. Running script, right, okay, I'll find him later, but before that, I should have dealt with you. Luokan looked at the begging coldly, followed by a violent blow. The appearance of this terrifying power directly turned this bunch of people into ashes. Hee, you guys are too weak. By the way, come on, Mr. Mo, will you try it too? After Luo Chen finished speaking, he threw another punch. But this punch didn't hit him, not because Luokan didn't want to fight, but because he thought of a more fun one. Since this guy likes to play exciting games so much, let him try it too. Although this punch didn't hit him, it already made Master Mo sweat profusely. After sealing him in place, Luokan turned back, with a smile on his face. Senior, I will heal you first. Saying that, he released Celebi. Now he is just an ordinary person. If he is forcibly treated, it will definitely not work. That being the case, it would be better to let Celebi help him go back in time. Seeing the old man with vicissitudes in front of him, Celebi couldn't help being stunned. This is the senior who trained him in the first place. When he thought of this, his strength strengthened a lot. Celebi, don't force it. Luokan looked at the thunderclouds that gradually appeared in the sky, and couldn't help frowning. What does Celebi want to do? Could it be that he wants to regain the power he lost in front of Heavenly Tao? Chapter 495. Celebi, are you crazy? Luokan shouted in horror, but Celebi didn't listen at all, and still went his own way. Luo Chen didn't know what to say about this. Gu Yushi took a breath. Is this the fate? He has accomplished him. Does it come to fulfill itself now? But it's not fair to him, and helping him is only within the power of his ability, but it's different when he helps himself. If he really wants to help himself regain his strength, the price to pay is definitely expensive. Even said to give their lives. Celebi seemed to be crazy and didn't listen to anyone. Just blindly crazy output. Soon, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and upon seeing the dust, I couldn't help but look horrified. Ran directly outside. If it goes on like this, I am afraid that Duanheng Mountain will be destroyed. Fortunately, the dark clouds had faded at this moment, and Luo Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. There is no need to think about the reason at all. It must be because Celebi was overdrawn, and there was no power in his body, so this would happen. Sure enough, Celebi was already lying on the ground at the moment, and Ji Yushi was looking at him with concern. I'm sorry. Ji Yushi was apologetic. It was because of himself that Celebi became like this. No, it's not your fault. Celebi is kind to you. He just wants to do something for you to the best of his ability. Luokan smiled bitterly. People have birth, old age, sickness and death. I retire, and I am the son of destiny, so I am also an ordinary person. Life, old age, sickness and death are all things that should be done. Jiyu Yushi shook his head and denied Luokan's words. It would be against the sky to use time retrospective for one person. And the object of the retrospective is Jiyu Yushi. His identity is very sensitive, and he is contaminated with the way of heaven. Who can avoid it? Since the senior is all right, let's go save Readaloud. She must miss you very much. Jiyu Yushi didn't move this time, just nodded. The two stepped on the back of the cracking seat, smashed through the space directly, and came to the human race domain. There is a huge elf flying in the air, which is a rare thing, and many people are even more excited. What? You said there was a dragon in the sky. In the hall, when Ganshi heard these words, his body was shocked, and he ran out quickly. When he came out, he saw that the sky splitter had already landed in front of him. Above, there are Luo Chen and an unknown young man. Ganshi, call out the running script. Hearing this, Ganshi snorted in his heart. Could it be that he offended Luokan? No, two people don't usually meet, so how could there be conflict? Go and call the commander of the running script. Ganshi said to the attendant on the side. I don't know what's wrong. You actually bothered little friend Luokan to come in person. Also, I don't know what happened to Shingshu. Ganshi had doubts in his head, he really couldn't think of what was in it. What's up? Humph. Let me tell you clearly, if the script is not explained clearly today, there will only be a dead end. Puff. As soon as the voice fell, a middle-aged man appeared not far away. When he heard this, he knelt down with a thud. Lord Luokan, please forgive me, the villain really doesn't know where he offended you. The poor running script, Ganshi, who couldn't help but read it, was silent. Where is Readaloud? Luo Chen looked at him coldly, and then asked. Readaloud. What is Readaloud? Shingshu looked bewildered. Actually, he really didn't know. After all, when the other party brought the elf, he didn't say the name. Broken Hengtian. Luokan spit out 3 more words. As soon as these 3 words came out, the color of the script changed greatly, and it suddenly became pale. When Ganshi saw this scene, he immediately understood a lot. It seems that this guy really made a mistake. Good, you running script, how dare you offend your seniors? You are willing to die. Luokan watched coldly, waiting for him to hand over the Pokeball. Senior, it's this elf that you are looking for, he said, and released a small elf. But Luo Chen looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but be stunned. Where is Readaloud? Are you sure this is the elf that Broken Hengtian sent you? Luokan asked again. Yes, they gave me this elf. Shingshu would never dare to deceive him, that is to say, the only one who deceived him was the Mo family. Mo Lagu, that thing. Now he is still imprisoned in place. Ganshi, shut him up, don't let him run away, wait for me to return. After Luo Chen finished speaking, he looked at Jiyu Yushi. Senior, please feel sorry for yourself first, wait for me here, and I will go and catch Mo Lagu. As he said that, he stepped on the back of the sky splitter and disappeared directly. Senior, you go in and have a rest. Ganshi said cautiously. XXX. I am afraid this young man who does not show off the mountains and waters is really a senior. After all, Luo Chen called him senior. The patriarch. Shingshu looked helpless, but he didn't expect that there would be a problem with receiving the gift. What are you? Don't think about it quickly, but for now, you should stay well. As Ganshi said, he drew a circle with his hands in the air and let him in. In Duanheng Mountain, the dust falls. He directly pinched Mo Lagu's neck and looked at him coldly. Where is Readaloud? Mo Lagu looked confused. What? Alardo is the elf, isn't it? We've already given it to the running script. But he still stroked his tongue and said, full of nonsense. As he said that, he carried him with one hand and rushed into the space passage. In the blink of an eye, the human race arrived. With a plop, Molagu was thrown to the ground. When he saw the scene in front of him, he was completely stunned. Gyuyushi was sitting on a chair, and Ganshi saddled his horses and horses for him, serving tea and water. Tell me, where the hell is Elalado? Luo Chen looked at him again. The terrifying killing intent was already permeating, even Ganshi couldn't help shivering. Sent overseas. Hearing this, Luo Chen immediately became furious. You fucking fart for Lao Su, where is the sea here? How many countries around here eat dry rice? Senior, please listen to me. Molagu has already accepted his fate. In front of such a strong man, he has no chance to breathe. Okay, let's talk. Luokan calmed down, and then said slowly. My original intention was to give the elf to Lord Running Script, but on the way, I met a robber. Later, a strong man rescued us, and then I took a fancy to the elf. And then? Luokan asked again. Then, we sold the elf to him. After speaking, his voice became smaller and smaller. Where did the genie who gave the script come from? Luokan asked again. This elf just grabbed it on the side, because he looked strange, so. As he said that, he secretly glanced at the running script. Chapter 496. When Xingshu heard this, he immediately became furious. Okay, these guys actually made fun of him like that. Hee, your Mo family, you really are so majestic. His cursive teeth clenched, and he even thought of strangling him the next moment. Lord Xingshu, we have no choice but to. After all, we told Xingshu before that they caught a strange elf and wanted to present it to Xingshu. If they hadn't said it before, they would have turned around and went back. Very good, very good. After he finished speaking, he looked at Luo Chen. This matter, because of himself, must also need him to solve it. Senior, please rest assured, I will definitely bring her back safely. He had a determined look on his face. Wasn't he just going to see? What was he afraid of? Running script, calm down. Sailing is not a trivial matter. Even Tianlong would not dare to set foot in it easily. Hearing these words, Luo Chen couldn't help but be stunned. The sea area should also be the territory of the elves. How could Heavenly Dragon not dare to go? It's a long story. A long time ago, this sea area was originally a green area. And they were all under the jurisdiction of the elves. Several overlords appeared, and they rebelled. To be honest, the current elves are only 1/10 of the original elves. 9/10 of them are in the sea. You should know the seriousness here, right? Hearing his words, Luo Chen couldn't help frowning. Today's Lord Tianlong has already contacted the Venerable in half a step. Even before, his strength was also the peak of the super beast. This kind of strength can't be easily set foot in. It seems that this sea area is really different. Every sound. The running script gritted his teeth. This matter was settled, and he had to go. Master Ganshi, since this incident has already happened, how can I stay out of it? The running script sighed. Of course he didn't want to go, but he was worried that Luo Chen would get angry, so he should just let him bear the anger. Okay, Ganshi, find someone who is familiar with the road. I want to go to the sea. Saying that, he handed his eyes to Master Mo, who was on the side. It was self-evident. Master Mo said quickly, I don't know who they are, but they said at the end that there will be danger in the future, and there will be messengers to guide you in any fascinated place. After Old Man Mo finished speaking, he felt the whole person slack. Ganshi, catch him, and, on the other side of Duanhang Mountain, don't make a mess. I'm not against building a city, but at least you have to send a reliable person to sit in town. It is good. By the way, if you are familiar with the sea area, do you have any on our side of the human race? You can ask the elves. After all, they were the leaders of the past. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Luo Chen walking outside the door. Well, I see. After speaking, he disappeared. With his departure, the atmosphere here relaxed instantly, especially the running script. He was directly relieved. Have you seen it? When you do things in the future, be smarter. Ganshi gave him a stern look, and then made Old Man Mo arrested. Just kidding, this type of repeat offense, needless to say Luo Chen, he will not let it go. The so-called Tai Sui broke ground, but that's it. Who is Luo Chen? Even he did not dare to offend easily. Luokan left, and Ji Yu Yushi was with him. With the help of Celebi, he actually had a bit of power in his body. Although he was not very strong, at least he had no problem protecting himself. Can you really find this huge sea area? He couldn't help but smile bitterly, the chances were slim. Senior, don't worry, even if the sea is turned upside down, I will find Readaloud. If it weren't for the seniors, Celebi's strength would not have skyrocketed so fast. Moreover, without his own words, Ji Yu Yushi is still living a quiet life in Duanungshan at the moment. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, I don't have high expectations. Ji Yu Yushi smiled wryly, and then he and Luokan exited the space tunnel. Is this the elves? Much better than humans. Ji Yu Yushi is the son of destiny, and his sensing ability is naturally extraordinary. As soon as he arrived here, he felt a few tyrannical breaths. Well, the strength of the elves is 100 times stronger than that of humans, more than 1,000 times. If it were not for the wisdom of humans, there would be no place in this world. Actually, Luokan originally wanted to use the power of time and space to forcibly rescue Readaloud, but this incident involved Ji Yu Yushi, whose identity is too sensitive, definitely not. When the falling dust came, it immediately attracted the attention of the elves. Lord Luokan condescended to come to the elf clan. What's the matter? An elf looked at him and said respectfully. Luokan frowned. Why didn't Tianlong come out today? Where is Tianlong? He asked suspiciously. When the elf heard this, he said, Your Excellency feels that the opportunity has come, so he retreats. Closed. Tianlong is now a half-step venerable realm. If he is breaking through, then he is an out-and-out venerable lord. This is a good thing, but why is this guy in front of him so afraid? Diaresis huh? It's such a good thing, why are you hesitating, are you hiding the truth? As soon as he said this, his voice suddenly became cold. As soon as he heard this, the man immediately knelt on the ground, not even daring to look at Luokan from the front. To be frank, Luokan's coldness revealed, his murderous intention revealed, and he couldn't help shaking his body. Tianlong. Lord Tianlong is injured, he is in retreat for healing. Before, Tianlong ordered that he should not tell anyone that he was injured, but now facing Luokan, he can't hide the fact at all. Luo Chen was taken aback, Tianlong was injured. How is this possible? Looking at this world, who can hurt him? Do you know who hurt Tianlong? Luokan asked again. The guy was silent for a while, and then he said, Lord Tianlong caught an elf smuggling. So I went to track it down, and finally fought a human. Who knows that the human is too strong, and the Lord Tianlong was seriously injured with a single blow. As he spoke, he sighed. That is to say, that human being seriously injured Tianlong with one blow, and then Tianlong fled, but the other party didn't pursue it. It seems that he has no killing intent towards Tianlong. Luokan glanced at Ji Yu Yushi, then took a deep breath. It seemed that this ancient world was really messed up by him. There is no such thing in the records of modern classics. Take me to see Tianlong. Luo Chen said. As soon as these words came out, the guy gritted his teeth and walked towards the forbidden area of the elves with Luo Chen. Luokan's words were like the law, and he didn't dare to refute it. In a blink of an eye, he reached the entrance to the forbidden area, and the elf did not dare to enter, so he retreated. Luo Chen took a step and stepped directly into Zongyuan. Senior, you are here waiting for me, after all, this is a forbidden place for the opponent. Luo Chen glanced at Ganshi apologetically. Ganshi smiled heartily and nodded. Chapter 497. Entering the forbidden area, a mysterious aura rushed towards his face, vicissitudes and powerful. Luo Chen closed his eyes quietly, and began to sense the position of Tianlong. Suddenly, a sharp sword appeared in front of his eyes, and he couldn't help shaking his body. This is the most important place for the elves, how could there be an enemy? Without him resisting, a shield appeared in front of him. I don't know where the rat generation is, do you only know how to sneak attack secretly? His voice was cold, and at the next moment, he threw a pokeball. Chao Meng jumped out, and his superpower suppressed the audience. The power of the Venerable. In the dark, a voice exclaimed and disappeared. The other party is very strong. He even surpassed me. Chao Meng returned with a look of shame on his face. Just now, he was thinking of doing meritorious service, but he just slipped away without thinking about the other party. Stronger than you. That is to say, at least the other side is also venerable. Luochen frowned. If this is the case, it would be troublesome. Not far away, a man in black looked at Luo Chen and clenched his fists. He could not wait to rush up and kill Luo Chen. The experiment failed. Ask the headquarters to issue an order, and I will catch the guy who sabotaged the experiment. He said to the communicator in his hand. Calm down, you come back first. This matter is a long-term plan, and the other party may not be as easy to deal with as you think. There was a voice on the other end of the communicator. After hearing it, he left without any hesitation. The Mewtwo Petri dish was not brought back. It seemed that the plan would be exposed sooner or later. He couldn't help but grit his teeth. At this moment, Luochen is a little confused. What does the appearance of Venerable mean? Means the world is about to be in chaos. In this world, the Venerable was originally not allowed to appear, but now it has appeared. What does this mean? XXX. As soon as he thought of this, he couldn't help but quicken his pace and came directly to the place where Lord Tianlong retreated. Regardless of whether it would disturb him or not, he pushed the door and left. At this moment, Lord Tianlong was struggling to force out the remaining power in his body, when he suddenly felt a wave of fluctuations and hurriedly closed his efforts. Little friend Luochen, why are you here? As soon as he saw that it was Luochen, he breathed a sigh of relief. Luochen looked at him, his eyes were like torches, and an unstoppable force rushed into his sea of consciousness. Luochen was reading his memory. He wanted to know what happened before. If it is explained by Tianlong himself, it must be unclear. You caught elf smuggling before, and then you stopped it, and you were seriously injured by a human being. Luochen frowned. This matter has been troublesome till now. That group of guys called themselves the Envoys of Light, and the place they went to was a place called Fascinating Land. Tianlong gritted his teeth. He had never suffered such a big loss in his life. Even in the 1000-year battle with the god race, he was never so embarrassed. A place of fascination. It's a place of fascination again. He snorted coldly and said directly, do you know where this fascinated place is? Luochen asked. Of course I know that this place of fascination is the support point of heaven and earth. There is an enchantment passage in the place of fascination, which leads to various great worlds. I guess, they came from other worlds. After all, there is no such powerful existence in our world. Tianlong said. Don't deceive yourself. There is no shortage of strong people in this world. I have met more than a dozen people who are stronger than you. Luochen said coldly, Tianlong has indeed swelled a bit, so he should be hit a little, or he will go to heaven. However, what he said was not a lie. There were many who were stronger than Tianlong. Creation God Arceus, Pluto Dragon Gerades, Sky Optimus Regiram, Full Form Curum, Demon God Hoopa, are all stronger than Tianlong, and on the other hand, there are giants, Nans Protoss. Among these two powerful races, there is also someone stronger than him. Lord Tianlong has a black line on his face. Give him a little face and die. Anyway, he is the #1 powerhouse of the elves, although it is on the bright side. But he didn't mean to blame Luokan. After all, what he said was the truth. Who would have imagined that among the human races, there is actually a venerable? You should go to the place of fascination. When my injury is better, we will go together. His grandmother's, I have never suffered such a big loss. Lord Tianlong said coldly. With Luokan, he felt relieved. After all, Luokan was a symbol of invincibility. Well, don't worry, this matter has nothing to do with you, and I will definitely handle it. He couldn't help rubbing his temples, and then a pure force poured out and fell on the head of Lord Tianlong. Immediately afterwards, Lord Tianlong's body was shaken, and he went straight into a state of dormancy. The laws in Luo Chen's body are definitely the purest in the world today. Time passed by every minute and every second. For such a long time, Luokan would definitely not let Ji Yushi wait for a long time, and then invited him into the forbidden area. Although this place is forbidden for elves, what is it compared to Luokan's identity? Finally, after more than 2 hours, a roar suddenly came from the depths of the forbidden area. Luokan was overjoyed. This guy is finally willing to leave the border, and he doesn't know what his injury is. After all, he has to rely on him to lead him. Thanks to friend Luokan for your help, I'm much better now. Lord Tianlong came out with no extra expression on his face, and now he is very grateful. Just now, he clearly understood how serious his injury was. Although the human was just a light blow, the energy contained in it actually smashed its internal organs directly. If it weren't for his help, I'm afraid it would be difficult to recover today. Since it's all right, get ready to go. Actually, he is thinking about one thing now. Now that Ji Yushi is here, should he take him? Or stay here? Logically speaking, he is a tow bottle. Bringing him is nothing more than adding trouble to himself, and since that's the case, it's better to leave it here. Senior, are you going to go with me? But this time it's not that simple, the other party may be very strong. He said and sighed. Ji Yushi was silent for a moment, and then said, I know that with my strength, going is just a burden. If so, it is better not to go. When he said this, there was an undisguised sadness in his eyes. Thinking that his strength was the best in the world back then, who could match him? But as time passed and things changed, he finally understood that strength was the key to everything. If Senior wants to go, I can take you with me. Luokan was silent for a while, and then said that his strength, protecting a Ji Yushi, is not a big problem. It's just that he doesn't know what will happen. No, it's up to you to solve this matter yourself. Don't be stubborn, just do your best. Chapter 498. Just try your best. Luo Chen smiled wryly. It seems that he doesn't have much confidence in himself. To be honest, Luo Chen didn't take much fancy to this action, so what if the enemy was stronger? In front of him, he was still just destroying and crushing everything. Don't worry, since I have decided to go, I will definitely try my best. Luokan gritted his teeth, and then said. Ji Yushi was silent. To be honest, he was not very optimistic about Luokan's operation. The sea area is so huge, and if he wants to find someone there, the chances are slim. If he doesn't pay attention, he will have an accident. Well, thank you then. As he said that, he glanced at Tianlong. This deep look makes Lord Tianlong feel like falling into an ice cellar. This look is too terrifying. Senior, don't worry, I will do my best. Although I don't know what happened, that's all I can say now. It's not too late, we'll start right away. Luokan said to Tianlong, and then a huge space channel was formed in front of him. You determine the location, I don't know the direction. Luokan smiled and got in. Tianlong saw this, and then a majestic force permeated everywhere, and ripples filled the space layer by layer, causing Luokan's body to shake slightly. We can only stop before the sea and find a ship there. The laws of the sea are modeled and cannot be broken. Moreover, there is a mysterious magnetic field there. Once we fall into it, even us will be directly shattered. Tianlong coughed dryly. It wasn't that he was making trouble, it was a fact. Well, it's up to you, you can decide. After Luo Chen finished speaking, he saw a bright light appearing in front of him. Needless to say, he had already reached the exit. The oncoming is the smell of snoring. Here, there are many fishermen, who rely on water for draft and watch the fish in the sea to survive. Let's go there, there are boats for rent. Tianlong smiled slightly and came to a shop not far away. As soon as the two entered it, the boss inside greeted them. Because Tianlong traveled in human form this time, others did not recognize it. Two guest officers, do you need to rent a boat? Our boats here are of good quality. Even if they suffer from a third-level flood, they can be in peace, so that you can enjoy a pleasant journey during the sailing process. The shopkeeper's face was full of red light. Introduced in front of Luo Chen and Lord Tianlong. Okay, don't talk nonsense. Find me the best quality one, the price is not a problem. Luochen yawned. Since he was going out, he definitely needed the best. On this point, Lord Tianlong has no opinion. As soon as he heard this, the shopkeeper laughed immediately. It seems that there is a big order today. Then, with a warm smile, he said respectfully, "Two adults, come, please come with me." As the shopkeeper entered, Luo Chen and Lord Tianlong were stunned. The ship in front of him was indeed not of the same rank as the one outside. This is the treasure of our town store. Of course, we don't rent this thing, we only sell it. Moreover, there is only one like this, and there is no second one on this coastline. Seeing Luochen, their hearts were moved, and the shopkeeper was overjoyed. According to him, the business is almost done. Stop talking nonsense, the price. Luo Chen said coldly. Well, since this is called the treasure of the town store, the price is definitely not cheap, but the two adults are so eye-catching, it must be the first time to visit the small store. If so, I will give you a 10% discount and 90,000 yuan. Bar. As soon as he heard the price, Lord Tianlong couldn't help but take a bite of the price. This guy is really dark. It is estimated that his entire small shop earns less than 90,000 yuan a year. Let me introduce it to you. Some of us call this ship a pioneer. That is to say, it can easily enter the sea. The shopkeeper's eyebrows were all over the place. As long as this deal was done, he would be rich. Haha, I bought it. Luochen chuckled lightly and kicked Tianlong, motioned to give him money. Tianlong has a black line on his face. Nima, is there such a deceitful person? Well, after all, things are important, so don't waste time. He gave the shopkeeper a fierce look, then made the payment, and with a wave of his hand, the pioneer disappeared. The boss with a long mouth, the shopkeeper thought he would have to ask someone to carry it out, but that's fine, it saves him time. Luochen, that old guy is too dark. Damn, you humans are really greedy. He was indignant, very dissatisfied with the old guy's attitude. In this regard, Luo Chen smiled. Tianlong, as a high-ranking figure, is understandable to understand the people's feelings below. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Although he is an elf, this is not a hindrance. After all, he and Ganshi have a strong relationship. Okay, since it's been decided, let's go, lead the way, and led me astray. Luo Chen couldn't help but rolled his eyes at him, and then said. Don't worry, I left a space imprint there last time, unless they can. Speaking of which, his words stopped abruptly. Yes, the opponent is so strong, what is it to break his seal? Remember, in this world, there are not so many impossibility, and since the opponent can easily and seriously hurt you, his strength must be several times stronger than you. In such a situation where the strength of the enemy and us is disparate, I advise you to find another place. In case they do something in the space point. 0. Luo Chen said coldly. He has a deep understanding of the cunning of human beings. Not to mention other races, even if they are both human races, they are still in the same pit. Well, anyway, it's just a trick. Okay, I followed them at the time before I found the other's den. Now it seems that as long as I find the fascination place, everything will be fine. While Lord Tianlong spoke, Luokan fell into silence. Because he thought of a bad result. This fascinated place is said to be a transmission channel to various great worlds. Since there are enemies coming from here, doesn't that mean that Readaloud has been taken outside? If this is the case, then it will be troublesome. This is more trouble than finding someone in the endless sea. 3,000 worlds, this is a general term. No one knows how many planes there are in this world. I am afraid it is Arceus, and I don't know. Moreover, this is the ancient world, and here, the entrance to the enchantment is open. What about in modern times? What kind of change will happen? XXX. Is it that countless world economies, science and technology develop side by side? Or are you intriguing and fighting endlessly? All of this is unknown. Luokan will never allow this kind of thing to happen, he absolutely wants to stop it. Therefore, this enchantment channel, he must completely seal it. Lord Tianlong, do you think this barrier has been opened? Is it a good thing or a bad thing? I want to hear your opinion. Luokan was silent for a long time, looked at Tianlong and asked. 100 million. Chapter 499. Lord Tianlong nodded, and an obscure force was pulled out and branded on Luokan's palm. Falling Chen understood. He added a force to push waves on the bottom of the boat, and kept moving forward. The speed is not high. Luo Chen is waiting, and wants to see if there are sea creatures who are ignorant and come up to provoke him. But he has moved forward for a long time, and he is still as peaceful as Mount Tai. This can't help but make him roll his eyes. It seems that Lord Tianlong is not very lucky. This ocean is actually divided into many areas. For example, the place just passed by is a Lord's fief. Those who test Lord Tianlong are only the Lord's guards. After Tianlong entered the water, he was directly attacked by the group. To get to the fascinating land, one has to pass through the fiefs of 3 lords, and they have only passed through one place now. How deep is the ocean? I am afraid that no one can answer this question. In his era, the detection of the ocean was only 11,000 kilometers, and it was only a small area. Human beings have drawn a map of the seabed in the process of continuous research, but this map only accounts for 5% of the entire ocean. Why do you say this? It is precisely because of the terrifying pressure of the seabed that Lord Tianlong can only dive for 5 kilometers at most. If he goes further, he will be crushed directly. Terrible power. Moreover, in the First World War, sea creatures only sent creatures over 5,000 meters away. As for the more terrifying ones, they did not come out at all. Because they are disdainful. Moreover, when Arceus solved the trouble, he rushed down to a depth of 20,000 meters in one fell swoop. As soon as the news came out, it directly made Lord Tianlong desperate. They were not even opponents of elves at a depth of 5,000 meters, and they wanted to compete with 10,000 meters. 20,000 meters of confrontation. It is said that the one who negotiated on behalf of the marine life back then was an old monster at a depth of 20,000 meters. Ellipsis. In the ocean, the deeper you dive, the higher your status. I'm afraid, only the real Sea Clan bosses know how deep the ocean is. Unknowingly, after another day of driving, the fog here thickened again. In this scene, Luo Chen's body couldn't help being shaken. It was in this situation that Lord Tianlong was attacked. Although he was in a dormant state before, it does not mean that he slept dead. Just kidding, this is the sea area. A place full of dangers. Let him sleep, he dare not. Lord Tianlong seems to feel when something was wrong. His whole body twitched and he came out from the inside. When he saw the scene outside, he couldn't help shivering. Be careful, there should be another danger here. Lord Tianlong frowned, and then said. Luokan nodded. In fact, without him saying it, he could feel that something was wrong here. From here, he felt an unusual power. The smell of blood suddenly came. and Luo Chen couldn't help but be surprised. Would these marine creatures kill each other? Well, maybe he was too naive. Where there is life, there will be killings, perhaps for territory, or in other words, for profit. The struggle for interests is always the root of the existence of a force. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge wave suddenly surged up on the sea, and he couldn't help but back up and park the boat in place. Haha, you actually passed the barbarian level, not bad. A strange fish slowly surfaced. Is this also an elf? Cough, it looks so weird, it doesn't look like a fish. Barbarian. Was that amphibian a barbarian? Ha ha ha. Luokan laughed heartily, but he didn't know where the laugh came from. Humph, I'm not a barbarian. You are so arrogant. Since you're here, don't even think about going back. After the strange fish finished speaking, his body shook. Luo Chen only felt dizzy, and the whole boat began to shake violently. Insane. Luokan raised his brows. Are all the fish now so impolite? The strange fish couldn't help but be stunned. Why hasn't this boat capsized yet? It's not right with the development of the plot. Before, there were boats passing by, and he could even make the boat overturn just by twisting. Now I think this young man is very powerful, so he specially increased his strength, but it didn't help him at all. It was because of this that he could breathe evenly, and he truly regarded Luokan as his opponent. Super dream, let him see what strength is. Luo Chen snorted coldly, and released Chao Meng. When Chao Meng appeared, the sea surface changed, and the waves that were still surging all calmed down in an instant. Super power elves. It turned out to be a trainer. Hee, it seems that you have forgotten the power of the Sea Clan. Luokan was stunned. The ocean is indeed mysterious. He actually had an idea. He wanted to go 10,000 meters to the bottom of the sea to see what it was. With his current strength, there should be no problem. But this is just an idea, it doesn't mean he will put it into action. He is not stupid. The ocean is very scary. Once you enter it, I am afraid that it will be crushed in an instant. Chao Meng gave him a dismissive look, as if he thought he was ugly. This little detail was seen by the strange fish. He couldn't help but make him furious. He was here, the existence of the boss. When has he ever been humiliated like this? Elves, damn it. I really regret that I didn't kill you all. An obscure wave came from his body, and then rushed towards Mewtwo. Mewtwo stared at him coldly, letting the power slap. Are you also a super power type? Hee, it seems that you still have an opponent. Chao Meng rarely opened his mouth, with a calm expression on his face. Marine creatures must have water attributes, and other attributes may also have them. Just like the guy in front of him, he is a super energy type and a water type. Who is Super Dream? It would be no exaggeration to say that he is the supreme being of the superpower system. In charge of the destructive factor and enjoying the empowerment of Arceus, how could he be so weak? Of course, this is already a thing of ancient times. Before Luokan, I heard Cheomung say it. Surfing. The strange fish let out a roar, directly bringing up the waves like a 10,000 jong tall building, flowing along the space, and rushing towards Mewtwo. Super Dream, mental shock. Luo Chen shouted loudly. The guy on the opposite side was too conceited, and Chao Meng's attack now can completely catch him off guard. PFF'd. Being suddenly attacked by Cheomung, the strange fish only felt that his IQ was being rubbed against the bottom of the sea. At any rate, he was also the overlord of the ocean. Could you give me some face? Thinking like this, the speed is not slow. At this moment, he has come to Luokan's side. A fist was clenched tightly, and the thief was captured first, and the king was captured first. In his opinion, as long as Luokan was caught, all problems would be solved easily. But as soon as his fist fell, he felt something was wrong, and his body seemed to be flying towards the air. How is that possible? It's impossible for a superpower system to have this ability. He couldn't help but look terrified. As a marine creature, he couldn't resist the scorching heat of the sun. Chapter 500. In other words, in his current state, without the opponent's attack, he will be consumed to death. This is not the result he wants. He couldn't help clenching his teeth, and then launch the final blow. His purpose is no longer Mewtwo, nor the ship, but the Lord Tianlong inside the ship. I felt a breath in it before, it was chaotic, presumably injured. At this moment, as long as he takes down this guy, Luokan will be defeated without a fight. I have to say, he is still too naive. Qiao Meng's superpower can be said to be a world-renowned existence. Once he makes a move, there is no enemy that he can't deal with. Under his control, the strange fish was unable to move an inch, and even smoke began to rise above its body. The sun on the sea was abundant, and there was not even a single obstacle here. Under the direct rays of light, he couldn't help but become dying. Qiao Meng, you have to forgive people and forgive them. I think, this brother didn't intend to attack us, did he? Luokan smiled slyly, looking at the guy in front of him. For some reason, being stared at by Luokan's eyes, Wei Yu only felt horrified. Yes, it's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. The strange fish said quickly. The scorching heat coming from his body made him complain a lot. Cheomeng is such a hateful thing. However, he also thought about a question: when did the elves of the mainland become so strong? Well, how do you think you should solve this death crisis? Luokan looked at him with a smile, and then shot out a majestic energy that knocked him down into the water. It was still the smell of the ocean. The strange fish wanted to run away directly, but after thinking about it, since the other side dared to let him go so boldly, there would definitely be no good thing, and he was absolutely sure that he would be caught again. What do you want? Wei Yu gritted his teeth and asked. Luokan raised his brows, and then said, I like sailing recently, give me your map. Maps are different from those on the mainland. After all, this place is a paradise for marine life, and it is understandable that they want this. Who knows? This strange fish looked embarrassed, and then said, it's not that I won't give it, but this thing. I can't give it. He sighed, then said. Luo Chen couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. It's just a map. What is Momo-ha? Map. It's true that I am the domain owner of this area, but this map has been strictly ordered to prohibit outflow, especially the mainland. He gritted his teeth. To be honest, he really felt right about this order. If the map leaked out, for them, there would only be disadvantages and no advantages. Hehe, who is more important than your life? Luo Chen felt that it was a good deal to exchange a life for a map. As for whether this guy is willing to exchange it, that's his business. Okay, but this map couldn't be given to you originally, you only have to make a copy for yourself. The strange fish said, and a shell appeared in his hand. Fallen Chen was stunned, using seashells as things to record maps. Whoops, yes, it's quite creative. XXX. Super dream, remember it and draw it for me later. Luo Chen said to Qiao Meng. The memory of elves is much better than that of human beings. If they remember it, they will never forget it. The strange fish handed the shell to Mewtwo with a lifeless expression on his face. After Mewtwo looked at it, he nodded. A superpower appeared, and a ray of light appeared in front of his eyes. That is the map. He handed the light curtain to Luokan, and Luokan understood it. It turns out that there is still a lot of knowledge in the ocean. For example, the ocean is collectively referred to as ocean. There are 120 corners in it, which are the so-called capes. Below each corner, I divide it into 120 seas. Their current location is the center of the sea. The strength of your domain lord is the half-step venerable. What about the horn? Is it the venerable one directly? The lord of the ocean is on the same level as celebrity, it seems. No, this thing is not divided by strength, but by the depth of diving. Just like me, if I can dive 3,000 meters, I can directly be the domain owner. Luo Chen took it for granted. Did they have different strengths? Could it be that the one who attacked Tianlong before was an out-and-out venerable? Impossible, venerable, Lord Tianlong can't escape at all. He is well aware of the power of His Holiness. Every move can pull mountains and rivers to shreds. He couldn't help but look ahead. There was still a vast ocean, took a deep breath, recovered his state, and moved on. As for Mewtwo, he has always been on the boat, staring straight ahead, his pupils radiating dazzling light, always ready in case of an accident. Luokan couldn't help but laugh at his behavior, but he didn't say much. After all, he was worried about himself. It's only a day's journey from the land of fascination. Of course, the premise is not to fight with the domain master. But it's impossible to think about it again. Once you enter their territory, the other party will think that you are an aggressor. Truly a warlike race. He was at a loss. It would be great if humans were like this. Only in this way can they not be bullied by other races, and only in this way can they prosper and survive. Super Dream, what do you think of this ocean? Luo Chen asked with a smile. Chao Meng was stunned for a moment, then said, it's very dangerous. Luokan couldn't help but smile. Does Chao Meng feel dangerous? His strength, but the venerable, a place that makes the venerable feel dangerous. May I ask, how many are there in this world? Of course, Luokan wouldn't say he was timid. This is a fact after all. Sometimes, being overconfident is not a good thing. Just like the strange fish before, he always thought he was invincible, so he was so embarrassed in the early stage. But one thing must not be said, the combat power of this marine creature is indeed strong, and since this is the ocean, they can use the power of water to exert their own skills. In this case, it is like a realm. This can't help but remind him of the Protoss. It seems like the same, their power comes from various fields. Also known as the element core. A Protoss with thunder element can control thunder and lightning and help himself fight. A Protoss with water attribute can even turn himself into Wang Yanghai and bring enemies to life. Live to death. The ship was sailing, and on the sea it looked as if it didn't move. If it weren't for the drainage on both sides, the falling dust would even be desperate. He couldn't help but reflect on his own mentality, as if something went wrong. If it has been like this, it will be a real bad thing for him. A person, no matter what he does, must ensure a perfect mentality and not be afraid of everything, so that he can move forward bravely and solve all troubles. Thinking of this, he held his breath and finally let out a long breath.